My empire. One crossing. Standing tall towering roof, crisp bird's eye view of the entire castle, and he's surrounded by thick walls still waving black flags outside the castle. There are large areas of wheat fields and forests and mountains more distal. He reached out and rubbed his forehead, because there was a dizzy and painful feeling of hangover. He wanted to work hard to recall, how could he be here? And where is this? A fragment of the memory broke above a pair of delicate leather shoes and stiff trousers, and Chris remembered that he was standing on the top of a skyscraper. By the way, I remembered that I jumped off the building and jumped up on the top of my company. The memory fragments in Chris's mind became coherent and reminded him many things. In his memory, he is dead, but now he is standing on the roof of a castle, and he only vaguely remembers one name in his mind, Tangning. As he tried to recall more memories, as if he had opened Pandora's box, countless information appeared in his brain. All these messages collided in Chris' mind, as if they were connected by meridians. The knowledge of forging, the knowledge of metallurgy, the various achievements and conclusions of modern industry are embedded in these golden veins like fruits, turning into trunks and branches little by little. Chris's eyes seemed to see him before crossing the entire human history classes. The experience, methods, science, and knowledge accumulated over the millennia eventually converged into a thriving golden tree, with luxuriant branches standing upright in his mind. The industrial equipment he had never seen before, and the chemistry knowledge he had studied for 10 years, were all clearly engraved on the golden veins that made up the tree, and Chris could touch it at will, just like in a library. It's so convenient to flip through a monograph. This process gave him a splitting headache. Chris subconsciously hugged his head, his body twisted and struggled in pain, and he even started to retire frantically. Crack! The window behind him was pushed open from the inside, and a man in black armor stretched out his hand and yelled in horror, "My lord!" "Your lord, don't jump!" Chris is intended to lower awareness of go back and see the man behind the armor of his own, and he felt his feet in an instant. The people are back in the past. He held out his hand to pull what you want, but nothing caught in the drop-down instant between. He really wanted to loudly that bastard behind her shout loudly, "I never thought." Dancing. When Chris opened his eyes again, he saw the silk-covered bed top. He doesn't like this Western style. It is cumbersome and very impractical. Pulling open his dry lips, he made a hoarse voice, which alarmed the anxious figures waiting by the bed. Adults woke. Men dressed in armor first went to Chris's bedside, followed by two middle-aged men dressed in colorful robes. "Where am I?" Chris felt that his throat was about to catch fire, and asked weakly. Man wearing body armor looked to a middle-aged side, and then some doubts are looking to Chris. "Your honor, in your own bedroom." Because when bored watching designate numerous through the novel, this time Chris was very calm. He knew that he was not dreaming, and that everything in front of him was real. He crossed to a Westerner. Look like here is the medieval Europe. He also happens to involve a broad understanding for medieval Europe. If you have come, you will be at ease. He would never dare to ask Chris to jump off the building again. People who have committed suicide often don't have the courage to die again. What's more, catching up with such a fashionable thing as crossing, Chris has no idea of death now. He is ready to accept travel benefits and enjoy a more exciting life journey here! Chris. Adults in Chris Granky were at the bedside up like a middle-aged minister opening, said, "There is no disaster. Hard it is to make life difficult, you cannot commit suicide." Yes, adults, although we have a year to pay 1,000 gold coins of heavy taxes, but things always have a solution. Another same kind of looks like a middle-aged ministers also followed comforted. These two ministers were very interesting, and Chris looked at them curiously. One was bald but had a thick beard, and the other had long flowing hair but no beard. Chris did not know he had two names, so he thought a little, dishing out who the strongest trump card installed across amnesia, only to see him. This moment Oscar, Golden Globe, flowers, Golden Variety actor possessed, confidently spoke up, "I did not remember." My mind went blank. Two middle-aged people look at me and I look at you, a little at a loss. Sidearmor Man spoke first. Only see him sad one knee on the bed, with a tearful voice shouted, "I am your most loyal adults, General Wage Long Chen. You do not remember me now? I am your retainer Dines, Lord Chris." The middle-aged man with long hair introduced himself. As soon as his words fell, another bald man also introduced himself. "I am your retainer, Strider. Do you remember?" "I remember." Still a face confidently. Chris Batchelor actually very amnesia since we installed it must be installed in the end of. He didn't know anything about what was in front of him, and he had to start all over again. He tried hard to awaken the memory in his mind, but only saw the towering tree and the countless technologies with such a powerful golden finger. If he wants to come to this world, he will definitely be able to get up and down. Small said there are not so right it. Guns to fight cavalry, artillery demolished walls, punched Germany, feet kicking Yingblue, Zero beauty knee, wake up the right palm in the world which is routine are full of farming routines. Chris couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of this, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Well, Wage Long, I know this is a little weird, but I really cannot remember anything about it." Chris trying to put on a very disheartened morning like. "Well, I now kind of hungry. Can you prepare me something to eat?" Since he has retainers and generals in the army, Chris feels that at least he won't worry about eating. No matter how poor a lord is, he still has endless food to enjoy. Sure enough, after he suggested that he was hungry, the waiter who rushed over prepared him a plentiful food, chopped bread cubes, and warm mashed potatoes, a piece of beef half-baked lying in the middle of the plate. It is a pity that there is not even a decent bottle of red wine here. Chris desperately dealt with these unpalatable foods in front of him with a knife and fork, and he was constantly complaining about the development history of Western food. Couldn't these Westerners transfer an 1,000th of the cleverness used in colonialism to making food? Is it, saying, "You said to pay 1,000 gold coins things, how did one think children?" Chris ate some mashed potatoes and bread after the block, put down the knife and fork. That piece of beef inside with bloodshot children affected his appetite. Comparatively speaking, he still felt that past life Western restaurants, 7-cooked steak is more attractive to some of the, "Your Honor, before taxes improved Yalanti Empire a few days, we had a year to 300 gold coins tax, raised to 1,000 gold coins." Dean C. sat Chris' left-hand side. "Lift this headache thing. This income is almost all of Ceres City. If we hand it over, then we won't even have money to feed the soldiers." Strider followed. "It seems not to the mountain on the overthrow of the head. You want to rise is not an easy thing." Chris sighed in his heart, and then realized another problem, and many more. Which empire is this Aranti? He is familiar with European history, but he really doesn't know the name of this country. He even rummaged through the knowledge tree in his mind, and then he was even more sure that this Aranti Empire definitely did not exist in the light of his previous life. "It seems that I have made this journey simpler." Falling to the bottom of the excitement before, Chris realized that what he had traveled to was not a certain node in history, but to another world. He raised his head and wanted to ease his mood. The huge mural above his head came into his eyes. A huge dragon covered in armor was breathing flames among the crowd, and countless soldiers were killing the monster. It's nice mural painting. Under the meaning knowledge, he is crossing the outsider for his confused Chris a sigh. "Yes, sir. This is the heroic story of your grandfather, the Lord of Elanzel Dirans, who led the army to slay dragons." Speaking of this, Wagron, commanding the castle army, finally became interested and agreed. He said, "It is a field of great fight." "Ha, this myth is really good. My ancestor was a dragon-slaying warrior." Ha. Chris forced a smile, dismissing Wagron's statement. "Have the ancestors of this body slaughtered a dragon? What's a joke? It's a bit farther to make up mythological stories to raise your family's lineage. For example, if you slaughtered a dragon 500 years ago, how can you say that your grandfather slaughtered a dragon decades ago?" And many more. The world really dragons? Suddenly Between realized what Chris stared, stopped, embarrassed laugh, looked to his army commander Wage Long. surprisingly took a long tone asked. Of course. Wagram nodded, affirming to the owner who had lost his memory, and there are many. To Sprout. Hey, Chris squeezed out an ugly smile to cover up his shock. It seems that his understanding of common sense is useless in this world. If there are dragons in this world, there must be other weird things, such as other monsters, such as magic, and for example, races other than humans. Under this circumstance, it is not easy to say whether the golden finger in his mind is as powerful as he imagined. This time at the moment Chris had to face the harsh reality, taken away his eyes from the photograph. Very beautiful dragon mural, Yalanti Imperial Dragon. Well, no, Wage Long opening replied. The Kingdom Empire State Yalanti around the castle as well as many nobles are mortal. There is no magic atmosphere, there is no magical creature. Because that there is no magic atmosphere, it is not suitable to live magician and practice, those powerful magical empire scornful, only let us escrow, tax, indirect rule over us. Dean C. followed added, the Aranti Empire is a powerful mortal empire nearby. Of course, even the weakest magic empire, can easily defeat their mortal national dragon knight. Magician we have is not a rival. As if the general arrangements, Manchester Read third opening, referred Zada, your grandfather, who fought against the invasion of a wild dragon, was made the city lord of Ceres. Okay. Chris shrugged, with a fate of fate. Now he can only plan slowly, and the temptation has developed carefully. The good news is not without. The giant dragon can be killed since mortal, it does not look cannot deal with. If Chris really came up with anti-aircraft guns, it is estimated that slaying dragons would not be a difficult task. I Santo, how many soldiers, how many name industry, how much power you have to give me a good talk about it. Looked at the front of that steak. Chris now more no appetite, so he quickly entered into the status of the job. He does have a sort of three-men capability, and soon let Chris understand their own hands all the belongings. As to a lord, has a 300-person powerful cavalry, there are about 1,000 city anti-establishment guards. Says city is above the roads, and there are many small workshops, agricultural production situation is also quite good. Probably annual income of 1,000 gold coins. No theory from which point of view, before tax increases, says city is a good place. It's a pity that now, Chris has just arrived, and the good days are over. Why are we taxed? Do you know this? Chris thought for a while and asked Deans. Dean C. Wry smile, opening replied, Your Honor, Yalanti Empire also would like to more west face of powerful magic emperor states tax. As to why the prices, not prices rise, look at all those magic the teachers are in the mood. This is a typical contradiction transfer behavior. The Aranti Empire is similar to a comprador. It throws all the taxes it has to pay to the surrounding small countries and lords, so that it can reduce its pressure and even reap a benefit. I have what products it in not a good way of reducing expenditure. Chris, thoughts turned to the revenue side. If you can find more ways to make money, to pay 1,000 gold coins heavy taxes, so it is not a problem. I have had a very special metal called iron Huai. This iron is very hard and very light, is a good material to build weapons. Manchester followed Reed replied, in addition, I have also a carpentry workshop. Some furniture can be produced there. The quality is good and it is very popular among the nobles. Another big tax items are tolls, year about 100 gold surplus currency. But tolls move is risky, are high tolls. Passing merchant travelers have less income and does not significantly increase. Deans added. Chris nodded, understanding some of his current situation. There are not many problems that need to be solved, at least not many in his opinion. It seems that we can only think of a way on these special products first. Increasing production capacity may be a good idea. Chris made up his mind and said to several retainers in front of him, I have limited the craftsman, whether or carpenter, apprentice carpenter, have been desperately working. Manchester Reed seems to be in charge of this aspect of the man. He began to explain, Huey on or there, too. If we enslaved more civilians, it will affect farming, dissatisfaction will spread, and free people in the territory will move away. Who said that increasing production capacity requires more people? Chris once again put a confident smile on his face. In this regard, he can do more than the people in front of him, because in another world, a car production line, it does not require a few workers. His mind knowledge may not yet be used in these dragon hegemony on the things that can improve some raw productivity, make it simple carpenter's work. It is absolutely easy thing. I can draw some of the parts. If I were a blacksmith can manufacture these parts, you can make up the rest of the job easier. He stood up on the table. Ega said, I was unconscious. I heard God instructions to me. God has shown me the way, and Ceres will become the most glorious city in the world under the blessing of God. After that, he took the lead and walked out, and Wagram followed quickly, a little uneasy. Chris, who seemed to be afraid of being a little mad, couldn't think of looking for short sights again. Oh God, if you're really concerned about the care of this land, how will this be the forbidden magic field? Let us hear tortured. Dean C looked at Chris back away. Some lonely moan and groan. Yes, I who were abandoned by God mortals that I clearly knew from the age of 2. Manchester Reed followed the same kind side. Do you think the adults are really okay? At this point, Diane's asked Strider next to him with some guilty conscience. Strider did not speak to answer his colleagues, but shook his head worriedly, expressing his attitude. Chris didn't hear the comments from his subordinates. He walked all the way down the corridor and was guided by Wagram to the door of his office. 2 guards stood at the door. It was obvious that during the time he was in Akuma, the rules in the castle had not been messed up. The other party clenched his fists and pressed them on his chest to salute Chris, and Chris pushed the door into his room. The furnishings inside are more luxurious than Chris imagined. It seems that the owner here still knows how to live. The scrolls full of the room make this place look very charming, and the huge glass windows behind it let in more sunlight, making it much brighter than the inside of the castle. I'm here to make some things by myself. Just come and find me for dinner. Chris pushed Gvalan out of the door, and then closed the door. Soon, he found out some of the design drawings from the Industrial Revolution period in his mind, and began to write and draw on the drawings with a quill pen. Engineering drawings before and after the revolution of the industry actually is not wise. Chris had notes on interpretation, so that others may be able to understand these parts. When the sunset came to the west, the light became dim, and Wagram knocked on Chris' door, making the Lord aware of the passage of time and temporarily stopped drawing. Let people send enough candles here. I will use them in the evening. Also, find a few more candlesticks. How can one be enough? Chris stretched out and looked at the setting sun, and followed what? The waiter Hugran came and ordered a series of tasks. When the waiter exited the study, Chris rolled up a thick stack of drawings on the table and handed it to Wagram. Wagram, go to the workshop yourself, find the craftsmen, and let them build these parts with the fastest speed. After building it, I will have a reward. Wage Long take over the drawing, immediately nodded and said, Your Honor, I am. Well, go and have the best craftsmen. They can build the best armor. Chris nodded his head and let Wagner Long leave, and then he just ate a little late dinner, is again locked himself in the study, has been coming candles are exhausted, then returned to the bedroom to rest. When it was almost noon the next day, Chris hadn't opened his eyes yet. He only slept in the middle of the night, and today he is going to have a romantic relationship with his quilt. It's a pity that when he was making love with the quilt, someone outside the door suddenly notified him, so he had to give up the lingering in front of him and return to the struggle of life. Chris, who hadn't rested well, stretched his waist before yawning and said, Come in. What's the matter? The army Wage Long pressing the waist of the sword into the palace. Chris, opening report said, Those parts that you want blacksmith who all do a good job. So fast, great. Chris was completely sleepy, scratching his hair and jumping off the bed, and began to wear his own clothes. He has black hair, according to the waiters said that the foreign trade feature a Lanxia family heirloom. Chris really likes his shapely figure and his handsome face. Last night he looked in the mirror. This face is really impeccably handsome. What makes Chris a little uncomfortable is that the noble costumes in this world are very complicated. He is full of irritability when he wears the clothes, and he has to ask the waiter to come forward and help. Finally able to go out, his face the color this be considered good-looking little. Compared with the distinct professional processing bases of later generations, the factory craftsmen here are still huddled together to work in a disorderly manner. Next to the blacksmith's shop is the wood workshop, with a canal in between for fire prevention. There are busy scenes everywhere, and the sound of sawing wood in the wood workshop one after another. Although the craftsmen who only got the drawings last night didn't know what they were doing, they were still desperately creating the parts they were responsible for. After all, this is an order issued by the Lord. I heard that it can also be tax deductible and even get rewards. Well, now let us together to witness the miracle of industry out of it. Chris Live move a little shoulder and neck, rubbing his wrist went to the front of the pile of parts. 3. How to spend all the money. Wearing a noble costume, he just sat on the floor in disregard of his image, and began to piece together the world's first manual machine tool. Due to the relationship between the mind there is drawing, he installed very quickly, a superior technology than older workers, even faster on the third. In all shock ties, Chris will be one after another parts assembled together, a side assembled to the side of the people around to explain the principles of the assembly. Quickly assembled a machine tool. This is a manual machine tool similar to the operating principle of a sewing machine. This kind of machine polishes wood, and the polishing speed is 10 or even 100 times faster than manual polishing. Then he simply demonstrate a bit operation. Let all who have sent a shock of D who step on this pedal. You can generate a balanced rotation force so that you can process cylindrical products. Chris gave up his position and signaled an apprentice to come up and operate, and the other party quickly turned the machine. If you change into it, you can do a lot of pattern of concentric circles of this is very simple. Try it. He aside guide, explained how while carving patterns. Soon, a two-cylindrical wood head thick intermediate thin gourd shape of uniformity appears in front of the crowd, before and after a minute of time not. This is a miracle. An old craftsman looked at the machine tool so easy to operate, looked at the complex cylindrical wood and stick cut by the saw blade on it, and exclaimed, "It's definitely a miracle. Really real. I got the will of God." Chris aside of a second assembly of the same equipment, laughing and pointed to his head road. In the more admired eyes of the great craftsman, Chris threw an unqualified part aside, chose another replacement part and stuffed it into the gear set. In fact, hand-built parts rejection rate is still very high. Most of the parts can be put together with Chris is already a big good news. The second machine tool was quickly assembled and joined the ranks of production. Chris began to let people assemble the third device by hand, and he guided by himself and suggested some important steps. Wood cutting machine head started up, a few apprentice carpenter manipulation of the machine, and soon will do the work of several fine stool legs. Even with the most critical eyes, these products can definitely be regarded as fine products, because the cutting speed is too fast, or even soon emerged shortage of stock situation. While Chris was still assembling the fourth woodworking machine, a few woodworkers completed the first machine-produced chair. This stuff soon though, can be a molder kind of chair, will soon become worthless. An old carpenter stroked 3 chairs in front of exactly the same, worried said to peers around them. Yes, this chair will soon lose the charm that it lacks. Craftsman gives its soul. Another large woodworking teacher could not understand the same things have been produced by the apprentices. Aesthetics will also be ruined by the same thing. This is definitely a disaster for art. The old craftsman in the lead shook his head, denying the mass production processed by this production model. In him they view, even if it is a seat, but also with stress and change, the very same thing, simply blasphemy against the spirit of ingenuity. Unfortunately, Chris doesn't think so. He put down his hand parts, go to the next to the chair. Have been accustomed to mass production, he did not feel that these chairs have exactly what is wrong. He slapped the back of one of the chairs, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's nothing bad. You were the chair. It is sold to the nobility. He looked at those old craftsmen opening said after the finish and pointed to the chair beside. These products are sold to civilians. Think you have a chair to sell 20 silver or even 30 silver. The market demand for more, but also sell a few. Speaking here, Chris smiled and pointed to the chair's apprentice production. This chair, I dare to sell 1 silver. Guess who earn more? A great teacher can make a sell 30 million for the chair. He can make this chair when factories around the world which, almost 31 the price value of 30 a chair has also been produced. Chris helps that you can earn 900 million, and not to wait for the nothingness Misty 31. This is the modern industry out of cruelty, a naked contempt for the arts. At this time talking in the back of the hand he has not stopped apprentice who has already made 2 chairs exactly the same. Now in the wood workshop are 5 chairs with exactly the same specifications. It was not easy to see exactly the same chair in the past. Everyone here today is an eye-opener. Even more frightening is that, with some of the wooden head was handled well delivered, with the raw material of apprentices has a new toy, breath and produced a 5-bar this chair. In Chris' opinion, all of this is just the beginning. He still has good-looking printing and dyeing formulas in his hands, as well as the big killer of the industrial revolution like looms, and power devices like steam engines. In short, once let out of his stride industry footstep, everything will no longer be a problem. He can use the speed of grabbing money to quickly accumulate the wealth around him into his pocket. I have had this equipment. You can produce a steady stream of the desk chair. According to a seat on the 5G calculation silver, one day we will be able to income of 1 gold coin. Evening meal times. Lancaster Reed look ye said to Deans. Dean C also on Chris engaging out of a deep interest in machine tools. According to the calculation of Manchester Reed, almost a year they can be more income 300 gold coins. This is definitely regarded as a large sum of money. If you expand the scale of production and double the output, the territory can get twice the profit every year, enough to pay the increased tax on gold coins. Unfortunately, if I have been so cheap to sell woodworking products, the price will soon fall down. The last few months almost to sell 5 silver, after only a few months to sell 3 piece of silver. Chris everybody high-hing, when poured cold water down. City know that the field of law, he dumping for this model is really too familiar. Once products begin to flow into the market in large quantities, prices will inevitably continue to fall. Yes, I have some still too optimistic, however. Even if only 100 gold coins of revenue, for us, is not a small number. Dean C. Auntie come to comfort Chris. Chris let some dumbfounding. In fact, I have started to let our craftsmen build more sophisticated equipment. With these equipment, a few people can complete the production cost of tables, chairs and cabinets. The production cost can be further reduced. After taking a bite of chicken, Chris said to Deans, by that time, the production of this chair exactly the same. We can put the cost to compress 20 coins or even lower. Speaking here, his voice filled with pride. Workers on the cost of the power industry in response to, intuitive and effective. Once the state of mass production is formed, it will only destroy all small handicraft workshops and occupy the most extensive market. Chris did not even dare to imagine, if future generations of open-density plates are issued, the furniture of this era can be compressed to what level might cost a few coins. You can buy a set of tables and chairs. So joinery products we sell nothing but earn a little money. Chris smiled and continued his plans. His words at this moment just as fascinating as the Midas touch of alchemy. Real money is selling machine. I have to sell this woodworking machine. 15 gold coins. One, do you think, how much we earn? Chris out to fingerhead. Smile surpassed, or half a year. I have the equipment, it can spread all over the surrounding area and crush all the handicraft workshops. Gods I do not believe in, this must be a Zong money magic. Dean C impressed. A rough count, I know this is a Yirka or Go 3,000 gold coins are big business, even in Yalanti Empire. This business is also called a masterpiece. Those great nobles who can earn thousands of gold coins a year are definitely rare in the surrounding area. Strid, who listened to these news, was even more excited, which meant that the production and economy he was in charge of would soar into the sky in the next few months. This is definitely good news. Good news that excites him. In this way, Lord Chris, we won't have to increase tolls. Of course not. Dear Strider, not only do we not increase tolls, we also want to reduce tolls. Chris set his plan with a smile on his face. Why? Strider looked at his Lord City Master somewhat puzzled, and he couldn't turn his mind for a while. I have such a large-scale export of woodworking products. Transportation in itself is a big problem. Does not encourage more merchants come to us. How could so many products to sell? Chris did not hedge, directly replied. Not only to reduce the tolls, we need roads. The guards deployed out of 500 people, let them repair the road, so that it can more carriage came says city. Having said that, when looking to the Downing wagon, no problem, sir. I'll just send troops. Wagner Longley popular, immediately promised. Sir, we are already in the past is not the same in the future we will have more money, and now your task becomes heavy. Chris reached for the glass, with which the king of Legia away 3 men. You have if you think about it, how can you run out of this money? For make money. Happiness came too suddenly, giving Strider an unreal feeling. After more than 10 days of preparations, he even sat in the woodworking yard, waiting for the first businessman to come to buy tables and chairs. There was the fragrance of wet paint everywhere, and for the first time Strider felt that the smell was refreshing. I have to go to all rather, heard here are cheap furniture to sell. Take a look in the west. Reed got up and went to third touch that look very fine furniture, when a voice behind him sounded. To Strider, who was eager to turn wood into gold, this sound was nothing short of a fairy sound. His back turned round, his face wearing a smile as if to jump, rubbing his hands and asked, yes, there has developed a new style of exquisite chairs, cheap that you want to see it. Seeing is a must. The businessman nodded, and then his gaze fell on the chair behind Strider, unable to move away anymore. There is no such thing as a mass-produced chair in this world. It is actually more difficult to buy exactly the same chair than a different chair. So many aristocrats like to use basically the same chair in order to show their financial resources. But the problem is that there are so many identical chairs here, so much to the point of dazzling people. 100 put a mold a kind of chair. God's on. I am not wrong, right? The merchant took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch those chairs were neatly stacked up, but only halfway carefully lived his impulse. Such a chair is expensive, isn't it? He turned his head, looked at Strider, who had a bigger smile on his face, and asked with a slight vibrato. Not expensive, about 25 silver one. Manchester Reed say the price. I felt his heartbeat accelerated. But he knew the cost of production of this chair, even the apprentice wages of workers are counted. A chair takes about 45 copper can be produced. Can such cheap chairs sold 25 high price of silver? He felt some sorry own conscience. Of course, he also knows that this price will soon cease to exist. The massive chair will be flooding the market. Perhaps after a few days he can only use 10 silver sell this chair. Great. I want 40 bar this chair. The other side Happy stretched out a hand, stroked the sleek chair legs, the kind of unprecedented standard arc, so that businessmen are agonistic. As long as these chairs are transported to Arrant, which nobleman will be dedicated to please the royal family, at least they will get a baronship, right? Just think about it. It's really a little excited. As if already sitting in the baron's position, the merchant stood a bit more straight than before. 10 gold coins filled a cloth bag, picked up and is still quite weighty. Manchester Reed looked at the gold coins. He brought money into the guard box, smile even more exaggerated. Says in charge of city revenue, he certainly seen more money. Pay taxes Yalanti Empire when he watched 300 gold coins were horsey-drawn carriage carried away. Not over even if he, not seen, so for a while to earn 10 gold business coins, not far from the workshop which apprentices still kept the production of such chairs. In 10 days, there will be such chairs everywhere in the castles, blacksmith shops, and barracks of Ceres. At that time, someone would even step on such a chair to saw wood or strike iron. In one morning, about 10 merchants came to the warehouse of this woodworking factory and bought such chairs from Strider. 70 gold coins fetched. Let Manchester really began to seriously consider the question from Chris. So much money, how to spend out? Beat interference. May I ask what? These chairs are used as a means of working out, right? An annual light person hand touched the chair legs. That smooth lines. My head did not lift. The opening asked. Lancaster Reed looked at the years that young people, curious, looked at from the other side. The young man was wearing a noble blouse and a dagger was slung around his waist. Ye had a golden yellow hair make this young man looks very delicate, almost like a little girl. Side look the same. This is not a person to repeat, doing the same work. I know such a master carpenter. He cannot make the same mark so natural. Enlight man looked up. His face thirst for knowledge. I said to be natural. It's not quite right because these things don't seem to have any artistic inspiration. They are beautiful, but I can't think of any adjectives to describe this feeling. Hello, sir. You want to buy these chairs? Why? Their prices are not expensive, only at 25 silver. Manchester in no mood and in front of this young man to discuss process issues, because he knows how is this thing produced. A few days later, when the low price of the chair to nothing profit to be made when the city will sell those Sears woodworking machinery when it is natural to understand. Says city's great. I know, I hear say. 25 silver in young people take away from his chair, laughing his hand, im German. Purcell Dragon. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and Strider was silent for a few seconds before he said, you belong to the Dragon Tate family. DUI. De Purcell nodded his head and said, cannot think, can in Sears City. To see such interesting things can take me to see it. Yes, of course. Strider looked at a guard next to him, and said, go and call the lord of the city. Please here. Slightly sideways, Strider gave up half of his position and made a gesture of guiding the way, and said respectfully, Germany. Purcell back of a standard aristocratic ceremony. Then there is no humility, direct stride forward, after Manchester Reed, on the other side of the door and walked to the treasury. Chris, who was tirelessly drawing parts drawings, was once again interrupted by Deans who came to report. He was a bit full down the quill. Some astringent rubbed his neck. Open asked, I want you to interrupt me, really want to. Tight thing, Dean C. Dean C face solemn. Opening report said, Your Honor, I do not know. Good luck or bad luck in short. Dragon Tate family, who wants to see you? The Long Tate family? What do you do? Chris naturally didn't know what family this suddenly appeared, and asked with a puzzled look, is it amazing? Your Honor, Dragon Tate family is one of the largest business family mortal kingdom. What they are operating is arguably one of the richest of the oldest families. Dean C. Maxims of the reporting channels. He referred shall even spend a lot of time on horrific, so that Chris realized the terrible of the family. The family is very large, in control of metal smelting, food business as well as other valuables, gold and even cast. Some countries, they are all in their hands! Oh, this is interesting. Chris finally feel this time did not waste their time, nodded his head and said, I go. Pleasure of seeing them go. This VIP Dragon Tate family. When Chris arrived at the carpentry workshop, Strider had already taken Dissel to see the novel machinery. Germany. Purcell as Liu grandmother into the Grand View garden as careful observation of those apprentices who operate mechanical action, and even tried their own scrap to timber. Manchester is not a bit worried that Germany. Purcell will plagiarism mechanical design here. On the one hand only see the outer structure, may not be able to completely fathom the complex inside parts. The other is the great history of the Dragon Tate family. This family has an ancestral motto that resounds in the mainland. A Longtite family only does business, not robbers. From the day of birth, this family has been a purely commercial family, never surpassing its own rules. He had fancy things. Will also reached a cooperation with a strong financial condition of the other party cannot refuse. Never heard of them ripping off anyone for anything. Sometimes things like heritage are real, especially when those who hold the heritage cherish it. This is really a great invention, is really great. De Purcell looked up, surprise on his face. Around Manchester Reed praised the road. Then he saw a very handsome black-haired man who was not short, well proportioned, and came in with a long-haired middle-aged man. You must Santo Chris is a very high interest to see you. Introduce myself, Emma Dragon Tate family Desire, third subfamily. De Purcell did not underestimate the meaning of polite greetings lead. Of course Chris would not be arrogant, and immediately responded, City of Ceres welcomes you, Mr. Desai. I take the liberty to play interference. Really sorry. De Purcell greeting with a smile and said, things. In fact I am today just after Ceres City, but they found interesting things, so I decided to come here to see temporary. He pointed to the body side of the machine. Open praise, really worthwhile trip. I am here and I found what one kind of extraordinary really is actually extraordinary things. Chris smiled head. A little modesty does not mean. As a bright soul from modern industry, he certainly knows how huge industry out of power, but also do not seem to know that in front of these complex machines, what represents a kind of progress. I was thinking, this model is not universally applicable. Apply to other applicable, among other jobs. De Purcell somewhat awkward smile, then he explained, I do not stutter, not to please understand. It is not easy to describe the changes your technology has brought to production. I understand. Chris replied, you are right. This technology can be applied to any complicated work. It can replace many machines, such as those backward looms. 5 masterpieces. I didn't expect the loom to be applied to this aspect. Hearing Chris' words, Dissel nodded with a suddenly realized expression. Silent for a few seconds about the bell, Desire suddenly looked up, staring Chris. I decided to vote your capital these machines cost. This funding is actually a bit mean, Chris, and so is the opportunity. He is now missing is the original capital, so it can only choose this minor expansion mode. You intended to vote funding how much? 1.5 million gold coins. De Purcell without thinking say he believes a more reasonable price. Chris nodded, then suddenly realized something, and looked at Desire. How much did you say? Deans and Strider, who stood by, were also taken aback by the numbers they heard. The Ceres City business projects add up to a total value of probably no more than 150 million gold coins. But the other party was like mentioning a dinner, and said the number so easily, without even hesitating. Are you going to buy these equipment? With the money? Chris suddenly became interested in the Desire in front of him, and asked with a smile. No. Chris Santo, although these devices are compact, but they are not worth 150 million gold coins. De Purcell shook his head, very official said. He looked at Chris, tell their own plans. I want the renewal of all your achievements, Longtite family to monopolize the right to sell these machines. Ha 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 ha. Chris, De Purcell finished, laughed together. He laughed unscrupulously, as if he had heard something super funny. If you stand on Germany on Purcell's point of view, the investor clearly has a great force. He is willing to come up with 150 million gold coins to monopolize the equipment is still on the drawing. Chris, this is entirely possible with a great spirit of adventure to describe it. If you can stand up Chris' point of view, that his scientific mind of those crystal clear, but far from 150 million gold coins can be a monopoly. The two sides of the situation report of unequal resources, which makes the atmosphere very original venture capital, turned into a very naive speculation. Germany. Mr. Purcell, I want to hear a story. Chris patience full, open and asked. The German Purcell Road. I did not expect the other party to hear the 150 million gold after the currency also reluctant to cooperate immediately closed set of things. Desire frowned slightly. Gold money open. almost always powerful Dragon Tate family, this time the same tricks, but did not play the expected role, which makes Desire somewhat uncomfortable. It was a kind of uneasiness beyond his own control, but curiosity still kept him silent, watching Chris wait for him to finish speaking. So he talked to his story, once upon a businessman and businesswoman discussing his father's profits. He asked his father, said, "Farming can be profitable times it?" The father of the pro said, "Probably 10 times. So the merchants and asked, "Trafficking in gems, or several times the profit it?" The father of the pro said, "There may be 100 times the profits run." Finally businessman and asked, "Investment monarch capital of a country, can be profitable? It several times." The father of the pro said, "Too much, cannot be calculated." Here, look to Desire. Chris smiled and asked, "You are only going to come up with 150 million gold coins? Wanted to buy a future empire is a little too stingy of it." Cole spit out a sigh of relief. The German Purcell nodded and agreed with Chris' point of view. "If you really can build an empire to come, I just really low price tag." After he finished looked to Chris, "I continue to ask, can?" The problem is, you really can come up with something to establish an empire after it while you build empires. And I intend to do much good. While I promise to take you to see a thing after you read. You will believe everything I said. The Chris fingers pounding the body woodworking machinery side, self-confidence, said, "As far as I can benefit to your." He paused, his eyes sharpened. "The Longtate family will become the richest family in the world. There is no one, and there is only one voice in this family, and that is your voice." Hiss took a deep breath. Germany Purcell narrowed his eyes. Though some things are lifelong dream of many Longtate family members, may say so upright, it is not the same momentum. "I need to see things before I can make a decision." After a long wait, Desire finally broke the silence between the two. "Lead the way." If there is a choice, Chris doesn't want to show the killer he just made to someone who is not familiar. The opportunity to be in front of that is past. He wanted to seize the German Purcell, this capital predators, speed up the completion of their own primitive accumulation process. As long as there is financial and logistics support, Chris can quickly develop and grow in Ceres. Then launch your own expansion plan to grow your own strength as much as possible. This is also something that there is no way. If there is a way to make money, but there is no corresponding power, you can only live under the oppression of Arrant. Tax will only increase, not a little over 10 times will be strangling the enemy. Chris came across, but didn't want to keep his life in the hands of others. He wants to seize his own destiny and let the world have his own voice. Bringing Disl out of the woodworking workshop, Chris took Disl into his carriage. For the sake of secrecy, Desire drove the car himself, and Disl and Chris didn't even bring their own guards. The three men came all the way to the edge of the forest, where they saw a makeshift barracks. Although it is very rudimentary, it is heavily defensive. "What's this?" Under the leadership of Wagron, Chris took Desire to see a strange thing. Desire had never seen such a thing, so he asked curiously. He stroked the dark iron pipe lying between the two wheels with his hand, and the coldness that passed to his fingers on it made Desire feel inexplicably fearful. "With this, the heavy city walls will become fragile quicksand, and there will be no unbreakable fortresses in the world." Chris smiled and explained to Desire the most powerful war weapon artillery he had produced. "This is a 1880 Continental Infantry field before the cannon, the use of the gun mount of metal, the overall weight of 1.2 tons, diameter is 90 millimeters. This alternative number, not over even if this thing is still very primitive, Chris can be in a few days it produced, has been very easy. He was looking to do all kinds of steel smelting experiments, but also to organize the manpower to look for black powder or materials. The manufacture of this cannon was really completed a few days ago. Although it is a preloaded version of the cannon, although the range of this thing is only about 6 kilometers away, it is still the world's first artillery, a new weapon that can change the mode of war. With all due respect, even if you build a Burlisto out of metal, it will not be as powerful as a wooden burlister. Using his knowledge of weapons to guess the power of the weapon in front of him, Desaiah said with a curled mouth. His family is not sell arms sales. In fact, several of the oldest family business has its own arms trafficking business. They understand the war and even war, and in order to obtain huge profits. Ha 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 ha. Heard the German Purcell evaluation. Chris, not to speak, on the side of the wage-long wait any longer, laughed out loud. 2 days ago, when experimenting with this new weapon, he also said the same to his lord, Chris. But when this weapon really roared, he became Christ's loyalty completely. Even Wagram revised the oath of the cavalry unit, ordering everyone to use their lives to swear allegiance to the city lord Alan Sil. Chris, please forgive his rudeness. Chris, for some awkward Desaiah said, I am. They will soon be practicing this new weapon, then you can read the comments mentioned. Germany useless. Purcell wait too long. More than a dozen soldiers came up and started giving 2 front Desaiah cannon ammunition. He had been trained, so according to Chris Wright, very skilled to prepare the drill book, soon to do the preparations for the launch. In Germany, Purcell curious eyes, in which a gun toward the 1,000 goal meters of standard shot shells. Boom. The loud sound of the sky made Desaiah fall to the ground. He watched the black iron pipe spray out a white smoke. Only a moment later, the mound that was used as a target was huge. The power tore apart, and the mud splashed everywhere. It is this magic. God's on this magic. Purcell, despite his embarrassed look, terrified at the distant has not completely subsided mounds, loudly shouted. For the first time, Kejiming made his own voice in this world, and the sound was deafening and loud enough to change history. It's not magic. Chris smiled and stretched out his palm to Desaiah, who was sitting on the ground, and pulled the opponent up. It's a weapon, a war weapon developed by the Alan Hill family. Looking at the door of cannon fire, Desaiah cannot believe his luck. Holding the last, pointed to the few remaining distant mound, open asked, can I specify a destination? Exclamation mark. Of course. Chris took from the hands of a soldier after a torch and handed Desaiah, you can fire your own. Germany. After Purcell took over the torch, select a target to let the soldiers adjusted the angle of the gun. He stood next to artillery. He waited a moment, took a deep breath, then resolutely pressed the torch in fire up above. Boom. With a loud crash, the second pieces of artillery shells fly away, hit the designated Desaiah mound, where whittled the ground. 6 Land of the 4 battles. The smoke dispersed. Germany. Purcell then see him break out of the shell. Exactly how great the damage caused. This terrible power has only been mentioned in some ancient books about magicians. Live in a world of magic. The German Purcell not heard a more powerful force. But this kind of destructive power was emitted from a small iron pipe designed and manufactured by a mortal, which shocked people. This time at the moment Desaiah is completely nothing to say. The goal was his own choice, which he personally cannon is lit matchlock. There is almost no possibility of fraud. He has now confirmed a fact. The sight in front of him is the real power of the cannon. With this weapon, the enemy's strong castle is almost indistinguishable from gravel. As long as this artillery can be manufactured on a large scale, human fortifications will be completely useless. If there are a certain amount of such weapons, they will also have a decisive role in field battles. After all, this thing can fire outside the enemy's range, taking the lead in launching an ultra-long-range strike on the enemy's battlefield. With just this kind of leap, the lord of the city of Ceres in front of him can fight all directions and win every battle. Thinking of this, Desaiah once again remembered the story Chris told before, how many times the profit can be made by investing in the monarch of a country. What Chris lacks now is capital and time to accumulate original capital. Once he really rises, there will be no profit to join at that time. With this in mind, Chris's previous condition, the Long Tate family will become the richest family in the world. There is no one, and there is only one voice in this family, and that is your voice. Immediately became alluring. Incomparable. Gooboom sense of feel thirsty to get some. Desaiah swallow a mouthful of saliva, then handed the torch wage long side. Step by step he walked in front of Chris, lift head to look at a lot higher than there. Chris, if you really can do what you say, Dragon Tate family will be on your side forever, loyal to you. Now, how much money are you going to buy the world's richest man this place? Chris looked at Germany Purcell, asked with a smile. Germany Purcell, serious thinking for a moment, then looked at the distant two cannons, was solemn opening, replied, 19 ye 7,600 million gold currency. It looks a little like that. Chris nodded and smiled with satisfaction. I won't let your investment slip through and cooperate happily! I'm happy to cooperate. This leave. After 10 days I will purchase forage, iron and steel, as well as everything you need. Come back here. De Purcell cannot wait, he said. Your taxes do not anxious. I will direct Yalanti Empire to help you pay 1,000 gold coins. In addition, this time I close at hand the 2,000 gold coins. You stay here. Thank you. Chris smiled head, ending the conversation this time. Looking at Desaya, who was going away, Deans said with some worry, Sir Kianbo touches people. Can he trust it? As long as he has great wisdom, or as long as he is not stupid, he will not easily make bad ideas. Chris replied confidently, he won't get any more benefits from killing Ceres, but he needs one more. This is not the enemy, is the pen a good deal? That next, I had to do what? Wage Long, treasure in his own sword, stood behind Chris, asked. You are here to stay confident, keep an eye on a number? Chris ordered. I am. They go back to the castle. There must be a system to ensure its own security. Defense plan. You mean? Wagram asked with a heavy face. Now we have to think about how to protect yourself. Chris looked at Liang cannons. Confidently he said. The group quickly returned to the castle of Ceres, then took out a detailed map and pressed it on the round table in the conference room. The Ceres city, acquired by the Alan Hill family as a traffic arteries, prosperous and rich in resources to use. In peacetime, such places are often prosperous. But when a war is fought, it is full of wind. The city of Ceres is a battleground for military strategists. And it is also a hapless place for the four wars. We'll have to get out of this situation. Is the attack of four? Chris, hands across their chests, frowning, said, multi-line combat military strategists taboo. Chris knows very well that any country that is caught in multi-line warfare, no matter how powerful, will eventually fall into a predicament in the south and even be completely defeated. France, who possessed Napoleon, fought in Spain and Russia on the two fronts, and eventually fell apart and lost its hegemony. Germany, with its shining star and extraordinary combat power, also fell into the dilemma of fighting on two fronts in the two world wars, and tasted the bitter fruit of two failures. With so many examples in front of him, Chris felt that he had to end the situation of the four world wars in order to be invincible after he provoked the war for hegemony. I have the north, Fort Earth. Wage Long says with a finger in the north of the city. To introduce Chris said, further north there are 7 lords. They have more than our cavalry, combat very strong. Continue north. The territory of the country of Coldwind is very huge. Chris looked in the direction he was pointing, frowning together without speaking. Attacking north is obviously not a good choice, at least for the time being. It is not a good choice. Compared to the biggest defense we pressure from the north, those greedy and powerful Lord Wage Long, you somewhat stuffy, said, level. When we put soldiers in the north is the most. I have the west, the kingdom of Higgs, also not a small area, troops strong. Dean Caesars pointed west, opening referral. Shao said, Higgs kingdoms and empires bordering Trinity. Being powerful is also the thorn in the eyes of the Uranti Empire. Such a country is very variable and requires a lot of energy to defend. In fact, the Uranti Empire has placed a lord like Chris on the border, which is itself a cordon and firewall. That leaves the south and the east. Chris looked at the map, hand in the south, one click, opening said, I have the South Yalanti Empire. We are asking them to pay taxes, temporary security fairly guaranteed. The goal now is only the 2 castles on the east side. Wagram put his hand on the 2 castles and said, The situation on the east side is relatively simple. There is also a ferry city in the city of Maine. Maine is a predominantly agricultural territory, but the terrain is very steep. Threat from this direction is minimal. We have troops deployed here is the least. He referred Xiaotu city as a bit, put on some useful information. Ferry is a port city. He had back to Sea of Nothingness. It touches on a great geographical advantage, may apply to the inland road is only one, is through us as this road. Chris finally nodded his head, spoke and said, I am. We have to do now is to expand the force, to grow up themselves. Expansion program to increase about 700 gold budget of coins. The number of soldiers in the territory we want to expand to 2,000 people. Cavalry will increase to 500 people, infantry division into two. One is guarding Sears City Guard, one island responsible for the field of infantry. In addition, I have also allocated 1,000 gold coins, will increase the treatment of all active duty soldiers. We want to step up training to guard against the enemy on several directions. Chris hand almost to the German Purcell left to spend all the gold out up. Your honor, I have is not the first, and so on. Dean C. pondered with his word, opening remonstrate said, out of the war so much money does not necessarily prepare outbreak, it will seriously slow down the development of SARS. Yes, I know. Chris nodded his head, admitted Dean C. saying, I are now in great danger if the military we fail. Then we have not done it. War will not necessarily outbreak of adults. Dean C. looked to Chris, want their Santo adults can reason enough for some of them. I have is not reconsider. Look. No. Time to consider the Chris waved, look to the wage long. So I have now want to do is how to win the war might break out in. Indeed. Real time is not considered figured out where the off button response over Manchester Reed, on the side of Dean C. said. I am, who will soon be eyeing people. When he said this, Deans also reacted. Woodworking machinery and cheap woodworking products will soon sell well in the surrounding area, and Ceres will become a complete piece of fat. Well, it seems that I have to grab it before anyone else think we are fat and do their own defense readiness. Test into account this layer. Dean C has to admit that now strengthen the defense. Is a right select! Exclamation mark. Do not panic. I open. Development of several types of machinery has not yet completed the experiment so that these mechanical production. Chris confident full comfort his men. Take out the gold coins, try to not make it back. Is it all right? He patted Deans on the shoulder. You will soon discover that gold coins are just a number for us. On the same day, called up to the 30 Ming women through training. Officially opened the new loom. Chris designed Sears production of cloth prices fell 90% or more. Even more frightening is that, due to the use of the printing process recipe provided by Chris, the color of the fabric is very nice. The price compared to other places cloth has tripled. Soon Sears City on May into the bucket of gold. Chris spent the expansion program of gold. Almost instantly returned to his hands. On the other hand, the improvement in forging technology also shocked the blacksmiths in Ceres. The new furnace can raise the temperature to an incredible height. The forging of various metals has become easier, and the production speed of the barrel has also been doubled. Promote. Due to increased job opportunities, every city says civilians have a smile on his face. Everyone knows that Ceres has risen. And this will become a fertile land. 7 greedy people. Really beautiful in the city of Santo, Maine. Our Purcell Santo is rubbing his hands looking at 10 chairs exactly the same. You said this was made by the boy of the Allen Hill family in Ceres? He stretched out his hand to stroke the glorious paint surface, and asked the businessman beside him with incomparable greed. Yes, adult. Every chair I spent 20 silver. Indeed says production, I confirm that a lot of times. The merchant replied respectfully. Says have a new wood process in workers' arts, which makes Ensaya Santo salivate. He hopes that he can get this kind of craftsmanship and make himself richer. There are these beautiful fabrics. Read the tables and chairs, are Purcell and those looks cloth. His hands supple the fabric touching, as if to caress a lover of the same carcass. Then it was an unspeakable beautiful feeling. It was like the lover took off his clothes and Ensel even forgot to speak. He just looked at the rainbow-like fabrics, admiring it with selflessness. Finally, the greedy City Lord walked out of his own small world, withdrew his gaze from those gorgeous fabrics, and finally had the appearance of a somewhat superior person. Very, very good. He's Wang Qiangmake nodded potential, looked to the side of the generals. If we attack Sears, there is almost a chance of winning. As soon as he heard his city lord asking this, the general knew that he was thinking of starting a war. So he pondered for a moment, and replied, there is probably a 70% chance of winning. Although Ceres soldiers are elite, they also have special products of HUIT, and their armor and weapons are better, but the opponent needs to defend too many directions. I only need to defense in both directions, but they need defense 4 directions. Although many troops may need to diversify, this is our advantage. That would lead can be considered a solid 2, gives a look very feasible. The attack plan. I have first to troop build up, and then suddenly attack on the border. Says city off guard, bound with heavy losses. He did not triumph lies in the body of our own troops, but wanted to prolong the war, look forward to joining other forces, wait until I have the attack to work. The other had to return to the castle, says when the forces in the other direction will gain cheaper. Everyone understands the touching truth of Qianbo, and after hearing the plan from his general, the city lord of Ensel immediately felt that it was a feasible plan. At that time, as long as he distributes the benefits to the lords in other directions, then the Aranti Empire 80% will not take care of such trivial matters. As long as he take up Sears City 1000 gold coins tax gong, Taiyalanti, that state does not have any loss. If he is willing to pay an extra 300 gold coins, they might still up their place to mention. Thinking of this, Ensel couldn't hold back anymore. Gather all the soldiers. Find a way to arm the peasants. I will lead the army to defeat Ceres. Adults wise are such a good process that builders should belong to me main. Well, the other side of Purcell and his henchmen retainers smirking face of praise road. Send a message to Lord Greer of Ferry City. Borrow 500 soldiers from him. As long as you take down the city of Ceres, you will get half the benefits. Ensel, who felt that his strength was not enough, made himself safe. Decision-making. Another side of Chris, sitting on a high platform being looked away in training the first generation of artillery. Joy how his face hidden hide nothing of. In the manufacture of the 2 after the bubble-like door, he improved design drawings, and pure mechanical assistance awkward hand. The manufacturing 20 is the door more advanced artillery. Because to have a more powerful smelting recipes, Chris men smiths with new steel mixed with special materials Huion, forging a powerful modern artillery gun barrel. Coupled with the use of rifling technology, the new artillery adopts a series of new technologies such as post-loading and fixed loading. The artillery also uses a touch-type explosive fuse, which has increased its power by dozens of times. Compared to Germany, Purcell saw 1880 artillery. Chris is now in the hands of weapons has almost reached the 1900 level after a year, and almost the first great world artillery is advanced as the era of war. Chris has improved the artillery mount these days and installed a hydraulic recoil device, so that the artillery in his hand has the prototype of a modern artillery. It is because of technical experience with the mind of those inexhaustible take it, have a weapon in his hand leaps and bounds. 20 men 90mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery with a range of 7 kilometers, the full power and fast loading. No theory is a field or siege. These guns that can provide very high-handed fire support troops. The same kind of service for these guns. Veteran Chris personally chose which 50 soldiers were training with the modern way of making up for dispatching artillery and other knowledge, to teach down. Now what restricts Christ's crazy army expansion is the basic knowledge of his subordinates and the shortage of industrial equipment. He even has the design drawings of the American F-22 fighter jet in his mind. But unfortunately he doesn't even have an electric machine tool. The artillery and shells made with the most traditional methods already possessed powerful power beyond this era. But Chris knew in his heart that at this moment, he was far from being able to withstand the consumption and destruction of war. This time the moment, he is like the 8th Root Army during the War of Resistance, like the industrial bases too thin, barely solve any problems, cannot prop up a protracted large-scale war. For at present him, not without good news, after all the other countries of this era, even this industrial base have not. Range 40. Loading fill out complete. Artillery positions far. The commanding officer in charge of waving flags of the hands. Loud call for the password. Holding iron made of solid training soldiers repeated practice bomb packed. Breathless heavy artillery will withdraw from the gun barrels, and began filling the next preparatory work. Artillery shells too expensive, the number of guns required is also very impressive. Chris recruited to the 500 recruits inside. There are 400 people is designed for artillery training. Each cannon has 10 soldiers manipulation, which refers to the commander's one name gun long one name of the operating member 3 names. In addition there are 3 loader, there are 2 people responsible for the carriage with traction. In addition to these 10 then soldiers, there is another 10 soldiers as to the bench with about. They have no operational tasks, but are only responsible for learning so that they can be used by future expansion artillery. My lord, the news that I just sent, the special carriages for these cannons have all been manufactured. And now these cannons can completely keep up with the cavalry marching speed. Wagram walked up to the high platform and sent a good news. Make a person aware of the industry's future, Chris, to let the entire force can quickly travel up, for the whole army is prepared for carriage. In this way, he has a fast mobile force that can quickly rush to the direction of the outbreak of the crisis. His artillery, every 5 individuals there is a 4-horse carriage, responsible for the transport of horses, forage, shells, tents, tools and standard infantry also responsible for the transport carriage. Every 10 people aboard ye wagons action. Due to spend a lot of gold, Chris machine dynamic forces quite extravagant China. He prepared 100 carriages of various types, so that the entire army had wheels. Now, no matter which direction there is a problem, we can immediately send 500 cavalry and 500 infantry to that direction. After 20 days of hard work, Chris was relieved. He is now ready to deal with the future battle, and he has the power to keep his wealth. Soil fort that side. Some recent movement in the north seems to us pretty people have interest in. Wage long enough to reporting good news, and told Chris is not a good news. The wealth is not revealed. Ceres' wealth has already aroused the coveting of the surrounding forces. This situation is not very good, and the peace in front of him is more and more like the tranquility before the storm. Send more to the north. 100 soldiers. The border guard troops increased to 300 people. I have to light out our attitude. Cannot show weakness in this area. Chris frowned and told Rode. Yes, sir. Adult. Wage long is also a sense of feel to the mountain of pressure. Chris addition to the new 500 new addition to the army. 300 soldiers that he and nearly all the troops were now drawn up. If the northerners make any moves, Ceres will need to deploy cavalry and new troops to the northern border. For Chris, who doesn't have many maneuvers, this is definitely not good news. In addition, Germany Mr. Purcell did not go back taxes he paid tribute Jarl Anti-Empire for us, Jarl Anti-Imperial tax to make just sent a tax certificate, and recognition of our positive attitude to pay taxes. Wagner long mentioned this matter. It hurts a bit. See Wage Long's face. Chris just laughed. Ha 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 ha, the tax so reasonable. Manchester Reed did a break fee, right? When the taxpayer left, the most expensive purple cloth was packed with a whole carriage. Wag Long grumbled. Too expensive. Jarl Anti-Empire. As long as we do not give pressure, this money is not wasted. Has been felt. Chris defensive pressure, waved with a smile said. What he lacks now is not money, but time for development and defense forces. If these problems can be solved, it is definitely a bargain to spend some money. The last thing the adults, those parts that you want to yesterday, has been to create a good blacksmith. There are Chris adults. Let me take a message that can be assembled. Steam engine. Wage Long seems to think of something. He spoke again and said, "Let these artillery continue to train. Hurry up. What we lack now is time." Chris stood up, patted Waglan's shoulder and commanded, "After all, there are more good news than bad news, and this is the best news." After speaking, he walked off the platform, turned over and ran towards the workshop. 8 Beacon. With a big yawn, the Ceres city guard stationed on the border looked sleepily in the direction of the rising sun. The sun was dazzling, making him involuntarily squinted and looked away. But soon, he realized something and looked at the east horizon again. Hey, wake up! He sighed, hand to block the sun to see the distance, while their feet kept kicking his companion, Main Soldier's duo May and Good Soldier. "Why are you kicking me?" Main's soldiers. "How can they come to the border to practice at this time?" Another sleeping soldier struggled to stand up, his armor collided with a loud noise. "What are you talking about, Main's soldiers?" "Huh? Damn. Send the alarm. Main is attacking." Rubbing his eyes and looking in the direction of his companion, the soldier who had just been called was completely sleepy and shouted loudly, "Light the beacon. Hurry, Main has invaded." For the first time, he lay on the edge of the watchtower and shouted to the companions under the tower, "Hurry up and start the fire. Hurry up." Arrows did not wait for all the anti should come. There would Main flew a bound arrow, the bow fell from the sky and landed on the observation tower of this height. Caught off guard, a soldier was full of arrow shafts, struggling to overturn the high platform, where he fell. Ceres soldiers poured a bucket of black kerosene on top of the dry wood. Shield, kicked off the arrow shaft inserted on the ground. The officer in charge of this observation deck drew out the long sword, raised the huge shield, and loudly reminded his men. Main's cavalry had already swarmed at this time, like ants in large numbers. Having served here for 3 years, it is the first time that Ceres officer has seen so many Main soldiers. "It's over." This is the idea in his mind. Beside him, the huge beacon has been ignited, the enemy's second round of arrows has also fallen, and all the soldiers have raised their shields. Bang! Carrying giant tree Main soldiers began to hit the door. Beacon of soldiers on beacon frightened clenched their weapons. The enemy attacked suddenly, and they had no chance to retreat. When Main's soldiers rushed in, they could only meet death. "Can't let them put out the beacon." "Long live Alan Hill." "Long live Ceres." Looking at the crumbling door, the officer raised the sword in his hand. "Kill." His body side. A few lonely soldiers reach for a shield, blocking the beacon on top of the stone steps. Sharp sword pointing to the location of the door. Boom! A loud noise. Beacon big door was finally forced open. The giant tree soldiers Mengong country swarm. They were greeted by strong shields and sharp swords. Metal and metal collided, and the soldiers from the Principality of Maine who rushed up the stone stairs screamed and fell over. More Maine soldiers rushed up with their weapons. The Ceres guards fell one by one, and the rest had to retreat to the top of the steps. Behind them, the beacon had already rolled and connected to the white clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Beacon City embrasure direction of the wall. We had to take a ladder to climb to the Main soldiers, surrounded only a few people in the game lean guards. Soon, Main's soldiers overwhelmed his opponent. Well, Selden on the high when the blood has not dried above solidification. The body of Officer Ceres was still lying beside the fire, and the ground was full of unrecovered feather arrows. Kick the corpse. Up Ursel face with a disgusted look. Put this fire, exterminate, hurry. Behind him, in the direction of the hinterland of Ceres, a black smoke column connected to the distance extended to the distance and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Speed up the line, army, speed. Do not let Alanxia family have any reaction time. Well, Purcell, looking down at the bodies that Mingsley's eye officer, frowning, ordered. Chris with angry expression. His hands pushed open the door to the hall of procedure, because of excessive force, and hit the 2 doors on both sides of the wall. Center bam bang. He was wearing a black armor, and the armor pieces on his body slammed together with a firm pace, making a nice rattling noise. Main actually found myself on the door to die off. He door. Irritated voice rap on Sorghum, ears ringing so loudly that one. Well, Purcell rapacious. perfidious of our undeclared war. Yesterday his troops had crossed the border, now estimated to have been in the eastern edge of the forest. Dean C. worried and said to Chris, "Wage Long, the army has prepared the whole army, 500 cavalry as well as 500 Xin army ready to go." Wage Long aide holding the helmet, he stood beside Chris, reported on readiness. "Now the hair. We put in place the other blocking exports of forest in eastern battle where we can take advantage of on fire." Chris looked at the map. "I made up my mind blocking opponents." Although the opponent has an advantage in strength, Chris is still confident that he can defeat the opponent. What he thinks now is how to quickly expand the results after defeating this enemy army. Let Wage Long without war. Ordered him to take 300 cavalry and 300 Xin army, carrying 10 guns, else seems to bypass the main directly attack the castle. Thinking about 1 second bell, Chris decided here comes a top-wronged approach. He has no time to waste. It is a more reasonable way of fighting to be able to defeat the opponent while seizing the opponent's rear foundation, expanding his turf, and solving future problems. But in this way, Chris faced Ensel's troops head-on, and there were only 400 poor people. Even retreat down count on main direction soldier. Chris hands of the ministry of the team will not exceed 500 people. The enemy is 4 times that of Chris. This kind of battle seems to have no suspense. Battles that win more with less are not uncommon, but after all, they rarely happen. Adults. In this case divide our forces, is not it a bit risky? Wage Long aide Tam Worry asked. 10 cannons defeated 2,000 people considered to take the risk. Chris looked at the lieutenant to face a cruel smile. "Come, I'd be afraid of him. I surrendered too early. Not enough for me, Xian. It is so arranged. I personally led 500 soldiers in a battle in eastern forests and Ensaya toward you, and Wage Long Mei and Yong never troubles." Adults. Adjutant right fist in the chest by low head should be and said, "Ale and Xia long live." Deans. You sit in Ceres City yourself. Chris looked at the nervous Dianes and Strider, and began to assign tasks. Complete account of Dean C. He looked at Lancaster Reed, opening and said, "You personally escort 1,000 gold Yal anti-empire coins ready to go after our victory. The main tax to pay tribute also." Now is not the time to turn his face with the Arrant Empire. The occupation of Maine must give the Arrant Empire an explanation. This is Chris wishful thinking. As long as the Arranti Empire does not pursue the occupation of Maine, then Chris can develop and grow his own power with peace of mind, and make his own territory more powerful. A day later, Chris Wright led 400 soldiers in the forest confluence of the eastern periphery retreat down 80 more than the soldiers. Stopped in the eastern part of the deep forests as destined to go through the city thoroughfare. In the afternoon, Purcell led 200 cavalry and 1,800 Ming pieced together infantry, out now Chris fort's distance. Because the time is late, neither the meaning of the war in the day. Kerry Spirax, who sent a letter to Ensaya, condemned Ensaya undeclared war despicable acts. As a result, Ensel also replied a letter, arbitrarily asking Chris to surrender immediately and dedicate all his wealth and territory. Of course, the two sides will not stop and truce, but they will rest and prepare for a decisive battle. Early the next morning, Chris organized the soldiers to drive out of his camp and set up a battle to the death with Ensel. Well, Purcell same intention at once, led the 1,000 main infantry and 200 cavalry. Chris troops at a distance of 3 places km away and laid them out battle. Boom, boom, boom. Shen boring war drums beating in the chest of each person, so that the air becomes thick. Breathing became difficult to follow. The battle flag was fluttering in the wind, and the straight spear entered the forest and stood in front of Chris. His body dark black vine flower pattern on the wound armor, fine and delicate sparkling slight coldness. The horse under his crotch snorted anxiously, and the horse's hoof with a big mouth kept kicking on the ground. This is the first time Chris has experienced a real battle. No matter how rich the knowledge in his mind, he will inevitably be a little nervous. Fortunately, in terms of numbers, this was only a battalion-level battle, and it did not exceed Chris' imagination. I have little positive infantry troops, fewer than 100 people. Cannot let the enemy attack. Otherwise we do not have the capital to go deal. Chris in the mines contemplating the next tactics. Finger lightly on the hilt of the sword, tap lightly. This is the habit of his last life. Every time he thinks, he likes to tap his fingers on hard objects. 200 in his hand. Cavalry back then they used to sweep the battlefield. This time cannot be light and easy to join the fight. Therefore, he did not have the capital and the enemy to consume each other, and could only rely on firepower to defeat the opponent by surprise. And the decisive battle quickly evolved into a unilateral attack to kill. Ordered. Loading artillery garnet bomb. Ammunition base to do 5 fire ready. Waiting for my orders. Chris thought of here. Son leaned against the side of a messenger-told road. The messenger pulled on the reins and immediately went to convey Chris' order. At this moment, on the horizon, Maine's phalanx began to slowly move forward with the accompaniment of war drums. 9 Battle of the Eastern Forest. My lord. The opposing 200 cavalrymen are all arranged on their flanks. There is only a phalanx with 100 or so people in the front. It is a child's play. A Maine cavalry drove up to Ensel and reported loudly. Tau. Hearing this news, Ensel smiled even more triumphantly. The opposing force is already too small to support the line of defense. No matter how Shamutrick, Yi Hao after the siege around, no matter whether the attack side, always positive to sustain a certain force. Kangzu opponent's attack of the job. Now, Serra's infantry was so few that it could not maintain the frontal defense. He can break through the opponent's line of defense with just one attack. And he doesn't need to think about the defense behind the flanks at all! Exclamation mark. Ha 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 ha. Well, Purcell pointed to the plug with the whip priest direction of military array. Triumphant generals on the side, said. This kid did not tail and Xia family fought, almost vulnerable are. Let the cavalry attack. 200 cavalry rolled past. This war is that we win. That will lead. A smile suggested. No. Well, Purcell strategizing general waved. His face more arrogant. He still 200 cavalry on the flanks. I do not take risks. Command. Infantry pushed forward into. He and I are willing to use this trick. Is not the same feather boy. I am positive hit in the past. Impeccable. Look how he do. Ha 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 ha. Well, Purcell denied suggestions of his own generals. Ordered himself. Behind him, the war drums more rapid up. Main another army. A square array begins to move forward together. The soldiers stepped neatly, their erected spears swayed slightly with the movement of their footsteps, and the sound of armor rubbing was as dense as raindrops on the tiles. Ferry city of Santo Modal Sol is not sent reinforcements. He refused absolutely to our requirements. At Grace while Purcell ordered the attack, a cavalry came from behind him. Brought to people not too happy news. Not been for this moment Enseiya, this news is not so important. Well, he did not want to, so I solved the Sears. He went to count. At N. Purcell contemplating after defeating Sears, how the lessons of the fairy town when he heard the thunder resounded through the sky. At this moment, he hadn't realized that the thunder came from hell and could devour life. Pomegranate shells landed in military array. Main cavalry, as well as shrapnel explosion set off a gravel, cutting the horses as well as the human body, forming a bloody storm. The horses neighed during the explosion, and all the main cavalry looked in the direction of the explosion in horror, not knowing what happened. Next, the second explosion, the same kind in the cavalry, sounded. Jumping smoke rolling forward into the sky. The hurricane formed by shrapnel blew everyone nearby and pierced everything that prevented it from wreaking havoc. The knight who had a leg severed by the explosion fell over from the horse and let out a heart-piercing scream. It's a pity that his scream was covered up by the third explosion, and no one noticed it at all. Next, more explosions bloomed throughout the main battle formation. In an instant, Maine's banner swayed from side to side, the soldiers clung to their heads, and the neat array instantly ceased to exist. Before Enseiya make any response, it will be left behind in the second round of grenades. Whistling sound, that more terrible than the devil, loud snoring, and then a trip back swing over Mei and June array. Boom! A cannon bomb explosion not far behind Enseiya. lift to fly the drums and his guards. The flagpole of his family battle flag shattered with the explosion, and the flag full of bullet holes slowly fell in the explosion. Like a knife-like blast let horses Ensaya Crotch uttered anguished cry. Ensaya was wrecked. Their efforts to restabilize the horses looked up to 4 weeks. His cavalry phalanx had become a mess, and the horses and knights ran away. His infantry phalanx was in a mess and suffered heavy losses. The huge explosion formed a terrible crater. Around the crater were scattered limbs and broken arms, as well as corpses. Then away, holding his wounded soldier's wounds screams. No wounded soldier dared stand by and watch the people around, shouting efforts to try to restore his hearing. 3 infantry square array of more than 1,000 soldiers, easily was defeated. Modern artillery roar. Boom. The 3rd round of artillery shot down in Main's army. Chris, who had no idea of saving ammunition, still ordered the artillery to reload and shoot. This round of explosion finally awakened the dizzy Main remnants. They dropped their weapons and began to rout. No matter how hard the surrounding officers tried, they couldn't get them together. He who has a magician. A soldier pulled down trying to stop his retreat. Executive, hysterical screaming, says charmed division protection. You to getting us to die. Cross over the chief of the ground. The soldiers fled without looking to find a good reason for his funk. It was a pity that the officer behind him had no chance to listen to his excuse, because the soldiers who fled behind stepped directly on the chest of the unlucky officer. Boom. In the fleeing crowd, the explosions continued to sound one after another, and the scenes of industrial Ming's thermal weapons destroying the cold weapons of the indigenous peoples were staged in another world, cruel and cold. Chris looked at the black smoke rising on the plain in the distance, tied the reins of the horse, and calculated the time for the counterattack. This was his first battle in this world. The joy of victory stimulated his male hormones and made him feel that his whole person was trembling slightly. Stop artillery strike. Playing 3 after grenade rounds, beating Chris Hilt's own fingers stopped. He has started to see each other defeat, and ordered to stop the profligate behavior of shells. Put on a solid bomb call 2. After the shooting stopped, waiting for my command. Chris, a side wing of the cavalry, rode toward the square. A side within their own side of the messenger told Road Chang. Arriving in front of the knight's phalanx, he drew out his sword and raised it to the blue sky, with a majestic voice floating in the distance. Elan Hill is undefeated. Elan Xior undefeated. His body sighed. 200 knights in black armor issued a cry, broke the silence. They raised their long spears high, and the tips of the spears reflected dazzling light in the sunlight. Attack. Chris pulled over the head. The hands of the sword stabs the front. The legs of a clip girth. Jump off the ramp ahead. Kill. The 200 cavalry roared offensively at the same time, followed behind their lord, and rode forward. This really is a victory. Too light and easy to move, and that withering blast stimulate every soldier, says City. They now firmly believe that the person they are following is undefeated, and they believe that Chris can bring them victory. The horse's hoof hit the ground, and the black armor undulated slightly with the horse's turbulence. When the main soldiers collapsed, Chris led 200 cavalry into their chaos. No one organized a line of defense at all to block the penetration of the Ceres cavalry. The power that the cavalry showed when chasing and killing the rebellion can definitely be described as unparalleled. Chris swept over a group of marauders, a Jianpi down a Huang Bu's Liu main soldiers. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of slashing flesh and blood with a long sword, and for the first time he used his hands to kill a person's life. The cavalry behind him were all covered in blood, knocking one main soldier down and trampled to pieces. This is a massacre, a unilateral massacre that has long been destined. Ni's surrender from death has been creating chaos among the living in Chris. Main suddenly tightened their reins and let their horses up front, feet vacated, holding the sword, shouted. The Ceres cavalry, who continued to charge forward, passed their lord, and also uttered a cry to make their opponents amnesty. Kneel and surrender, will not die. The main soldiers, ramming like a headless fly, seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and immediately fell to their knees, watching in horror the blood-covered enemy cavalry passing by. Click, click. Chris rode a horse, slowly past the main soldiers who were already kneeling on the ground, and finally let the horse's hoof step on the Ensel banner. He won this battle, and there is no suspense about the victory. The victory is easy. He has technology that has led the world by more than one generation, and it is only natural to win. His lower head, the same look on his knees, looked up into his Lord Ensayamain, waiting for the other to speak. Sure enough, up Ursulxi hang 2 steps forward, his face grimaced, embarrassed to smile, opening pleaded, "I was wrong to let me see that we are all in love." Yalanti imperial vassal face. Right. I am willing to pay the ransom. I am willing to take out 10,000 gold coins, as long as you spare me not to die. Seeing Chris didn't speak, the fearful Ensel looked up at the surrounding black-clad knights embarrassedly, and became more hysterical. This is your last words. Chris, overlooking the eye with curled up on the ground in front of the enemy commander, coldly open asked, "Go." "Well, for those Seers of Spirits, you cannot kill me. I am a vassal Yalanti Empire. If you kill me, Yalanti Empire will get you hanged. They will not let you." Ex-Persil, despairing, Downing raising the long sword, finally shouted frantically. Puff. Chris flicked his arm, and the long sword in his hand flew into the enemy's chest. The huge force penetrated the armored body and nailed the opponent to the ground. Ze looked around the black banners gather around, looked at those high gear covered with bloody cavalry, and Tangning Lorraines looked at the bodies on the ground, slowly opening. Nonsense really. 10 Battle of Maine. Wagram on the other side had already crossed the sword and flew outside of Maine Castle. The troops he brought bypassed Maine's main force, and smashed into Maine City as if entering the land of no one. We'll have to win as soon as possible, Maine. Our troops on the front battlefield cannot shore up so quickly. We have to win here. Riding on the war immediately, Wage Long is not much defense. Soldiers with whip pointed to the main city walls. I have brought 300 cavalry, only 100 infantry. Artillery siege can only rely on the Wage Long aid. Courrier, some concern, said, "I do not know." Guns were brought to the city wall. Is the damage strong or not? Order the soldiers to bury the pot and cook. The artillery is ready to attack. After an hour's rest, start attacking immediately. Wagram pulled the reins of the horse and withdrew to his cavalry array without looking back. Sent someone to persuade you to surrender. If they are willing to hand over Maine Castle, give them a chance to survive. After returning to the array, Wagram added another command. Courrier random point 2 soldiers, let them take the banner. Says, the city continues to capitulate to Maine. 2 soldiers gingerly came to the castle door, holding a flag of the king loudly on the wall of Maine. Soldiers shouted, "Maine soldiers listening to you. They have no escape route. Lay down their weapons and surrender it." Ha ha ha. The tall city wall surface, Maine of the guards holding the weapon against cavalry, says, pointing in the city. Even mocking voice can be heard clearly under the city. Maine soldiers, you who have no choice, lay down their arms and surrender. This is your last chance. Listen. Jeers came. Tuge cavalry themselves feel blush, their courage to once again, shouted loudly to the city wall. Woo! A feather arrow hit the side of the Ceres cavalry's horse hoof, and the soldiers on the wall gave their warning. Go back. Let's just shout another word and let's release the arrow. Good Chinese do not eat the immediate loss. 2 Ceres cavalry looked at each other, immediately turned the horse, bolted away. Behind them, Maine's garrison laughed more unscrupulously. Wagram sneered when he heard the report from his subordinates, and continued silently watching the artillerymen arrange their artillery positions 1 kilometer away. The 90mm caliber cannon itself is not what first advanced weaponry, but in this world, is definitely called the Big Kill. Is a on contact with the hair grenade fuse, deal with the general objectives of a very strong defense of mass destruction. Wait a minute, stupid group of goods on laughing. Wage Long body side. His aide Courier looked at the direction of the city walls. Pli up is Uixian Road. 2 ammunition bases. After the grenade has been hit, let us send someone to persuade you to surrender. Wagram said coldly, let the shells talk about it. It's better than we talk about it. Ha ha. Rewrite, Coryaju Adjutant here Wage Long. Then grinned and laughed. Santo adults phrase words how to say cannon shot range. Within the range of the cannon, Alan Hill is the truth. Wagron pulled on the reins. Get the soldiers ready. Launch an attack in 10 minutes. Pairs within artillery range of Alan Xia is the truth. Coryaju nodded his head. Rode to keep up with the Wage Long. Quasi-prepared battle ready to fight. Boom. A minute after the bell, a 90 Wildman cannon on the issue of Raw. A shell hit the wall on the back of the building, the explosion lit to fly half tower. Second gold artillery shells directly ripped the city flagpole main. Main hit flyer banner above, the way the watchtower behind a banner's art a corner. The laughter stopped abruptly. All Main's soldiers looked at the explosion on the distant building in horror, not knowing what to say for a while. God's word legend. This world is magic. Dragon Knight Empire. Presence of the dragon can easily cross the wall, destroy the castle with a powerful force. This time can be in front at the moment there is no dragon, but thick walls tremble at the sound of the explosion, so God knows exactly what the other spell. Let this unthinkable happened. The other party magician. A soldier hysterical screams. His body side not far from the explosion. Jumping smoke is dispersed, while the surrounding mutilated reminded him, just an explosion of just how terrible. Fast hang a white flag. Responsible for guarding the city officers are scared to even talk. Stammer up, pointing to the distant forts, loudly ordered, looking for a white bed. Single go fast. I have to surrender. Rebellious magic teacher is not what a wise choice, because those are powerful magician than the king, but also proud and noble presence. If they were really angry, it would be so easy to burn a few mortals to death with magic. Now, for the people in Main City, surrendering as soon as possible is the best way to save their lives. Although they didn't know how Ceres invited the magician, the explosion in front of them really made people unable to resist the courage. Boom. To find a white bed in Main City. QD Hanyang single time. The second round of shelling began. The shells fell like raindrops, and several flame flowers bloomed near the city wall in an instant. Forts were shells blasted into. Very fine artillery soldiers were blown into the sky. The city fell to pieces beneath the wall. In the thick black smoke, the gate of Main Castle slowly opened, and a white flag pieced together with 4 sheets on the wall twisted and swayed with the wind. I am with how much gas it hard for them, etc. In addition to a range of bows and arrows. With the preparation for the attack, Adjutant Courier pulled the reins. Face contempt. Cursed. Spit. Cheap leather. Surrender as early as I can save some shells. Wage Long extended his right hand. Avoid forward play. Quima cavalry behind him. Forward. The influx of Main Castle. The Ceres infantry, who had no armor, pressed the long sword at his waist, pushed away the awkward main defender, and walked up the stone steps of the city wall. It has long been ready to spread out through the Ceres black banner, shop in the Main Castle facade above. Wage Long standing city wall, looking to be brought together hundreds of main defenders, his face but did not have the joy of victory. You led 100 cavalry, immediately return Ceres along the road. He was worried. Refers to Chris immediately after the play of the front battlefield problems. So in order to win the Main Castle, Adjutant Courier rescue forces were divided. He knew that Chris had only 500 less than the soldiers face to Main, but it is the main event of a mishap front battlefield, where he Main Castle to win the victory greatly reduced. Unfortunately, when Cory sub-point Chi 100 cavalry ready to return in triumph when rushed to the front of the battlefield, the situation has changed. The army to another outside army. There are thousands of persons. An infantryman, some nervous, arrived on the walls. On the Wage Long reported on the latest situation. What? Where did the army come from? Wagron was taken aback when he heard the report, and then immediately rushed to the other direction of the castle. Then, lying on the crevice of the city wall, he saw one after another phalanx, slowly unfolding right in front of Main Castle. Exclamation mark. Blue flag waves crossing the city looked at each other's banner. Wage Long frowned, ordered everyone quasi-preparing for the fight. Let artillery immediately find a suitable location within the castle deployed position ready to fight back. Rising says Black Iron Flag. Tell crossing the city group of bastards, here is our city has a Ganglion, and if they come, we do not blame rude. From the waist pulled out the sword room, Wagner long gritted his teeth and said angrily, city below the wall. Crossing the city-led soldiers arrived in the city of Santo Daime and Ferry. Berman at this time is also a look ignorant X's-like state. Before he refused absolutely a joint plan of attack says of Maine, is to be Mantis stalks the cicada Oriole in the post. Attack main beneficiary. Regardless of main Santo N Purcell attack says success, the winning side will be exhausted, main winner will be disastrous and could not return in triumph. Rescue main castle, says win, and there is no ability to east, and intact Ferry City competed for the fruits of victory. As a result, he had counted a lot, but he never expected that Main City would fall into the hands of the Alan Hill family in Ceres City in just a few days. If this Lord Berman knew the truth of the matter, Main City didn't hold on for 2 hours, and then surrendered to Wagron. It is estimated that he would be annoyed under Main City. Looking at the city wall surface of soldiers to unfold a giant banner Black Iron, hang on the walls, Berman Santo pressing sword waist, quick to fly to storm the castle. Main impulse move. Unfortunately, he worried about their own quasi-preparation work is too obvious to be found. Main aspects, only assembled troops entered all the way over, and not ready. Siege of preparation, you want to do really is not an impulsive siege. No ladder and no catapults, tall walls in front of as long as there are 300 people waiting guard. It is not easy to demolish fortifications. Rather than wasting precious soldiers here, it is more appropriate to keep these soldiers for defensive warfare. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth twice and tried to draw out his sword to order a storm, and twice resisted his impulse. He who claims to be unparalleled in strategy is not that impulsive type in his bones. He has always been making plans, and this time he attacked main. Retreat. Most End felt no need to waste his elite troops on the walls, gave the order to retreat. Along the way, swept away all civilians as well as the food back to the ferry to go. Seeing Berman, the lord of Ferry City, who led the retreat under the city, Wagron stood behind the crenel with a long sword. He still didn't know that the soldiers who had left Ferry City had looted and destroyed half of Maine along the way. 11 bitter difficult. These demons. These damn demons. A woman holding a child cried helplessly in the panic and crowded crowd. There was chaos everywhere in the east of Maine, and there was a terrible tragedy in the place where the rebels in Ferry City passed. Although the number is scarce, the cavalry in Daku City still possesses tremendous lethality when facing the civilians. These dozens of cavalry strangers yelled to pass by the edge of the crowd on their horses, using their whips to greet the civilians who wanted to escape. I pray you. I have been living here for decades. You cannot force us to leave their homes. An old man fell to his knees in the road edge, crying day rush of kowtow. I hope those cold crossing the city soldiers can let their family go. It is a pity that the soldiers who were eager to go back to share the spoils did not pity the old man, but kicked him to the ground with one kick, allowing him to roll off the embankment unconscious. That side. Over there is a beautiful girl. Intersection of the village. The city. Several ferry soldiers discovered the new world seemed as loudly greeted his companions. And in the village, in a courtyard, a girl was desperately stuffing her son under the bed. "Don't come out. Don't come out. Don't move. Don't make any noise." The child looked at his mother with big curious eyes, and then his vision was blocked by the lowered bedsheet. A few seconds after the bell, the courtyard was kicked down. The loud noise began to preach in. Then woman is hysterical cries, "You have not come, you do not come." One of the soldiers seemed eager to attack. The attack suffered a major loss, issued a scream, then that is an array of things broken sound. The little boy waited until there was no movement outside before daring to pick up the sheets and crawl out of the bed. Then he saw his mother, who was lying on the ground disheveled, staring at him with a pair of eyes. He crawled over and pushed his mother vigorously, but his mother remained motionless. He stretched out his hand to fiddle with his mother's hair, and sat next to his mother, letting the spreading blood stain his pants red. Tragic drama kept spreading in every corner of the eastern part of Maine, where many refugees escaped Flock Maine Castle, but found that there were already put up the Flagshires Iron City Alanxier family. Battle of the Eastern Forests. Chris Victory. He assembled one after another, came to 200 more than soldiers, marched 1,000 than prisoners. Prisoner, mighty return says. Maine City 2,000 large army was defeated at the battlefront. Let Chris pick up a bargain. There are almost 1,200 adult males, so he can step up the development of his own mine and increase his steel output. Similarly, because of these prisoners, Ceres City's troops rushed into Maine's territory without encountering any resistance. In the afternoon, Chris Woodwright Collar 50 Mink cavalry first crossed the eastern forests, recovered large border area occupied by Maine. 3 days later, the messenger returning from Maine City sent Chris good news. Wagram had already occupied Maine City, and now Chris had 2 castles. Due to faster and go for the strength difference is too poor, water the eastern forest, Chris Maine as the first attack of the forces, and shortly ashes. Although I don't know the attitude of the Aranti Empire, in fact Chris has now become the master of the 2 cities. Leading the guards to speed up all the way, Chris quickly rushed to Maine, where he met Wagram, who had been waiting for a long time. The situation is very bad. The Lord Berman of Ferry City took advantage of the fire and swept the eastern part of Maine. As soon as they met, Wagram reported bad news. His soldiers are too few, which prevents him from risking abandoning Maine Castle to stop the looting of Ferry City. Heard the news. Being walked, Chris Adams suddenly stopped, looked to the wage long. How is it? Crossing the city looting. Maine attack the castle, but I was robbed before, so they get away. Wage long opening solution, Buddhism, Taoism, but he who swept away east of civilians, can take it all away things. He had destroyed many things, it is necessary to repay 10 times. Chris angry curse, I do not find his hemp trouble, but he did fingertips court death. Not too soon he pressed his anger, even if he wanted to Xingbing crusade crossing the city, but also need to make adequate preparations. Now he can mobilize very few troops, and relying on 200 to 300 men to attack Duku City is too risky. Continue to take a step, went to the city of Maine. Santo Grace study Purcell used during his lifetime, sitting behind a desk and say I are luxurious. Chris was ordered spoke again. First stabilize Maine civilians. It thought a moment, he continued to command said, take me. They brought gold sub let go of civilians. Maine accept the fact that we are ruled by some of their extra tax exempt. Want accounting led a place not a simple matter, he must do a good job in every detail. Put up notices telling everyone, we captured 1,000 more than the name Maine soldiers, who were in the mine servitude 1 year, then it will be released safely. Only let Maine civilian accept his rule, he is the real down to win the war. Killed soldiers. Maine by the city seized Kianbo into line. Reparation arrangements accounted for over Collar Maine's work. He has to wage long told, you send someone back says go. Let Dean C immediately put the facts in front of everyone, to share the fruits of victory of the war to all the forces around. Chris out of the first figurehead, since he began to introduce specific plan to, on the one hand, I have to be after the end of the war, an immediate reduction of tariffs, the benefits to the other 3 forces face began to sell off woodworking machinery, even if the situation is urgent. Give it away for nothing. After much talking, he held out his second root fingers, send us these days gold reserves, to all civilians says and Maine both be treated equally. Then he stretched out his third fingerhead continued, exempt says year. Agricultural tax and agricultural subsidies paid to emotional stability civilians. Tell everyone, the war is over. Having said that, he remembered another thing, looked at Wagram and said, reward all the soldiers in this battle, each one a gold coin. If the money in his hand is not enough, he will wait for Desire to bring it back. Distribute. Yes. Wagram's face was filled with the joy of victory. His right hand clenched a fist on his chest and nodded, "I will do it now." It's real follow-up. There are many things left to Chris to deal with, such as conscription. This important question. He now has 2 castles, and expand the scope of territory has almost doubled. Of course, need more troops stationed there. Now he is still embarrassed in a passive state, so the required force cannot be reduced at all. It was not enough to expand the army to 2,000 before, and now he needs at least 3,000 to defend all his land. Really is a headache. Aside look Tensei, a luxurious study, while worried about Chris exclaimed. He has now revealed his whole cards, and if he delays for another month, the surrounding forces will almost focus on him. At that time, it will be difficult to expand. Therefore, he must do it as soon as possible on the Ferry City side. As long as he can quickly solve Ferry City, that he can reduce the light side pressures, build more troops to deal with threats on the other 3 directions. A little later, when Chris developed a new battle plan, all he can to build and deploy soldiers, says Main. Both immediately attack the crossing city. First of all, I have to do is assemble troops as quickly as possible, then use the fastest speed, the ferry troops to the territory of the city. Chris reference to the Second World Blitzkrieg warfare tactics to draw up basic operational policy. Says has 500 Ming cavalry. These elite fighters still very sturdy. Advancing speed should be sufficient. Wagram also felt that it was a very suitable tactic to use cavalry to advance quickly, so that they could save a lot of food, and in a disguised form, the insufficient supply of war supplies became sufficient. Ferry City basically nothing like the kind of cavalry. 100 fundamental human scale constitute a threat to us. Find a castle from Main. Detailed map of the city of Changferry. Wage Long began a detailed description. From the other side the situation comes. Although there is no detailed combat plan, as the army commander of the city of Ceres, Wagram is still conscientious in understanding the military deployment of the surrounding forces. This let Chris have a more intuitive reference. Ferry City of Armament serious side branches. Cavalry compared to Main also have fewer, but they have about 1,200 infantry. There are 700 people in the sea army. Of course, from Main attack ferry, you do not need to go on the sea, so the 700 people of the sea army basically is not threatened, and the rest have to deal with only 1,200 infantry only. Hearing these introductions, Chris drew up a seemingly feasible plan. He ordered Wagram to lead 300 cavalry to quickly assemble on the border, and then sweep the border troops in the scattered Ferry City. Wage Long can exterminate about 200 infantry crossing the city, or wipe out the cavalry crossing out. Those not amount to anything. You can almost force the other to give up field. In full retreat ferry to the city. Once the other party gives up the field battle. Chris pointed his finger at the small water cup that symbolized his own cannon. I will personally lead the main force and bring all 20 cannons to Ferry City. 12-punch array. This time, probably about 2 days. Chris Main will be pushed to the glass castle on the edge of Wage Long said. In here, our army converged together, probably couch a 1,000 people total strength. Direct attack enter the castle to end the battle. Wage Long nodded his head very confident, promised, I have the cavalry can complete the task. Launched a surprise attack. Destroy 200 enemy is no problem. Then he pointed to the ferry on the city map. Opening for Chris said, I have had guns captured crossing the city. Can be expected. The question now is, how we can prevent the ferry city of Santa Berman, with his fleet to escape. Wage Long looked at the map, then frowned as saying road! No matter. Chris pounded his desk, grinding his teeth bitterly and said, whether they ran the ferry does not run the city, I will fight. This is not a strategy, but a moral issue. Looting the people, I do not care. It were me, I will do it. This can be the scourge of the people is the original sin. I have to be a crusade against evil. His hands were clenched into fists on the table, and he said firmly, subordinates understand. When Wagram heard Chris say this, his eyes lit up. He immediately clenched his right hand to his chest, and echoed loudly, subordinates, let's gather troops. Attack. It is sure to be and how specific can be necessary to carefully planning some of the. Once Ceres can end the battle quickly, pressure from other sources will increase. The safety of the base camp Ceres City cannot be guaranteed. Chris hands full strength of its reality, not much build up, a total of only 2,000 people, of which there are 1,000 or so people remain in the territory of Ceres. Keep backup troops, cannot easily move in. The mobility of these left behind troops is low, and the speed of assembly will actually slow down the attack speed of the main force. So there is actually no essential difference if the adjustment is not adjusted. While the remaining part inside the team, there are about 500 Ming cavalry, leaving 500 people are infantry. Today Maine had just been occupied down, leaving 300 people may not insurance risk, so Chris can deploy troops. Only a pitiful 700 people. He will need by virtue of this 700 people and ferry town of Santo Berman speed battle quick decision, or forces in other directions Ceres City. It is possible to take the opportunity to launch an attack, military action against Ceres. Once someone attacked Ceres, the battle would not be a great victory, but a complete defeat. Inferior to potential troops seeking a quick fix, appears to be a very unlikely thing to achieve. Chris can be done. It's an adventure. Wage Long looked at the map, eventually opening for Chris said, if the other party with the most correct harassment tactics, the troops spread out, delay our march speed, we lost the battle. If the city ferry aspects said not strength, and we are facing a battle with artillery, of us will win. Chris gives another possibility. Chris actually very optimistic about the gamble. He who has a strength advantage, do not have to find out our secret weapon just how strong. Why do not we battle? You led 200 cavalry and 50 infantry in the castle main, maintain law and order. I personally with 450 infantry and 300 cavalry the ferry. Chris set the speed guidelines war of quick decision, to determine their own to lead the troops to go. After hearing this, Wagram immediately stopped, and said, my lord, you stay in Maine, let me lead the troops. Not that Chris does not believe to Wage Long, but feel that they can better perform their own expedition strategy. He waved his hand and said to Waglan, you look at the rear for me, and it is also a great achievement. This time I can't go to Ferry City by bravery, but also need to make decisions on the battlefield. There are some decisions that you can't make, so I must go in person. Hearing Chris said this, Wagram also knew what was going on, nodded and said, my lord, don't worry, I will guard Maine and make sure there is nothing wrong here. With Wagram guarding himself in the rear, Chris was relieved to lead his troops directly out of Maine. With only cavalry, Chris moved very fast, and 300 cavalry blew across the eastern plains of Maine like a whirlwind. He handed all his luggage and 20 cannons to Wagram's adjutant courier, and he led the cavalry quickly eastward, and rushed to the junction of Ferry City and Maine in only 1 day and 1 night. Seeing the sun rising to the east, Chris narrowed his eyes. The sun at this moment was not good for his attack, but he couldn't wait any longer. Pass my command. Resting place 20 Fenzong. Then the whole army assembled. Scored the ferry. Chris pair of guards follow you around and gave the order to rest, and then dismounted, looking for a clean place to sit go down. He came all the way to see a variety of each kind of horrors. Maine, who was abducted civilians to leave the house empty, to the still full of corpses and roadside clutter of discarded containers clothing. The still rich Maine suddenly became a hell on earth, which made Chris' hatred of Duku City Lord rise to the point of exploding. Even the main city Lord Ensel, who he killed, did not make things so decisive. In a sense, this Berman is really a talent. Saliva swallowed several bags of cold water. Chris' sense of feel his spirit and full up. He got up from the ground, turned on his horse, pulled the reins of the horse, pointed to the front and asked the soldiers who were looking at him loudly, have you rested? Rested. See their primary handsome horse. Many cavalry has long ride back immediately. They returned with a great voice answered Chris questioning, waiting for the new command of Chris. Kill the enemy with me. Chris pulled the reins to make the horse spin in place, neighing madly back towards the east. Kill the enemy. Behind him, countless cavalry soldiers held up their long lances, with their legs clamped in their belly. and their bright armor pointed in the direction of the rising sun, killing them. The sun had just risen, and a soldier in Daku City yawned lazily. They have been exhausted in the past few days, but tens of thousands of civilians have been escorted and transported. If you don't find a chance to be lazy, how can you be worthy of yourself? What's more, maybe in a few days, Maine will call over there, and it will be impossible to be lazy by then. He hand side muzzled, while subconsciously right to right still dark shadow of the western horizon, and then involuntarily frowned. Squinting his eyes, the soldiers of this fairy city saw something squirming over the horizon. Rubbed his sleepy eyes, once again, Aberdeen fine pegged to the end of the road. This time he's more determined. The cavalry over there is near! Exclamation mark. Hey there, enemy. He kicked the body toes companion side. The other had fallen asleep. Wake companion, Maine that side, to fight over. Impossible. He who is working says fight it, but where the soldiers come to us trouble. The guard towers, and the other soldiers are reluctant to open their eyes. With a fudge-like voice replied, no, it's a real cavalry. As the cavalry got closer, the awake fairy city soldier was already hysterical. He kept kicking his companions around him, shouting loudly. The other party finally couldn't bear it. He turned over and got up from the ground, holding his weapon and looking towards the western horizon, which had been brightened a lot, and found that a group of cavalry was really galloping in their direction. Moment between no sleep, just get up and soldiers equally terrified. He did not know, a few days ago on the border says, the same scene has already happened once. Quickly light the beacon. Seeing the cavalry rushing, the soldiers of the fairy city shouted anxiously. He felt that the high platform under his feet was shaking, and he felt that his legs were shaking constantly with this shaking. As he had ignited the flames when the cavalry had to go around the city, we crossed this little beacon. Chris didn't come here to pull out these little beacon towers. What he wanted was to attack the entire border area of Daku City and force the other party into Daku City. So he did not think had to attack these beacon towers. These small goals to the infantry behind to cooking it. Now he has to do is quickly swept through the border crossing of the city. The soldiers dry out, civilians driven out of the village. Smoke signals spread all the way. Crossing direction of the city make a quick counter B. A build-up of infantry, seems to want to stop at Chris propulsion. After all, the soldiers in Fairy City had just escorted tens of thousands of Maine civilians back to their territory, and they had not had time to disperse. A 200-man team just crossed the road, blocking the path of Chris cavalry, has been scattered to kill the enemy, killing all morning. Chris did not mean to stop. He paused slightly. Entire own troops, immediately attacked. There is no sufficient enough Bow's phalanx of infantry, cavalry and Hitover so stir together, flesh and blood into a huge millstone. Riding on horseback, Chris rushed straight into the enemy's square surrounded by the guards. His long sword swung an arc and chopped over an enemy infantry passing by. The huge impact of the warhorse drove the sharp sword, and lifted the thin armor from the bottom up, tearing apart the flesh and blood inside. Before the enemy soldier fell screaming, Tangning's horse had already smashed the other two enemies away. Without looking back, the Ceres cavalry behind Chris slashed left and right, as if into a man's land. Their armor was splattered with blood, and it looked like a devil from hell in the eyes of the enemy. These knights following him formed a huge meat grinder, devouring the lives of surrounding enemies. In just one breath, the arrow formed by them cut a huge gap in the enemy's position. Then in the next second, more cavalry rushed into the gap, like a virus spreading on the wound. Picking up a spear that pierced him, Tangning broke the barrel of the spear with his backhand, then pierced the soldier's throat with the spear, and drew the sword in one go and continued forward. His lips still slightly noticeable pale, his eyes still sharp as a needle, not very tall, well-proportioned body through Ngzwu, with indomitable vigor. The new book start. Dragon Spirit Beg recommended ticket, book reviews, the collection. Please support from friends who like this book. Longling is here to thank you all. 13 soldiers lynching under. Report. A woman dressed in grey armor of the army, sounded the thick door, shouted loudly at the door! Disappointed room between the inside, from a delicate woman clothing in the chest mattress out of his hands, crossing the city of Santo Berman. Unpleasant cold voice told. Say roll in. The woman did not seem to do by hanging around the neck of His Majesty the King. Johnson greasy ton of bricks, adults. Humphrey has been not the interest of a foot. Berman opened a tired woman at his side, who hung up numerous gold chains swaying, shining light in the soft candlelight. Adults. Big bad border stationed, west of preparedness of troops, led by General Leal. 300 infantry, whole army annihilated. That will lead did not look up after entering the room, bow legs together and cry. Said, what? To hear his whole army was defeated, and lost so many soldiers. Berman Santo suddenly sat up from his chair. His face wroth. People shudder. I deployed 500 soldiers on the border. I was wiped out in just 2 days. Is it Main's army, or Ceres' army? He slapped his big hand on the table and let out a crisp sound. Lear, this head idiot. What is he eating? Yesterday he was still immersed in the joy that he had captured tens of thousands of Main civilians, and today he heard such a terrible news. He would have to, at least 2 national winner is something after 10 days. To that time, he also laid out and those coerced civilians to come and do the preparations for war mobilization. Large vitality injuries or Mainsays cannot immediately retaliate against him. To wait at least next year. Will it be possible? Large-scale outbreak of the war. Can do on his estimate was wrong. All the real things. The war has already broken out the day before yesterday, and today his armies in the field has been almost wiped out. According to the report of the escaped soldiers yesterday afternoon, Ceres's black cavalry bypassed the scouts and suddenly appeared on the flank of General Leal. General Leal was caught off guard and could only rush to fight. He himself died in the chaos. Troops wiped out. It will lead very embarrassing to report the news just received. He who did not, and Main busters played it. His Main troops are fools. Says people cannot kill even one out on defeat. You tell me. Furious the Manchester City Lord swept down the water glass and various utensils in front of him, and yelled loudly. Adults. According to intelligence report, says cavalry is not much. Only 300 people only wanted him. They cannot afford to deploy more troops to attack us. Probably just harassing. Nothing. As long as we Xiao Zubing lie back to the city. Defense. It should be no risk of kneeling on the ground will lead to swallow saliva, to recover from the eyes down to the ground. Banlu beauty body breasts. Opening Remonstrate Road. Berman was silent. He was weighing the pros and cons. If he shrank his troops now, it would be equivalent to giving up all the civilians who had been looted before. As long says of cavalry immediate concern, these civilians are soon will return to their original place of residence, would not stay in the territory of the city ferry. White busy for a field. Berman felt a little unwilling to do this, but he had nothing to do with Ceres cavalry, so he was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. Now all the department team to get together. Crossing guards the city lawns got me. Berman glanced. Kneeling on the ground will lead to a woman who waved anger. That bitch rewarded you. It's up. After weighing it, he felt that it would be safer to keep his own foundation. If the population is gone, he can find a chance to compete again, but if the city is lost, then he has no hope of comeback. So he decided to assemble his forces and wait for the opponent to arrive in Ferry City. My lord. Hearing that she had been thrown to a rude general, the beautiful woman who was paralyzed on the ground turned pale, screaming but didn't dare to move. Xi adults. Kneeling on the ground will lead quickly looked down, face to Kuiyin Xiao Road. Look no longer have been a woman crying out loud. Berman Santo with open arms. Several surrounding maids stepped forward and hung the prepared armor on his somewhat fat body. Soon, a leather armor, it is strong-bodied Genesis went into Berman's Santo, leaving his waist-edged sword. Looks majestic. This General Lawns was the commander of the Ferry City Fleet, commanding the Ferry City Fleet. He doesn't go ashore very often, and he is an out-and-out aquatic animal. Saw his men. Immediately opening, Berman told. Genesis says city cavalry fight over who makes you ready. I said earlier that you arrested those civilians to cause trouble to the upper body. This kind of damaging thing will be condemned by the heavens. Lawns snorted coldly, holding his chin up with his long sword. I say that everything late. You do what you should do. I do what I should do. Berman, somewhat full of their hands haughty in with your fingers poked each other's chest and heads snapped. Lawns look at Berman's finger poked in his chest, nodded blankly, he moved away a step, turned away. I will let the fleet ready for sea. I will do you bastard sooner or later. Looking at the back of Lawns, Berman spit out a sigh of cursing. Chris wiped the hands of Treasure Sword, looked up at the towering majestic crossing the city. This is not a castle, but a real city with a port. His body sighed, the name of the horse's grazing nose ring. On the hillside in the distance, spontaneously organized groups of refugees return home, is surging toward the horizon to the west along the road. From the hair to now, 5 days' time has passed. A few days' time. He rescued many from the eastern plains. Maine was coerced civilians to come here. Annihilated at least 350 soldiers from Daku City. 300 cavalry loss is not too small. There are exactly 50 people down in front on into the road. Because he didn't carry heavy weapons, Chris led the army to shoot dozens of battles with real swords and real guns. Adult riding a high horse. Wage long aid Chris Corrier reined in beside his reins. Loud report said, artillery has been arrived at. Very good. Break. Afternoon began to attack hit crossing the city. Chris knows that 5 days' time has been very much. He cannot have the patience then a delay. The job must immediately end the fighting. As for the fleet of Ferry City and the Dam City, Lord Berman, he was not in the mood to pay any attention to it. Even if the other party escaped this time, he and Berman will settle the accounts clearly in the future. Chris waited all morning and finally waited for his main force. He personally supervised the artillery troops setting up positions under the city, and soon 20 artillery pieces lined up on the periphery of Daku City, ready to fire. Let them see what is the real war. Chris rode on his horse, out of the range of his bow and arrow, staring at the Ferry City wall in the distance. As his orders were conveyed, the cannons in the distance made a dull loud noise after another. Boom, boom, as if the earth was shaking. One shell after another flew to the distant target in the dull sound of thunder, and the devil's flowers bloomed on the walls of Fukuoka City. With the explosion of red gravel, shockwaves spread, the smoke filled the air all around, a mess on the wall. The earth trembled in gunfire in. Chris squinted the city crossing the city slowly, cracked walls collapse. He did not regret a little telescope to carefully watch this and other magnificent sight. He didn't order anyone to persuade him to surrender. He just prepared his own attack, and then waited for Ferry City to open its doors to himself. No one can arrive. Gear roar of cannon, cold weapons, fortifications will naturally fall apart under the blows of modern technology. The collapse of the enemy is only a matter of time, and there is absolutely no need for him to worry. Main siege on the castle and battlers quickly crossing the city walls to put up a giant white flag. There is magic in the world. No soldiers willing to fight magic. Big army. It seems each other's courage, but so be it. Chris, pressing waist sword between, gives a not too high evaluation. With his legs clamped between his horse's belly, he slowly moved forward with his troops. Ferry City door was opened from the inside. Defenders of the soldiers kneeling on either side of the gates, even looked up at Chris. Have no courage. Chris also didn't bother to care about these shrimp soldiers and crabs, and led the troops straight to the city lord's mansion in Ferry City. Call. Slightly panting Berman, aside, running forward while ripped off his chest armor. His figure is already very bulky, but this time he looks even more puffy. He was standing on the wall just now, waiting for the Ceres soldiers with only a few hundred men to attack the city. He prepared tens of thousands of bows and arrows, as well as rolling stonewood, just waiting for Chris to lead his army to die. But it was different from what he expected. The opponent's attack was a bit special. The wall exploded inexplicably. After those strange neighs, the gravel and iron cut the bodies of everyone around. as sharp as a sword. He saw with his own eyes a soldier's head was cut off by an iron piece, and his ears were hummed by the huge explosion. He couldn't hear the crying around him at all, which made him even more bewildered. Until now he has not recovered his hearing. He escaped from the walls all the way to tumble, guards around him has been omitted. He has only one thought left now: get out of here, stay away from those terrible explosions, find a chance to make a comeback, and come back to avenge today's arrow. 14 Black Pot. The opponent's soldiers have entered the city, and his own ineffective subordinates have already surrendered. Now he can rely on only the fleet anchored in the harbor. Go to sea. Take the fleet to sea. This is the only thing he is thinking about now. As long as he leaves the ferry, he can save his life. My lord, rest. Let's rest for a while. The only confidant officer who escaped with him was sitting on the ground like a dead dog, exasperated, and wailed. He came all the way, have been exhausted, and presumably this time the other side should also be busy receiving prisoners of war, control walls and gates, so do not come looking for them. Then, what is the explosion? Why is it comparable to magic? Behrman asked desperately after leaning against the wall. He calmed down, and now he realized that his inner lining had been soaked with sweat. He was thinking about revenge when he ran all the way just now, but now he just wanted to save his life. Such an enemy, it is estimated that even the Oranti Empire would not bother to provoke. A small person like himself really has no chance of revenge. Not before the city has Seer's magic teacher to help. The news sent back to Yalanti Empire presumably will raise the alarm. Yalanti Empire, right? Although it is not good for me, the city of Ceres will be wiped out immediately, right? Thinking of this, Behrman showed a cruel smile on his face. He wants to let the bastard Lord Alan Silcris of Ceres die. He wants this damn bastard to never be overborn. I don't know either. The confidant officer mentioned the terrible explosions with a look of consternation, and he couldn't bring up any courage at all. Maybe it's the thunder of the devil? The devil's thunder you. As it is the master of flame technique. Behrman hate iron into steel is not snapped. Useless thing. How a bodyguard did not take out R. Hearing his master's scolding, his confidant suddenly felt his innocence, and cried out with a sad face, "My lord." There was such chaos in the city just now. Who can listen to my command? He wanted to take a few people with him on the road, so that someone would protect him on the road. But just now, a shell fell not far away, and the entire guard camp was beaten to a head. Where else could anyone hear him? Not to mention when chaotic time, Behrman Santo to take the lead and ran. He also seeking only to keep up with alone. How we could have the energy to gather those soldiers have collapsed. Road when the soldiers had other candidates. He could not command the other side to keep myself. Coach chaotic retreat when the command, which was also willing to bring up the rear for yourself. When the time comes, everyone runs backwards together. Wouldn't it make the situation more chaotic? That when the soldiers left on the wall for their own pinned down enemy is the right choice. So to hear his master scold, which confidant suddenly feel wronged? Behrman also saw the other party's grievance, and he also realized that it would not help to criticize his confidant at this time. At this moment, it is what a superior person should do to stabilize the person who follows him. So he adjusted his tone and comforted, "Forget it. I don't blame you for this. I blame the other party's weapons for being too weird. Go back to Arant with me, and rescue the soldiers with me. Retake Ferry City." Hearing that his master was going to Arant to rescue soldiers, it seemed that there was still the possibility of Xianyu turning over. This confidant also had some hope, and he immediately said excitedly, "Subordinates are willing to follow the Lord to the death. Put this body armor off. Hurry." To see that they have been stabilized. Confidant, Handley also lost in the side of the road. Sweat. Behrman wiped his forehead. Toward the direction of the port continues to stride forward. On the pier of the port, Lawns stood in the sea breeze with his sword, and behind him were sailors who were ready to go to sea. With a walk like wearing leather armor officer came over, looked down and said, "Adult City." There came a loud noise wall. Beneath the smoke might Berman, that guy is going to lose. He has only been a lord here for a few years. Let's see what Fairy City has been made by him. The people don't live a life, and the people are miserable. Lawns murmured dissatisfiedly. He treats women as playthings everywhere. Bullying the weak. I've long seen him upset. This time he really kicked to the iron plate. I didn't expect Ceres to easily level main and hit us so quickly. The officer sneered and said. Lawns nodded, spitting, and said, he do enti give me a chance. If he really gives me a chance, I must make a fortune with him for the people who have been mutilated by the women he has harmed over the years. Account is Yujian, the distant end of the street. There are two figures stumbled toward the pier, came running to. He had thrown a step back, and soon came near. It is Berman Santo, and his henchman. Quick, quick to let us on board. Aside ran out of breath, Berman while loudly shouting. Lawns pressed the sword, and the smile on his face became colder and colder. It seems that today's opportunity is here. The two of them ran closer and closer, and when they saw the faces of the waiting sailors, they felt a little uncomfortable. Berman stopped their own pace, and Lovens maintain a certain distance, wary of opening, and asked, you, what do we stand here on board? I want to get out of here quickly. Adults, this is where to go. Genesis, face with a smile, stepped forward one step. His voice with a sort of ridicule asked, I'm going to Arendt. I am the city lord appointed by Arendt. Go back and report on the job, right? Berman lifted the backer of the Atlantu Empire, yelling with a guilty conscience. He himself knew that if it weren't for the backing of the Aranti Empire, Lawns would not put him in his eyes. Lawns nodded, stepped aside, stretched out his hand and said in an inviting motion, please, let the adults get on the boat. Berman is not a fool. He has been seen in the genesis of his ill. Naturally, will not easily rely on the past. I saw him pressing the long sword in his hand and watching. Lawns gritted his teeth and said, Lawns, are you going to betray me? The subordinates just think that you, the city lord, should let Xianxian. Lawns' smile gradually became cold, and he squinted at Berman and said word by word, you, how dare you kill me? Berman looked bitterly. Lawns, opening harshly, asked, I naturally afraid of. Lawns still squint, do not. You had not I killed, you are dead in the Ces cavalry sword died in creating chaos of. He now kills Berman and transfers the responsibility for Berman's death to the Cyrus army siege, and he can be safe, whether it is to return to Ceres, or to wait for the new Daku city lord to take office. There will be no problem. This is why he dared to turn his face now. You, Berman said in a bad heart. The other party had obviously caught the loophole, and he could only let go to save his life. So he yelled a word of you on one side, and on the other side he had already drawn out his long sword. Berman is not slow, but Lawns is faster. The long sword of this old sailor who has been wandering on the sea for many years is out of its sheath, like a snake, drawing a weird route. Berman only a sense of feel to own a sweet throat. Breathing becomes difficult. He dropped the long sword in his hand, knelt down on the ground, covered his neck with both hands. Subconsciously, blood was constantly pouring out there, and he couldn't stop it. He wanted to talk, but all he vomited was warm blood. He saw his confidant being cut to death by a few sailors in the distance, and saw Lawns looking down at him with his sword in its sheath. He also heard Lawns' words, which made him feel a little bit cold in his body. Berman, the bastard who bullies men and women, is dead. Fairy City finally ushered in hope today. He stretched out a hand full of blood, trying to catch Lawns in front of him, but found that his body fell backwards unwillingly. Then he could only see the azure blue sky, and the thick black grey smoke that filled the sky over the city wall. The desperate eyes of those women bullied by him drifted past his eyes, the screams of the families he harmed sounded in his ears, and the gold and silver jewels he occupied were buried under his feet. What I didn't think of was a feeling called regret. Chris, pressing Baojian, reined in, looked at Berman, has been completely cool. The body, looked with great interest at least the head of a standing that tall man. Come leather. You killed? After a while, Chris asked with a smile. You kill? Pressing the waist between the sword, Genesis looked up loudly replied. Chris nodded, Okay, I'm carrying this scapegoat. I am Ellen Hill Chris, the Lord of Ceres. Pointing to a few broken sailboats behind him, Lawns reported to his house. My name is Lawns and I don't have a surname. I am the naval commander of Daku City. Chris lifted head and looked at those who sell general sailing. Hi Xing no you, General Lovens. Lawns also welcome, mouth and asked, I am also very high. Xing no you. Crack strong main and ferry within 10 days. Chris adults also, I would like to ask those cloth and carpentry, is the product really developed by you? No mistake, I developed. Chris, bearing no reason not to recognize, nodded his head and said, no way, the tax is so high, not to engage in a little industry. I have no place to go. Gold Minato tax. Chris, your honor, may I ask, can you give us the ferry town for a number of ways to increase the income of our city crossing it? Then Braun Christie, then let Chris dumbfounding them, if you can, I will for you fight. Ask for recommendation tickets, collections, and book reviews. Longerling needs the support of all readers. Very sense of XI. 15 bottlenecks in development. General Lawns. Chris looked at Berman's body lying on the ground with a bit of embarrassment, and said, I think your allegiance is not very valuable. Lawns laughed, shrugging his shoulders as if he had heard a particularly funny joke. When he stopped laughing, just spoke and said, I am behind the boat, everyone can guarantee to you. Card, as long as you treat people crossing the city, we will be fighting for you, death endlessly. It does not sound wrong. Chris nodded his head. Dry, then I'm yours. Lawns looked at ease. He glanced at the crowded behind Chris riding soldiers. Careless Chris went to the horse side, looked up to Chris, some words of tuberculosis, said, you hit defeated Maine. Meant to help the NCR idiot pay 1,000 gold tax tribute money, so I think that since you can afford to pay 2,000 gold coins, it must be able to afford to pay 3,000 gold coins. Analysis is very reasonable. Chris nodded his head. I really real ways to get there are 3,000 gold coins. You are now the master of the 3 castles, so you have to take your responsibility to help Daku City pay taxes. Lawns said, turned his body, and shouted loudly in the direction of the sailing boat, okay, go. Get off the boat, everyone. Ferry City is saved. Chris did not expect that the other party would be such a bachelor. Something real, incurious. After Lawns looked back, did not continue tax tribute topic, but talking about the war to the eastern part of the forest. You are how can enough quickly defeat Enseiya, and do to take down main city almost at the same time. Vagrant and I are divided into 2 groups. It's nothing I can't figure out. Chris replied with a smile. What I can't figure out is, why, you can win in 2 lanes. Lawns shook his head and said, you have at most 600 men, and you are not heavy cavalry. How can you win 2,000 men in a quick fight? Wanted to see what my new weapons and I promise a way to get some of your more presentable navy. Chris temptation and said, no, I had to carefully look at your troops. I hope they like you say so reliable. Lawns frowned and looked at Chris, but in the end he still did not refuse Chris' solicitation. Okay, take me to sea. As long as you can fulfill your promise to Ferry City, my life, Lawns, is yours. Chris did not speak, pulled over the rein, and walked out of the city. He didn't intend to conceal the strength of his artillery, because he couldn't hide it at all. Soon news of the Battle of the Eastern Forest and the Battle of Ferry City will spread everywhere, and his weapons will become well known in the world. His real killer is not the cannon, nor is it the more powerful of modern weapons. What really makes him stronger is the great modern industrial system that has begun to rise in Ceres. Therefore, Chris doesn't mind letting Lawns go and see his artillery troops, thoroughly tame the dragon on the sea, and let the admiral serve himself with all his heart. At this time, Lawns did not know how powerful what he was about to see. Cut it. In a work shed built of wooden boards, a giant steel beast lies in the center. At this moment, it was making a huge noise, driving a huge iron shaft. Rotate. As long as cold this device you can always go on turning this way. It's still magical than magic machine. Looked at his masterpiece, Craftsman Smith's shock moved to tears. A month ago, he was just a blacksmith who wrought iron, but now, he is a great craftsman who participated in the creation of miracles. For mortals who cannot practice magic, they can only survive in a land without magic, and they will never see the glory of magic. However, the great city lord Alan Silcris told them that even if magic is not used, mortals can control more powerful forces. Add coal. Add coal. Standing next to this already very advanced steam engine, he ordered loudly to his apprentices. Following his order, the two apprentices carried shovels and added more coal to the combustion chamber, which increased the temperature of the entire steam engine. Looking at the pressure gauge, Smith nodded in satisfaction. The internal pressure of the current machine is completely within the design value, and the output has reached the shooting requirement. This steam engine is connected. 20 stations have been arranged where looms. In theory, as long as these weaving machines connected to the power train, we cannot stop their work. The experiment begins. Smith looked at the female workers standing aside and gave the test order loudly. Dozens of women started in accordance with the previous training switch device, so that the power loom is connected to the steam engine. Wow! The first loom began to operate frantically, and the finished cloth began to roll down into the groove below, and was automatically rolled into a roll. The same kind of thing happened on the second looms, and then a third and fourth units. Soon, the entire plant, which 60 sets of weaving machines all work together. A little Katon did not happen. At this time, the pressure of the boiler is normal, the steam engine is still working steadily, and various pressure gauges fluctuate slightly within the normal value range. As expected from the beginning, these female workers can complete the entire processing work as long as they follow the operating procedures and manually pull some shuttles. A well-trained female worker can manage 3 such looms, and the production speed of these 3 looms is 10 times that of the original loom before. Starting today, every family can use cheap cloth, as long as the raw materials are sufficient. The textile factory in Ceres City can even provide enough cloth for the world. This production speed is simply a compaction of the previous cloth production process. What's more frightening is that with the increase in production speed, the cost of cloth production has begun to drop crazily. Ever need 1,000 personal hygiene production of cloth? Now need only 20 individuals will be born. Produced out that the production cost savings, enough to destroy the ecology of the original cloth production. What's more frightening is that with the steam engine, such a factory can continue to expand in scale, allowing workers who are not familiar with textiles to join in, making textiles easier and more common. Soon, children, the elderly, students will be added to the production sequence in the past. At that time, the fragile production mode of primitive materials will be wiped out in an instant, like a snowflake evaporating in the sun. Nothing will be left. The second stage and the third stage of the steam engine has been put into use in the blacksmith shop over there. There are 10 in the production process. I heard 3 is devoted to the production of new weapons. Smith put in the hands of the receipt of the report, passed it to another engineer next to him. That overseas engineer in the above signed his name, nodded his head and said, Ceres City steel plant capacity almost to the limit, we need a new iron ore, support our production. Today, the system about Plugrease City workers' industrialization process, is the lack of qualified power engineers, as well as raw materials cannot meet the number of steel production. In order to increase production speed, Ceres City has even begun to purchase steel from surrounding areas. Recent iron ore in Fort Earth, we are actually very close distance. Smith seemed very anxious to expand their own business. Opening suggestion. I have not bought there or less recently, the price is really too high. No way. Another engineering division actually know very much about current events, shook his head very unhappy, said, Santo Adults is not a personal expedition ferry to the city yet. Adults do not come back triumph. How can we move energy to go any soil fort? He paused, and said, with this mind, the machinery factory will seize the time, pile up the number of machine tools, and tried to produce more cannons. I think so too, but we have to have this time. Looking at the continuously rotating steam engine, Smith said helplessly, the current production speed is the fastest we can make. Workers' industrialized nature is not a day that can be done. Even though the original says the city there are many highly skilled blacksmith as well as foundry workers, they may only be able to complete a little bit of hand any task. From automated machines now cannot be produced, the steam engine parts are produced relying purely manual processing. The failure rate is very high, but accuracy cannot be guaranteed. So not to mention the huge size of the current steam engine, the power is actually not high. The scrap rate of parts remains high, and the machinery designed by Chris can only barely be produced at the speed of a snail. Even if the standards are relaxed, some machines cannot run smoothly, and most machine tools can only be driven by manpower. Due to a complete industrial technology, a detailed recipe, there is no need to completely accurate experimental data processing time. Chris is not in the promotion of the technology development of the world. He is completely in the world of technology took the former into. Due to the presence of magic in this world, alchemy is also very common, so the speed of the new world to accept the idea of these bizarre Chris soon. Almost no one questioned where Chris technology came from. Everyone believed that the Lord was inspired by God. Reason it real simple, since God gives mages powerful magic, and that after a misery for thousands of years, leaving some hope to mortals, is it normal things? From the technical art of perspective, Chris is pulling instead of promoting scientific development in the world of technology. It is no longer restrict his speed accumulation and development of technology to broaden, but there are serious capacity planning talent scarce. 16 travels say. Both of these points are now clearly revealed, and the rapidly developing city of Ceres has fallen into an awkward situation. The talents involved in smelting have to go to the mechanical department to help, and the swindlers who used to be in charge of alchemy have now become the seat of the chemical department. Shangbin. Even in this state, city says simple arsenal or production in the arms of Chris over time requirements. The most important product is the improved version of the 75mm caliber infantry Garnet missile and artillery. This weapon is not advanced, the precision of processing is not high. 75 new pomegranate caliber missile and artillery are being fielded forces. Says Arsenal side has produced one port new of guns, just waiting for the adults come back. Mention weaponry equipment too. Smith is also the back of its hand, because he not only the consultant of the steel plant, but also one of the chief engineers of the arsenal. This also proves from another aspect that Ceres is currently short of talents in industrial equipment. The Smith engineer is in charge of almost an tenth of the machine tool production equipment. Made about the development of our steel production is not, nor is any other reason is the lack of talent. That project division with some regret sigh and said, before the adults go every night counseling 50 individual tutoring industry knowledge, but most people are still in a state of understanding but not understanding. I have been very good, when I was an apprentice to a blacksmith from the real blacksmith, learn a full 12 years. Smith remembered his apprenticeship experience. I felt boundless sea of bitterness. He is one of the best trained Chris few craftsmen. Workers also says one of the chief engineer of the industry group. He has read books and has a lot of smelting experience, and now he is involved in the research of Chris new equipment almost every day. Do you know how fast our technology is updated now? According to the blueprint left by Lord Chris, we have developed the artillery technology to the second generation. Smith finished talking about his past and proudly held out his finger. At Wood gestures, new pomegranate projectile gun is lighter, smaller. 90mm caliber first big world era war cannon. Technology has become obsolete. Before it was popularized by the troops, it was completely eliminated by Ceres new technology. At this rate of development, when Chris returned to Ceres from Ferry City, the artillery of World War I technology equipped by his main force could only be equipped with second-line troops. And as long as he wants, at that time, It is estimated that he can directly use the light and the telegraph. Clark Adults says really injured party I have been their main ferry jointly attack, fought back to win was miserable. Carved beams painted in the buildings of the hall. Manchester Reed pleaded humbly. Every candle here is an elaborate luxury, and every candlestick here is filled with an artistic atmosphere. The floor paved with cold marble is flat and smooth, and the lines on it are even exquisite. Prime Minister Mansion Yalanti Empire is definitely not a village in the town, and the main house can be prepared by. Although it cannot be built into a fortress, every detail here is full of luxury, making Strider embarrassed. The old man sitting in the first place was full of wrinkles, holding a wine glass in one hand, and a young girl holding the other hand on the palm of his hand, carefully manicuring his nails. Only to see the old man lips open and close with and not be slow tone, he said, "You said nothing else. Will immediately send new Empire Santo, arrived with two says if so. Then when everything was all right, it happened that if Ceres did not cooperate, he would be an enemy of the Empire." His voice in the back hall where the entire swing, as if several people are talking at the same time as the kind of ethereal feel, with dignity and pride. Adults I are really a victim of Now we have accounted for main and ferry, are willing to pay taxes to both. Please call the shots for the adults says City Lancaster Reed cry of application complaints road. Clark, Prime Minister of the Empire is not the movies, squint at the front of a box of gold, reach for the glass of shake a couple. It is disdain, he said, these coins I accept my gift, and you do not have to bring it so troublesome to come and go. Hearing that he could not even bring the gold coins back, Strider felt even more uncomfortable, and knelt on the ground begging, "My Prime Minister, please think twice." Ceres shed blood and sacrifice for the Empire. If Maine and other places invade again, we, over and over again it is so 2 words, I lack, and you withdraw it. Clark put a glass of wine to drink and and told the waiter side of the road, "Your Honor, says willing to pay their annual 4,500 gold coins tax tribute." Adults. Lancaster Reed raised his head to seize the last chance the cry rode. Clark sneered and waved his hand, "With such a small amount of tax, are you sending a beggar? Get out of me. Something that doesn't live or die per year to pay 1,500 gold coins? How could the Empire be in the eyes? Not to mention that 1,500 gold coins, which are to be paid into the state treasury to go, he and the Prime Minister nor a relationship of copper. In short, although this city lord of Ceres has a strategic vision to win over the Arrant Empire, but he has too few chips in his hand. Ceres has nothing to impress the Arrant Empire, so it is impossible to swallow the fat, the fruits of victory. As for going against Arrant's will, Prime Minister Clark didn't even think about the fact that Arranti had a million army, and crushing a small city lord was definitely a matter of hand. Strider was sent out of the Prime Minister's residence by the guards. He was pushed out of the gate and looked at the men waiting outside, bowing his head and wondering what to do. He spent all the gold coins he had brought, but failed to complete the task assigned to him by City Lord Chris. This was a shameful thing and also a painful thing. The ensuing question is the most difficult one. Arranti will send a new City Lord to take over Main and Ferry. The victory of Ceres will become meaningless. The danger of the 4 world wars will continue. The ambition of the City Lord will become a joke. No face to see people are. With a long sigh from the bottom of my heart, Strider was silent in frustration, but at this moment he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Huh? Isn't this Mr. Strider? Why are you here?" Heard someone call his own. Manchester Reed raised his head, just to see the young man's eyes. He immediately bent down, opening greeting said, "Germany Mr. Purcell me I was in my house adult orders to this act. I find Clark Prime Minister." Children worked Purcell tight-lipped twice, then looked at the full shadow of Manchester Reed's face, opening smiles. "Enter this door is not cheap, presumably Sri Lanka did Mr. Tread's business fail?" "Yes." The Prime Minister adults did not answer our request. Manchester Reed caught the last straw, spoke and said, "This is very important for us." Said to listen. Purcell came up 2 steps, conspire Manchester aid side. Strider was close to Decia's ears, and after a few minutes of muttering, Decia's eyes lit up immediately. You mean Maine, and the ferry? Yes. Lancaster Reed nodded his head, admitted, yesterday, the letter. Dove to catch up with my team. Adult soldiers have been crossing into there. Ha! De Purcell excitement cry, and then reached out and patted the shoulders of Manchester Reed, grinned and said, thing here to me, since Chris Adults gave me such a surprise, I naturally want to give Master Chris a reply. Wait for me here. After speaking, he walked into the Prime Minister's residence with his hands back. The guard at the door didn't seem to have seen such a gorgeously dressed young man walk in, and no one came up to stop him. Germany Purcell. I know the Dragon Tate family a large fortune, but you just let sit empire disputes on real border territory, is not it a bit too wide tube? Clark heard the Prime Minister to come to worship. See there, Desailly had also come to the end of the battle at Maine's Ferry, and yelled with a displeased expression on his face. After a pause, he continued to say something in a majestic tone. What's more, you don't represent the Longtite family, right? Interfering with the Empire's government affairs. Don't you think you are a little bit clueless to advance or retreat? Clark Adults. De Purcell is not a village down, in front of extravagance may have little impact on him. He smiled and waited for Clark to finish speaking, then took out a piece of paper and handed it forward. I know your time is not cheap, but we can talk slowly. A maid came to Germany in front of Purcell, took the piece shimmering brown paper. The above figures scared a shiver. Then the maid lowered her head and put the large gold coupon common to the upper class of the Empire on the table next to Prime Minister Clark. Clark glanced at the number above and saw the 4D after 5, and his cold face showed a smile. The Longtite family is indeed rich and invincible. Prime Minister Ben is willing to talk more with the young people. You all go down. After retreating left and right, the hall appeared to be quite empty. Decius said, this war on the border was fought under my instigation. So now, the Lord doesn't think it is weird. Long joined the Tate family of Plugrease and Mainland Ferry War. What are you drawing? The Prime Minister schematic. Germany Purcell find class to sit down. Opening replied. Exclamation mark. Interest. German Purcell leaning against a chair, picked a comfortable position replied. Main invasion says, to weapons and equipment. Says prepared to resist the attack main, but also weapons, no matter who they if you win. The Longtite family will get the benefit. 17 production capacity constraints. Once the war began, you would have made money, and why this time? To say in the post-war government of the Empire it. Clark glanced Germany Purcell. Opening asked, nature is for the greater good. Says of Santo very interesting, he developed a new woodworking machinery, allowing the Dragon Tate family monopoly woodworking market. De Purcell tell the truth, but with the truth to hide the truth of the matter. I'm afraid, it's not just woodworkers, right? Prime Minister Clark was so sophisticated, he naturally wouldn't easily believe Decia's explanation, and asked again. Of course, there is a new loom. Think about it, cloth market, the most comparable woodworking market. De Purcell continued to tell the truth. Opening replied. It made sense that the young Says Santo sure to pay 3 places 4,500 gold tax tribute currency, so it moved 2 places to eat Main and Ferry mind. Clark nodded his head. Be master the matter to the Dragon to Pulse. The Longtite family is thinking about making a fortune for themselves, and they are ready to use 50,000 gold coins to play their own Prime Minister, which is really a good calculation. Thinking of this, Clark smiled and stared at Decia. His tone became a little cold, and he said, then the officer would first wish the Longtite family wealth. Here, adults also need to try the Prime Minister in front of His Majesty. So Decia this time, the Prime Minister and the adults are ready to do a good business. De Purcell no Clark Prime Minister insatiable, so did the other side launched an attack, the first direct speaking of cooperation. Sure enough, Clark had a smile on his face when he heard the other party's words, waiting for Decia to continue speaking. Germany Purcell not tweaking, holding out a hand, against the Prime Minister Clark. A year 50,000 gold coins. Clark non-committal, waiting for Germany behind Purcell words. These 50,000 are sent to the Prime Minister of your home. The tax thing, to say I a long tone, waiting for Clark to stand. Year 6000. Clark did not let Desire wait too long, directly spoke and said, in addition, you again. Give me 200,000 gold coins. This time it was Desire's turn to stop speaking. Although he was young, he was also an old profiteer, knowing that Clark would definitely give the next 200,000 gold coins a satisfactory statement. After all, this Ceres has already occupied 3 cities and can no longer use the identity of the Lord. Let your Majesty seal a Grand Duke, but it must be done well, Clark said solemnly. Germany. Purcell nodded his head. Fair price. Afternoon. I ordered the money sent. The Prime Minister. Adults. Body gongs hong country, tirelessly, when the world is really a model. Well said. Say, come, see your visitor. Clark's face smiled even more loudly, shouted for the next church. Wait until Germany. When Purcell out from the mansion to the Prime Minister. Clark, Manchester. Really still waiting at the door. He smiled and stepped forward, pulled the hand of Manchester. Said, things have been completed. The full cost me 20 million gold currency. To hear German Purcell say, Manchester. Shook with a shiver. His life has not seen the 20 million gold coins. So much money, if there are 20 million gold coins, but also need business. What territory? Income obtained is not without. De Purcell smiled and took the hand while Manchester walked side. Said, soon, Chris. Adults, we should be called the Grand Duke of Chris. After speaking, he glanced at Strider, who was already dumbfounded, and said with a smile, let's go to Ceres City together. This time at the moment, has been slated to become Alanxia Archduke. Chris did not know what their own promotion and pay rise. He is holding a stack of drawings in a daze, and a technology house looks no different. Even Ceres City has been there. A lot of processing equipment, as well as a steam engine power, can still do a lot of things. Rome was not built in a day, and the industrial system of the city of Ceres could not be perfected within a dozen days. You can reach such rapid manufacturing machinery, and in fact some of the stockpile says the city is directly related to City Defense Forces reserve kerosene, which can be extracted from various petroleum compounds. The city of Ceres is already rich in special iron materials such as pyrite, and its smelting technology is also outstanding. In addition to some other special materials, temporary substitutes can be found, so Ceres can quickly produce a large number of industrial machinery and complete the construction of the first few factories. Then, the problem began to appear. Various raw materials industry needs is too complex, and is not a small town can say as enough support. The rapid industrialization has begun to enter a bottleneck period and has to slow down its pace. There are so many problems before us. Diane's leaned on his chair and complained to Chris, who hurried back to Ceres from Ferry City. I don't know what to do if you don't come back up. He put a few photos in front of Chris, pushed to the report, some frustration, said, I am. There are cloth production of woodworking products too quickly, had not so much the businessman can eat under the cargo. Chris just came back. Before he even had time to drink his saliva, he picked up the reports from the table and looked at it carefully. I don't know, there are really many problems. For example, say there are other cotton materials. Says city reserves have been depleted, and his factory are facing a dilemma: lack of material, layoff. What is even more frightening is that although the price has been adjusted to half of the original price of the goods, these items are still severely unsaleable due to the large quantity. The iron side is a little better. After the press is assembled according to your drawings, mass production of plates and utensils is started. The speed is very fast. Our raw materials are still sufficient, but the reserves are also decreasing. Dean's worried, said. Here, he looked at Chris, was very painful, said, originally, I had still 1,000 due owing me of prisoner, but because mining can be used to maintain the stability of need, where you put the command most points without Sinman's responsibility, which allows our expansion plans fell through. Here Dean C. say, Chris is also very helpless. Main that side was made public grievances Berman bastard. I do not, now may only be in the territory of main insurgency I know, but these things must be dealt with one by one at the moment. Deans also tried his best, but the things he faced were so fresh that he had no experience in handling them properly. Chris nor especially not a good way, he can only pin their hopes on yet another body appeared Desire hope this can help him open the merchant market, began a thorough healthy functioning. For the time being, first send the excess cloth produced to Main and Ferry City. Chris thought for a while, and said the arrangement of one thing, let the soldiers of Ferry City take care of the transportation. Distribute the cloth. Take it as the comfort of the city lord's mansion. The same kind, the excess of cheap carpentry products to these two places to go. Half a price, it is not just a neat tenth of the price dumping out. How cheap it can be more expensive. With the aftercare, followed by Chris the command becomes coherent. In addition, all city workers says the city, and the person concerned factory staff. Half the wages converted into products with the lowest deductible to give cloth, furniture to give furniture. Open the internal market field, dumping the product, which is now the only way. Chris. The biggest shortcoming of this approach is not to make money, which is the limit throes of industrialization. Chris had to bear down. Dean Pointhead said that his heart also some wry smile, cheap produced furniture and cloth, and finally turned out to be almost free giveaway, throwaway and almost no difference. It really is a front to dare to ironic thing to think. Just as Deans was thinking about it, Chris got up, walked to his cabinet, and looked at a stack of drawings from a locked drawer. He looked at the blueprints in front of him, choosing between the pros and cons of the various weapons and equipment on it. These drawings were done before he left, and they were all weapons and equipment that the current industrial level of Ceres City could not produce. Chris from these weapons selects the appropriate next step. Raw produce weapons. This is a very painful work. He can only be done by one person. I have now the situation is not optimistic. Plant capacity is too low to make the point I had to temporarily give up a lot of advanced weaponry. Put down a Jang automatic rifle design drawings. Look to Christines who understands but understands. He now has to choose an individual weapon for his troops. Although the artillery is powerful, if the weapons and equipment of each soldier cannot be improved, the troops that have lost the artillery will not be able to perform combat missions alone. Which type of gun to choose as an individual weapon is worth thinking about. Chris, sometimes, not the best weapon is necessarily the most suitable. Thought of here, but not too willing. Looked simple and practical on the table. AK-47 sudden strike rifle drawings, had to reluctantly part of Chris' side. Because the relationship of production capacity, he had to give up many of the manufacturing process itself. It is not complicated weapons. AK-47 is just one of Bale. For example, mortars, simple and practical rocket launchers, and other weapons and equipment. He couldn't install them. With an industrial foundation, Chris is not unwilling to equip more mortars, but the production speed of shells cannot keep up with the consumption of mortars. Now Chris knows how troublesome it is to maintain a modern army. The production of weapons alone is a step that tests the strength of the industry. The poor production capacity he currently has cannot even supply the war consumption of an infantry company. 18 to long. It sounds easy to equip an infantry squad with a mortar, but the production of shells can crush the arsenal in Chris' hands. With the current processing level of the Ceres arsenal, many weapons can be manufactured, but no matter the production speed of these weapons themselves, or the production capacity required for their matching ammunition, it is a big problem. So Chris did not dare to raw produce these weapons, because he has not so much ammunition supply can be fully automatic weapons to squander. In this case, Chris had to seriously consider choosing weapons that were closer to his current production capacity to equip his troops. It is not that automatic weapons such as Maxim heavy machine guns cannot be manufactured now, but the bullet factories of machine guns cannot supply large quantities. Even if such weapons are forcibly equipped, a battle will make Chris troops run out of ammunition and food. So, in Germany for funding and resources Purcell. Let Chris build more and better arsenal before. Chris can only rely bolt rifles to equip his soldiers up. Finally, he chose a very fashionable personal weapons as weapons of choice of their own infantry, Mauser 98K step gun. This kind of weapon, once equipped on a large scale, with mature technology and robust performance, is still active in the hearts of young people because of the game in the 21st century. 98K is definitely a weapon on behalf of the victory, and in the evening eating chicken meat together when more people excited. What makes Chris rest assured is that the bolt structure ensures that this weapon will not quickly consume ammunition. It can fire 7 or 8 rounds of ammunition in 1 minute, which is completely enough to serve as the mainstay of the army's weapons for a long time. Know on the direction from which point of view, these weapons are the weapons of choice in recent modern army, until Chris can improve their supply of bullets before. It is a good choice of personal weapons. On the one hand, the caliber of this weapon is relatively large, and the barrel is easy to process. On the other hand, this weapon can use steel shell bullets, which has some advantages in metal consumption. Although the firepower is not strong, it can at least be used for a long time. This weapon has another advantage. Its moderate length. It is long enough to be equipped with bayonet to give soldiers a certain close combat ability, and short enough to be easy to operate, so its comprehensive performance is very good in the bolt rifle category. Why Mauser 98K steps guns? There is another reason. The future of Chris intends to equip troops with excellent performance MG42 general purpose machine gun. Obviously, out of uniform caliber ammunition considered in this regard, Chris reluctant to equip 2 types of bullets come out. That is why is so different caliber rifle mocks in Nagant, as well as the accuracy of a good 3.8 cover, they are discarded Chris out. Both are very strange caliber rifle. Firing machine gun bullet performance are similar, not so good. It's difficult. Chris leaned back in his chair, looked at the production reports for the past 2 days, and let out a depressed sigh. His work industry process has been completely fell into chaos. In addition to the production of weapons and equipment of soldiers can barely continue, the rest of the things are basically the brink of collapse. The consequences of rushing to industrialize in one place are very complicated and serious. It's not that Chris didn't know this, he just rushed to rise, ignoring these problems. These days, he's been completely shut down mills. Raw material consumption too much, says city reserves of raw materials, simply cannot meet the rate of consumption of such plants. The fabric, which was once very priced at a very good price, can't be produced for 1 meter now. Woodworking factory situation is better, because wood can still take the nearest cutting, so do not worry too much raw material. But because the production of tables, chairs and benches was too fast, the entire wood factory had to stop production and transform, and began to produce some weird things that didn't know the usefulness. For example, say wooden handle hand grenades, rifle butts example. These things produced in accordance with drawings Chris, no one knows exactly what to do with. Even so, not a long-term approach. Factory accumulation of about 1,000 Z-step gun butt, and a rifle cannot produce it. Several managed to get out of the melt refining capacity backyard furnaces with a serious shortage of energy. The production of machine parts cannot produce weapons and equipment. The production of weapons and equipment cannot produce armor produced. There is no way to produce other iron products. In short, it is not much different from the leap forward of a certain era. The direct result of blindly expanding industrial production capacity is a total disaster. After all, many things cannot be improved immediately with technology. For example, agriculture. Even if Chris has many modern agricultural theories that can be popularized, but this year's food has already been planted in the ground, and he has to worry about it. We won't be able to improve planting techniques until next year. Without the support of agriculture and chemical industry, the whole industry is stagnant down. simpler Greece city in Cumlin in previous years and did not have any of this qualitative improvement since earned money is not being used to expand production capacity, and is to be used serves as workers' wages. I can't help it now. The surrounding purchasing power is really limited, and the training of the troops has entered a bottleneck period. It's a bit of a loss to encourage growth. Scratching his hair, Chris muttered with great grief. Just when he was about to crash himself, Strider and Desai rushed to Ceres with some personnel and supplies. The arrival of these personnel and supplies undoubtedly made Chris cheer up again. His work path of industrialization can finally continue to be at the cost down, while the rest of the things, there will be training and preparation. Lancaster Reed desire 2 people to operate there. Hikes Chris personally to the gates of the city. Says meet Desire, to the foot of Desire face. Germany Purcell also delivered at the city gate and handed Chris a reel. Congratulations, adults, you now have become the de facto ruler of Sears, Maine. 3 of the ferry. Chris, a face puzzled, took the scroll from the hands of Desire, open from above to read the word. I saw it read, the Aranti Empire now puts Maine and the ferry under the jurisdiction of the city of Ceres, and is upgraded to the Duchy of Alanhill. In addition, he has promoted Alanhill, the Lord of Ceres, to Alanhill, Grand Duke. Aberdeen. Take a closer look at blood-red seal of His Majesty the Emperor of the Yalanti Empire. Reel above. Chris excited to see to the Desire, so, my right to rule Maine also ferry between the 2 places. Aram, did the Empire admit it? Of course. Cheng recognized the German. Purcell smiled and looked at Chris. Chris held out 5 fingers and said, do not get too excited. I promised the Prime Minister Yalanti Clark adults, Alanxia Duchy tribute tax to be raised to an annual 50,000 gold coins. Chris heard that number, and my heart could not help but smile together. Now among the region still Maine is still confusion. Crossing the city there is not much improvement, in this case, to bear from 5 million gold foreign debt currency. May it's not easy. Thinking of this, Chris shrugged and looked at Desai and said, it's true that we have encountered some problems in our production, and we need someone to plan carefully. Germany. Purcell smiled even more, pointed to an old man standing beside him, opening presentation and said, old Mr. Milo, I could find the most powerful commercial house before he's my butler. Now I leave him to you. Very welcome. Chris didn't need to be suspicious. He has no better choice now, but can only arrange the people brought by Desai to an important position. Then let this Mr. Gerlo be the Minister of Commerce of the Principality of Alanhill. Thank you. I will look at Alanhill's recent output, as well as income and expenditure. The old man did not refuse, and took office directly at the gate of the city. The old man was vigorous and resolute, and Chris was happy and free, and directly asked Diane's to hand over the account books. I have in the past produced a large number of cloth as well as woodworking products, but we totally did not expect such a large production, directly around the spending power drained. Chris took Desai aside to his study. One side complained in the corridor. German race soul listened to all the way, his face hanging if it seems to have been no smile. He walked all the way to Chris' office, then sat down in a comfortable position with his hands together, and then asked, can I see your weapon drawings? Chris froze, then nodded his head. His chosen weapon as well as the associated drawings are drawn to pile in front of Desire. You do not seem to care about my earnings. Some weapons are more interested in. No mistake, even if your machine, no matter how good, is not worth so much money I put in. De Purcell look at these weapons while drawing and smelting recipes before, while opening replied, I now solemnly ask you one question. Do you think these weapons can kill the dragon? Chris was silent. He frowned, thinking carefully about the other party's problem, thinking about why the other party would ask such a question. In fact, he has always been thinking about this kind of question, that is, whether his modern weapons and equipment can truly fight against the ultimate power of this world. Those dragons flying in the sky, as well as wizards who can control magic, are they afraid of modern weapons and equipment? As long as says Castle, every time you eat a meal, he would look up to see the photograph of the mural on his head, thinking about the question he could think, because Alanxia ancestors have done with mortal foot to dragon the feet. So Chris concluded that his weapon can cause damage to the dragon. Silent child, until the German Purcell felt not looked up to him. Chris was slowly opening replied, I think, dragon this kind of thing, my arms are fully capable of. 19 A flag. Germany Purcell took a deep breath, and put a smile to his face. Now that is useful of these weapons, and that my investment is worth it. He stood up, walked in front of Chris, put his hand on Chris' shoulder, and said solemnly, there are countless contradictions in this world. The rich and the poor are only a small part of it. Withdraw his hand, with the thumb and forefinger pinched a small distance, German Purcell continued, so, even if I was rich again, in the law SI's division, and just a nothing magic empire of mortal national press as well as bullying, is the world's most brutal. Most people cannot tolerate society from this thing. Even the handsome face became twisted up. I have not people. It's just the livestock they keep in captivity. Can you understand this feeling? I, who was born in the ordinary land, can only bear the fate of mortals. De Purcell stared at Chris, sentence by sentence. Teeth said. I was not convinced. Germany Purcell dragon tied Purcell. I want to change the fate of mortals. You let me see the hope of a mortal can defeat the dragon, who hoped to kill the magician. Chris, De Purcell clenched fists, demanded. How about you willing to give those who claim to be god magicians, be dogs for a lifetime? I never think to want to be a dog, Desire. Chris shook his head, spoke and said, I only know that no problem cannot be resolved. Cannonball in this world, if any, it would open 2 guns. De Purcell looked at Chris, laughed, the more unbridled laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's good. We do not want to be slaves and lackeys, we have to do real man! Exclamation mark. That's why I let you do it, because of the reasons I first saw you. I know you and I are the same person, De Purcell said with a smile. When you ask me to invest in a sovereign country, may how many times the profit? When I knew it, you and I are the same kind of people. He received the Yankee smile, carefully watching Chris. So, now I do not invest a monarch, but to overthrow everything in this world. You still want, or that you dare cross me this investment, huh? Chris still did not answer immediately. De Purcell, he just beat his own sword hilt, which is a little habit he was thinking of. As a clear industry want to use to change the world through those who, as a heterogeneous world, Chris naturally want to have a bright future. If he just wants to live his wealthy life with mediocrity, then he doesn't need to work hard to make artillery. No theory from which side, he is deep down want to challenge the world. No doubt, it is very interested in his version of the Desire. Indeed real, he needed a reason or need a banner to unite all the forces he could. Solidarity. The world of hegemony cannot be done by one person, and he is not the top powerhouse in the novel. Of course, no one has the power to challenge the order. The power of mortal pick battle magic empire. This really is a people getting scared slogan. Chris kept in mind the trade-off, the calculation of the pros and cons of this one. Germany Purcell nor urged Chris to make a decision, in his view, the other more carefully. More is a good thing. He wants cooperation. There is a cautious and conforce leader, rather than a madman impulses. Once this banner is raised, mortals all over the world will yearn for the rise of Alan Hill, and once he fails, the magicians of the Magic Empire will not give him any chance to make a comeback. He would be burned to death on the flagpole by the dragon's breath, turning into a black history that no one dared to mention. Not over, even if he did not cooperate, and Desire will one day become a magician in the eyes of those heterogeneous. Bright modern technology will one day become a rival magic. This is an inevitable result. Science and technology art given the human ability sailing with wind, can Kianlituanian, can affect the pattern transfer, can sit 8 miles a day, in which these facilities, the former magician who belong to the privileged. The same kind can be afraid of science and technology art, can Armageddon, can instantly destroy a city. And all this, in the past, are also the magician who can do things Chris push the next move will be to master the countless mortal means comparable to magic, and even in some ways more powerful than magic. At that time, will mortals willingly accept the slavery of a magician? Will the magician sit and watch the rise of mortals again? So what the reality before us, even if Chris does not bother to look for the magic of the Empire, and he will finally magician group irreconcilable, this is a deadlock, sooner or later have to face an irreconcilable contradiction. Thought here, Chris feels that he has no choice. On the one hand he faced pressure anyway, magic empire. On the other hand he now also does a real need desire financial support. So he can only cooperate with Desire to take over the battle flag that represents the rise of mortals. Alanxia need a banner. Mortals should also control their own destiny. We never slaves. Chris cooked in a thoughtful consideration for quite a while after, fingers finally stopped on the hilt, solemnly to Desire said, Alan Hill, from now on, is the hope of all mortals! Cooperative de Purcell surpassed smile, bowed slightly and said, well, I. Long is your most loyal followers of the Majesty. Chris touched his nose, shy smile, opening embarrassed and said, I'm still a bit not used to, I was told by Xiu alternatively, you really put your whole family money brought? How could de Purcell glanced at Chris financial knowledge of quite disdain. I say the 19 million, it is Dragon Tate whole family, all of his possessions for hundreds of years, all over the world, as well as real estate, trade names, countless caravans and secret recipes add up to the total value. Oh, Chris thought that Dissel was talking about such a large sum of cash, so he was slightly disappointed when he heard Dissel's words. See each other's face, desire anger of the strong pressure of the ignorant, open, explains. You two, my God, are even an empire. All of a sudden not so much gold I am now able to raise, there are only more than 1 million gold coins. It's real. Chris is improper leading a poor family. I do not know you. Desire able to raise just over a month's time in 100 million gold coins. The Tate family has a profound and long-proved best bribery. Yal anti-prime minister, to buy you the position of the Grand Duke, had cost 250,000. You have to leave some tax next year is now about 60 million gold coins can send away. De Purcell decided not to Palafaga general knowledge, directly reported a rough figure to Chris. Hearing this number, Chris suddenly felt that he had become a rich man, and immediately said with a smile, very good. With these funds, we can immediately purchase supplies and start industrialization at a faster speed. This is like a construction game player who uses secret skills. These cheating players have countless money when they build a city, and they can ignore various business laws and directly build the buildings they need. Germany got Purcell Chris funds, just like players such as, he can buy the raw materials he needs on a large scale, and then build the industrial foundation of Ceres City as quickly as possible. Thinking that his wallet would shrink at an unprecedented rate, Desire, who had already posted all his wealth, felt a sense of powerlessness. He held his forehead. Opening answer should be, what you want. What to buy? Out a list. I brought some caravan can help you purchase. Come back. With these caravans, Chris can still dispose of some of the carpentry products and textiles that are backlogged in the warehouse, which can also relieve some of his production pressure. The second thing, Chris back to his seat, a side open shopping list, while for Desire said, that I owed you put work as working capital, to send it. Ida Purcell suddenly feel that they might be wrong. In front of this guy is definitely not out of the main hero of reincarnation, but a very tricky bastard. He hesitated to speak, but finally gave up his plan to struggle. I'm going now. In Germany Purcell felt a nursing home fried previous life. This life was the retribution was met. Chris when another room, Mr. Guerluo-eyed looking at a pile of data. This is the first time he has seen such terrible production capacity, and a city's reserves of materials have been consumed within a month. In addition says Sheng, addition to iron and steel as well as wood production, the rest of the raw materials have been largely exhausted, and these appear to have nothing to do things, even organized together into one after another strange product. Mechanical equipment. Says city raw production, is done substantially under the support of these devices, and fast production. It is foreseeable that as long as there are enough raw materials, Ceres can continuously produce materials and flood the entire continent. Ancient Milo in Long Tate family has been serving for 30 years, so many years. He had never seen such people to subvert cognitive capacity, increase production speed never seen in so unreasonable that he now believes Germany said when he came to him, the world is changing. 20 Discord. The world is indeed changing in the little unknown place of Ceres. Gerlo took off the lens clamped on the bridge of his nose, rubbed his astringent A's, and let out a long sigh. He has been serving the Long Tate family all his life, and he doesn't have much time to make his own decisions. But now, he was fortunate that he had made a correct decision, and came here with the young Desire and witnessed the coming of an era. Simply nonsense. The next second clock, he took part in the hand on the table, angry shout out, scared the next. She accompanied him a few pieces of reading way to hop. It was not engaged in the production, which was only a bloody fool. Looked says city that slightly noticeable rough model of development, has long been familiar to no longer familiar with this kind of thing. Guerluo bitter, said, this it's all messing up. No way out. Who has been nearly 60 years old man jumped from his chair, rushed out of the door, just ran into a trot from Grams Reese out of the study in the coming Desire. The old man gasped, grabbed a Purcell, joy, said, you find the treasure, you find a treasure to operate as long as I am. A year later, here is the whole continent's most fertile place. Germany. Purcell bring Guerluo see their old man's face. He knew this time investment is a cannot lose. So he laughed and threw away the thought that he had bombed the nursing home in his previous life. How is it? Is there any potential? You rewrite here in this world will change because we will become the world's richest man. Ancient Milo holds hand information on the Desire said, give me 10 days, I will sort out the development plan here! 5 days. Germany behind Purcell. Chris smiled and leaned against the door, held out a hand to, I only give you 5 days now you take office, as Alenxia Duchy Minister of Economy. I will listen to your detailed report in 5 days. In the brightly lit hall, a military commander wore a gorgeous blouse and a long sword studded with jewels around his waist. He frowned and looked at the Prime Minister Clark who was still talking just now. He asked, just like this on the border. Isn't the Prime Minister a bit too trivial to support a principality? His voice is not loud, but he is full of breath. Voice echoed throughout the large hall. The ups and downs like tone music in general. Alenxia family now has the ability to conquer main short ferry there. Naturally you have your own capital in the connivance. It is to empire hidden dangers are buried. In the entire empire, there are only a handful of people who dared to speak to Prime Minister Clark in this way. The man in front of him is the uncle of the Uranti Empire, the Queen's brother, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army, General Lok Zorn. Wong is both pro-Guoki as powerful ministers. The status of the Zorn General Clark is naturally high on the Prime Minister than half of Chips. Clark can only be cautious about his words, so as not to lose any handle. But the body as Prime Minister, Clark is not a naturally good just the right role. His powerful family behind him everywhere, countless supporters similarly, Zorn in general most of the time, also had to respect his opinion. These two men armed themselves one by one. One controlled the government and the other routed army. They divided up most of the power of the entire Uranti Empire, and were called the uncrowned twin kings by the people. Body as king of the Prime Minister not to crake as natural waved, sneered, Zorn the army adult or too cautious, but we are behind Trinity Empire. You do worry a little principality, dare to fight against the Holy Demon Empire? Listen to say that Kid Alenxia family, in this war, comparable to the use of a magic weapon to be called below as King Wu of the Zorn army did not mean compromise, open to question and said, if he were really such weapons, then we have to beware of. Since the army adults stop here, it is said that a solution out of it. Clark still and not be slow, as if the world did not care about things like his. He had just eaten Decia's 200,000 gold coins, so he naturally wanted to stand on Odysseus' side and talk body as a prime minister, which is still there a little credibility. After all, he took the Longtaite family's money, and he still had to do more or less things, otherwise he could not explain to the Longtaite family, nor could he explain to his other supporters. To be the prime minister of the empire, Clark was not a money-greedy idiot, but he had his own considerations in it. Sit depending on a principality on the border rise of an empire is unwilling to see anything. Yuan-ti Empire is no exception. But why Clark was willing to agree to Odysseus' terms, so that Allen Hill was established like this? Its real reason is very simple. The first is the principality in the early days of exploitation accepted the tribute tax year 50,000 gold coins conditions. The second is due to have a Trinity Empire support this magic empire of Yuan-ti Empire. Do not be afraid of any provocation mortal army. There is no mortal army in this world that can face the attack of the Dragon Knights. It only requires a simple war, and the powerful mortal kingdom will be wiped out. The Yuan-ti Empire is not afraid of the rise of a small principality, because after this Clark was the prime minister got his own benefit. To ensure that the benefits of empire, sit back and watch the rise of Alanxia. Let Alanxia family to hand over these weapons. That will the military has long been considered good. Also fast natural answer, to get those weapons back, I am. If we study carefully some of these weapons can really worthy better than magic, then let them become the weapons of the Yuan-ti Empire. That's okay. As the commander of the Imperial Army, you also have control over the troops of the border duchy. If you order them to send weapons to the imperial capital, isn't it over? Although Clark supported the establishment of the Principality of Allen Hill, there was no partiality. Duty to protect. To be able to fight for Allen Hill to this step is already the limit that the 200,000 gold coins can function. So he directly threw the problem to the general, and made a posture that it didn't matter to him. In his view, he has been fulfilled his obligations. The remaining thing is the great general of the empire, of the blame for Alanxia want to solve. There are ways, sending gold to him, according to Alanxia just struggle with reason. Hearing the prime minister's words, the general showed a look of satisfaction on his face. He nodded and stopped attacking Clark about the issue of Allen Hill, and then said another thing. Southern Dothan Empire seems to add strong troops on the border. Trinity Empire aggravated me their taxes. Let us pay more magic ore. It seems the days of Dothan Empire is not good to our Clark side. Large General Liu Oxion said, the reason why the Yuan-ti Empire can become a powerful mortal empire is inseparable from the support of the Holy Demon Empire, and the support of the Holy Demon Empire is based on the magic concentrate or empire because mortal is no magic energy. The magician is not suitable for permanent residence, so the magic empire ruled these mortals do not want to direct the empire. But these places there is no magic energy, but half the magic that some mineral concentrate. These concentrates are materials needed by magicians for gold alchemy or cultivation, and the consumption is very huge. So those countries that have magic concentrates in their borders have become the targets of blackmail and blackmail by the magic empire. In turn, these being knocked magic empire fraud mortal countries can rely on the support of the empire of magic. Other countries around the extortion. Countless magic fine ore is mined, transported to the magic of the empire at the border, be treated as a mortal protection money, to pay for many of the magic empire. But these magic empires don't have to pay any price, all they have to do is laugh at it. For these magic empires, the only reason for the existence of mortals who cannot practice magic is to mine for them in the non-magic realm. These mortals are no different from livestock in their eyes, and they are all consumables that can be thrown away at will. In some angle to say, these mortals cannot practice magic, not as good as those values of Warcraft can serve as mounts. A layer of the present exploitation, has become the world works endless iron rule. Also became mortal body cannot break free of the shackles. There have been countless heroes who tried to break the iron law and get rid of the shackles, but they all failed. They were all bones laid under the iron law, and their names were all carved on the shackles, becoming a curse of horror. Every time a mortal resists, blood will flow into a river. The Dragon Knights of the Magic Empire can easily destroy an entire infantry phalanx, and the combat effectiveness of both sides is not on the same level. I have two countries of magic, or doth an empire if we declare war on it. Trinity Empire will certainly turn a blind eye. General Military Zorn, grinding his teeth, said, so I've south of Doth Empire by mobilizing troops should clearly, they do not discuss with us the cheap. Nodding, Prime Minister Clark breathed a sigh of relief. For war matters, the Empire depends entirely on you, the General, the Emperor's recent body. I see. With a wave of his hand, General Zorn interrupted Prime Minister Clark's words. I know that your Majesty is in poor health. Don't bother your Majesty with such small things. We can handle it properly. After speaking, he walked towards the door with the sword. As for the affairs of Aylin Hill, I will deal with it, so I won't bother the Prime Minister. The interrupted Prime Minister Clark snorted coldly, squeezed his fist and waited for the door of the conference hall to be closed before lowering his voice and muttering, I think you can be crazy for a few more days. Bastard, brothers. The novel has been signed and can be rewarded. Ask for a reward and collect. Roll and sell cute and ask for a recommendation ticket! 21 Request. Lawns is now temporarily acting as the manager of the Ferry City. He was originally the commander of the naval fleet, but now he no longer cares about the 3 broken sailboats that are not on the table. He is now bringing his own soldiers and the people who have been conscripted to build something called the Salt Field according to the blueprint. Chris believes that this kind of thing can help Ferry City make a profit, so Lawns has become a temporary contractor. The gods are in these damn big pits, and these inexplicable mineral powders can really turn the bitter sea into salt. Lawns pressed his sword and looked at the scorching sun above his head while wiping it. Sweat complained. It's real. Chris believes his heart is. Then, because the day after he personally had the experience of Chris Cannon, Chris would say convinced of. A person with absolute force will not lie to his subordinates. At least, the other party will not make boring deceptions on such meaningless things. This is a logical question. Lawns thinks very clearly. Yesterday later time, a cavalry says from the city sent a letter. The letter inside the Alenxia Duchy of Things Established spoke again. Telltale Lawns, and now he has become the commander of the navy of the duchy. What the reality he only managed while several TV drama wreck, but loves the genuineness of a promotion. He was promoted to navy commander, became a country. It seems kind of great style. No time to hire Hing, who just today and plunge into the sea salt production among labor. It really is a dumbfounding thing. At least Genesis themselves think so. Although some of those ships are broken, allowing the ships to sea fishing, crossing the city to subsidize food reserve, which is a bit much. Hand fan cold wind came adjutant look of frustration, complaining of Genesis. He said, I have but sailors, fishermen do is too embarrassed. Lose what people recruited them, who is not a fisherman. To the Genesis grinned, sighed in the hot sun under his eyes. Above let go do what we are all of Alenxia retainers. Now what use is there to say these? My lord. My lord. A middle-aged woman with tanned skin ran over excitedly. The expression on her face was as excited as a handsome guy who had just fallen asleep. She shook her fat buttocks all the way, with the sturdy breath of a woman on the beach. Moving closer, the woman grinned and revealed her white teeth. The wrinkles on her face bloomed with a beautiful flower. My lord, the experimental salt field is shipped. Look. After that, she raised her right hand and spread out her palm in front of Lawns, with a treasure-presenting expression. It was done in full accordance with the procedure. We have tasted it just now. It has a bit of astringency. Nothing. Really? That adjutant to face does not believe. With the fingers in that dirty palm central prodded, played a little sticky shiny grey sea salt, to taste in his mouth for a moment. A sun-salty taste buds straight, tongue in his head blossoming, with immense joy and fragrance, let his brow suddenly stretch to adult salty. Hearing the adjutant's shout, Lawns also became curious, and pinched a pinch of sea salt on the woman's palm with his hand. and stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, he also felt the salty and fresh taste, and his face became radiant. Okay, okay. He looked at the crushed salt left in the woman's hand and said with a big smile, ha 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 ha, with these salt, Fairy City can earn at least thousands of gold coins this year. In this world, sea salt has always been uneaten because of its peculiar smell. Because of this, the price of salt in this world is very high. A bite of salty taste in many places is an extremely luxurious treat. For example, say there is more to the north of Fort Earth. Northshire and Grassland Empire are big consumers of salt. Basically how much you want to purchase there. With these sea salt, at least a lot of money can be made from these northerners. Even for the salt, these northerners are willing to exchange strategic resources such as war horses. It is conceivable that the Principality of Alan Hill will soon have a large number of cavalry, and the quality is still the best. Let everyone speed up the construction. The faster these saltworks are repaired, the higher our income. Lawns immediately issued an order after being intoxicated for a few seconds. The civilians of Duku City who saw the results also accelerated their speed. This is closely related to their income, and naturally it is also the most diligent project of everyone. Even if the sun is scorching, the construction progress of the saltworks has accelerated visibly. Its real world there is a certain industrial base. For example, in this world there are a lot of special metals, can improve various properties of common metals. Ceres rich spoilt is one of them. The alloy with this kind of spoiled iron can have better strength, lighter weight, better and more perfect than aluminium alloy. It is simply a cheap version of super titanium alloy. Due to face a more high-handed attack that may occur, such as calcined casting, metallurgical process is very developed, compared to the level of early Chris familiar worse than. This is also the reason why Chris was able to produce cannons immediately. What people here lack is only a systematic scientific framework, and there is no lack of corresponding application level. The same time, the world is still prevalent alchemy. Many alchemists have primary knowledge of chemistry, chemical reactions got used to. It is easy to accept the results of advanced chemical Chris provided. But even so, Chris still couldn't eat a fat man in one bite. He can only build his own territory little by little, and let the industry begin to penetrate every corner. In the city of Ceres now, the civilians have become accustomed to all kinds of new things, and they have become accustomed to the outrageous textiles and daily necessities. Because support for Desire have brought large sums of money, Reed's return to Manchester, plus the development planning personnel, so's industrial process orderly, is a little bit of development and growth. At this moment, a team of knights appeared outside Ceres Castle. They were holding the Green King flag representing the Uranti Empire, with bright armor, and curiously looking at merchants from all over the world. I have a general's special envoy Zorn Yal anti-imperial army commander to pass to Zuon general's command. Not under the horse, led by an officer erect, chin, overlooking the city gate, soldiers on guard said. The soldiers on duty also knew that the envoys from the empire could not neglect, and immediately ordered the people to spread the news. He ordered the soldiers to let them go immediately, and personally led a few people to lead the way, leading these knights to the castle of Ceres. Chris has been relatively free these days, because the planning has been completed, and many equipment can only be given up because the technology is not yet mature. He doesn't have the trouble of drawing drawings and can go to the barracks to see the training of the recruits. Not over today, he did not go to the barracks, but reading in the castle. More in-depth understanding of this strange world of magic. Many books in this world are similar to Zigwai novels in his cognition, so it seems that he can also enjoy it. For example, he said he was holding this book, which is written by Melmaster Grenoble's life. The great mage so far as to hide, vomit giant can of dragon mounts, alone created a powerful magic kingdom. If this book is placed in the world before Chris travels, it must be a very popular Western fantasy magic novel. Chris admired the wonderful story inside, while imagining the impact that High Diming might have on the world. "Your Majesty." Envoys Yalanti Empire sudden visit. They asked to see you and to convey the command of General Zorn Empire. A waiter pushed Chris' room door, standing in the doorway respectful bow to report road. Huh? Chris couldn't know what the envoys who came to visit suddenly meant. He closed the book suspiciously, pressed the book on top of a stack of drawings about the generator, stood up and did 2 chest expansion exercises. I'm going to meet them now. Go all the way with the large parlor room. Chris saw from afar a messenger that army Yalanti Empire. The other person was also looking at Chris when Chris was looking at him. The two looked at each other for a few times before they started talking. I don't know what order you came from a long way. Chris didn't know how to call the other party, hesitated for a moment and then took the lead to speak, stammering seriously. The other party pulled out a letter paper with a red seal from the leather letterbox on his waist and handed it directly to Chris. Grand Duke Kalen Hill, General Zorn orders you to present all the new weapons in your hand to Aranti Empire. What? Chris heard the other party's words clearly, but he really couldn't believe his own ears. He was desperately expanding the army to protect himself. Someone came directly to rely on red mouth and white teeth to directly ask him for his life. Grand Duke Kalen Hill, because you are still a vassal of the Aranti Empire, you'd better obey the Empire's orders and surrender those new weapons. With a faint sneer on his face, the other party repeated his words. Own order, you better be aware that it is not good for you to disobey the order of the Aranti Empire. My weapon is spent. The money, envoys adults Chris Fine figured, opened his mouth, replied, if a weapon can follow converted into tax net price to pay tribute, then I can use these weapons to the Imperial Army Fang. He felt that it was not the time to turn his face. He could find a reason to postpone, and then go to Desaiya and others to discuss countermeasures. 22 scams. From the beginning, the training of the soldiers made Chris more worried. On the one hand, his troops were enough to crush any troops in the mortal world from the day they were born. On the other hand, his troops were established on the basis of the traditional ancient army. Those knife gun sword killer cold weapons troops. His troops simply cannot be a rival. Modern howitzer long to attack. There is no weapon cold front can withstand forces of hell bombing. But it is not an easy task to let the troops with swords, guns and halberds on their side accept those hot weapons. Qualified veterans do not understand those new weapons. But recruits who can be recruited do not have the tenacity of veterans. More let Chris depressing is that this world there can be more than just cold weapons troops. There are those who let him in no way referring to contrast the attack of magic forces. So, those out there now fiction, can rely on weapons superiority rolled all the way to the enemies fighting, in this world is at war they might not work. The other will have such a terrible dragon or magician exist. Therefore Grams Reese felt his arm cannons did not proud of the capital. Once his ministry troops and magic team empire friction, it is necessary to redetermine the matter estimate. At least, Chris, who has seen countless movies, feels that weapons of the World War II era are not necessarily capable of shaking dragons and advanced magic. At least in his view now, even though he has mastered a principality at this moment, he has to pay a lot of taxes and is responsible for the development of the 3 cities. The burden on his shoulders is heavier, and the number of people who covet his wealth will only increase. Many. It was beyond his expectation that the people who coveted his wealth came too quickly, and they were an unattractive existence. I have now if the generals against Zorn, things get complicated immediately. In another conference room, Desaiya frowning spoke and said, even now with the money I left for Yalanti, time is too late. Yes, I have not procrastinated for so long, there has given me an ultimatum. Chris boring against the chair to back his ideas for a few retainers, he said. I made mention tax conditions he say can be deducted 2 million gold coins if I do not agree, they will leave immediately. Odin shook his head and sighed. Now our defense depends on these 24 cannons. From then Alanxia Duchy founded, Sears would only produce 2 cannons, in addition to a few almost hand-rushed out and 20 men 90 outside cannon. it is only 2 men's new 75mm infantry gun up. Cause there are a lot of reasons for this situation. Partly because Chris decided to give up the wrong approach to development manual working towards weapons. The military strength to enhance the focus on the aspects of the training of military personnel. The other reason is because after the first steady development of economic and industrial strategies proposed for the military, Mr. Guerrero says slow but firm to develop its own industrial system, there is no rush to produce more weapons and equipment. Of course, the most important reason for their law because, the crowd before the judge, that 22 defense cannons now meet the requirements of the principality, do not need to waste time to rush to expand military preparations. But now it's alright, General Zorn has taken a fancy to these new weapons, and the new weapons are clearly mentioned in the order, and emphasized that it is a new weapon that can explode from a distance, comparable to magic. In this way, not only the strength of one's side may be weakened, but also the military strength of Alan Hill may be leaked in advance. Whether it was leaked to the Uranti Empire or the Holy Demon Empire, it was not good news for Alan Hill. It's not impossible to produce some inferior artillery and send it to the Arant Empire, and we will keep the good ones for ourselves. The only way Chris thought of was this feasible. Actually, he has just been in the plan, with some of what is not Red Cannon Brilliant General's army of junk like, these Upalafago are sent away from Yalanti Empire. This trick is not bad, but are you sure you can get a worse weapon, and can make those people not see any clues? After finally thinking of a solution, Desaier asked. Chris nodded his head replied, yes, I do some of the same. What kind of principle is not difficult with our current production capacity? Sent out a large number of these messengers can not lose much money. Just he thought, continued Desaier said, once really seen our guns, we sent those tattered Yalanti Empire, will immediately reveal the secret. And I have the Yalanti Empire. The contradiction between the two is completely irreconcilable. Germany Purcell, serious thinking for a moment, spoke and said, as long as able to fight for a year or so time, we can meet your requirements of industrial production, equipment, sufficient number of troops to that time. We do not need to look at Aram. The Special Empire's face changed. Received from Germany the day funded Purcell, Yalanti Empire is doomed. Chris allies. So as long as possible, Chris doesn't mind going to black this decadent old power. After discussing the countermeasures, it took Chris an hour to come up with a drawing of a red cannon. Then he took Desai straight out of the castle and came to a metallurgical workshop outside the city. Come on, build a sample according to this drawing. Chris spread out the drawing and handed it to an old craftsman. The craftsman glanced at the drawing, then nodded and started to operate. The smith craftsman, who watched the excitement, came over, bowed deeply to Chris, and then looked down at the drawing. Next, he was stunned there. He didn't know exactly what this thing was for, but he, with a good talent, could tell at a glance how heavy it was. Although it's not very good steel, this thing is really a whole piece of iron. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Smith looked at Chris, lowered his voice and asked, what does your majesty do for this thing? This is a cannon. Chris had a sly smile on his face, like a liar who got a bargain. Smith did not react, frowning at the drawing, and a look of puzzled, and asked, I have not been there. 75mm caliber gun, the infantry? Yet. Germany Purcell is completely served. Just this. Chris has just been appointed as Minister of Industry. Alanxia Duchy. Smith remind each other with minimal sound sentence, to cannon Yalanti Empire. When he said this, Smith finally understood. He came to understand, nodded, then look at the watch drawings. No problem, though material costs can be up to a few days' time. We will be able to do it. Casting guns is not a simple matter. If it weren't for the performance of Cerestes pyroxene, participation in ordinary iron materials can greatly improve the performance of ironware. Just the process of casting guns would take longer. Modern craftsmanship produces cannons at a faster speed, while those ancient iron guns and bronze cannons require clay casting, and the speed is slower. It just happens to be done together. Chris took out several other drawings from his arms and handed them to the craftsman leader Smith. Since the other party wants to play the bomb, then we can only give the other party the bomb! The gunpowder recipe we give a full set to Purcell in the side of his face, echoed, I am. Who even gave their artillery drawings Yalanti loyalty to the Empire? You can learn from the sun and the moon. Muzzle-loading guns and fuel-burning fuse shrapnel born very early, and very little power safety. But this is indeed better than the catapult of this era, so Chris is indeed offering a new weapon. Heard the German Purcell reminder, Chris quickly and got a pen and paper at the workshop before the cannon of the instruction manual to draw out a show to do a full-on. He decided this time, be sure to give greedy Asia Rand is a great gift. The next day Chris on the second side saw from afar Yalanti messenger, and according to the drawings in front of the other, new weapons too large and bulky. I believe messenger adults you go all the way back to carry with, it's not convenient. These are the drawings and instructions for the weapons. Please send your messenger back to Atlanta. The confused messenger didn't know what medicine Chris Gord actually sold, and after receiving those drawings, he didn't know what to say for a while. He hesitated a moment, then he spoke and said, I will have to bring a sample product. Even back then, how inconvenient. This cannot be changed. No problem. Chris points head agree. It seems a little honest did not move crooked mind. I have been dragged through the people from the border of a cannon you back and then wait a few days. You can see the kind it's up. A few days later, the Aranti messenger who saw the sample really believed what Chris had said. That kind of gun was huge, and it was so heavy that it collapsed. The people he brought were really not enough to carry the two cannons together. Is like eating a reassurance to a sample. The messenger is no longer doubt that Chris is not harboring evil heart. After watching the test firing performance of the artillery, he was completely stunned by the power of the artillery. Who felt the force of the flames messenger adult immediately rush back to life in their own stay at the packed Chris to his drawings, with which the samples door guns, with the fastest speed south, left the Says city, return Atlanti Empire. 23 How bet. After sending away the messenger who came to ask for weapons, Chris knew that he should develop his weapons more urgently. He has been with for a long time to build up their industrial base, and now it's time to test the strength of your own. So, in the 10th day of the messenger left, Chris held a plenary meeting to discuss the direction of development of the next stage. Will be in the meeting, Chris Guerrero to ask questions related to the popularity of education, because he clearly knows, you want the system of industrial development. Reserve personnel is a must-have to pay attention to the problem. Before, the mode of individually handmade weapons and equipment, like Chris, who took the lead in staying up late and working overtime, could not support a large-scale war. Collins hear the question. Guerrero help his spectacles on their nose, spoke and said, according to the development needs, we have built 30 elementary schools, 9 SUO early grade school. You provide the use of movable type printing technology. We have created a large number of textbooks were distributed to all students for free. Only a year of time, we can train a lot of talent. That time, the plant has enough talent ready to use. His mouth pushed aside the report to Chris. I have from nearby a large number of young people have been purchased, and it is handy to train them. Paying the money is really headstrong. Here the world's population even can be used to collect gold coins, like hanging open, like the expansion of the money. Really think Chris is a very pleasant thing. In fact, there are still many problems that can be solved with money. In order to support its own industrialization process, Ceres purchased a large amount of industrial raw materials from the 3 surrounding areas, but basically did not export anything of value. Ancient Milo from Yalanti Empire, large number of imported cotton as well as stone, cotton branch to support the textile industry, and some aspects of the production of explosives, but the stone completely for the entire infrastructure Alanxia Duchy. According to Chris' request, the gravel was stored and prepared for the roadbed paving of the railway in the future, while the entire stone was used for the construction of the factory building. Almost at any cost, countless factories have been erected, and many of them have no time to install machinery, so they can only measure the size and leave them vacant. Constructions of this kind that only invest without asking for returns abound in Ceres. But there are also profitable projects that have been put into production. For example, the 2 cement plants that have just been built are currently the busiest factories. Manual cement manufacturing has been going on day and night, but the cement produced is not enough. Mining will purchase all of the things have been spent on the construction. Alanxia, apple had not been wasted. The products of cement plants and stone are used to build buildings, and minerals are used to smelt into metals. The quality of life of civilians in the Principality is improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hundreds of thousands of gold coins brought by Desire also disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. I'm trying very hard to purchase food. Tired already been going off the road. Weary report. Dean C. Image. I have the population over the past 2 months' time. The expansion of at least twice the reserves of grain sure not enough, so we must prepare in advance. His report fully proves that there is no money. Food procurement is definitely a major direction. In order to feed more and more people, food can only be ensured by procurement. This is by no means a one-shot deal, because next year the population of the Principality of Alan Hill will definitely increase, due to lack of people to gather population so as to gather people so to provide adequate food, which is almost an infinite loop. Most of the time, in order to allow the surrounding civilians to immigrate to Alan Hill, Chris will also order food subsidies for all residents. Now he has enough manpower and enough troops, but the pressure has been transferred to Deans, who manages population and civil affairs. This middle-aged man is not busy now, and he doesn't even have time to sleep. Manchester read that the situation was not much better side. I did it yesterday from the Kingdom Higgs backside of kerosene edger. No, oil prices rose 5%. The biggest problem is that this stuff, the output is not that big. We have money, and we can't buy much spot. Although there is consumption of alchemy in this era, in most cases, kerosene is only a weapon used to defend cities, so the output is small and the demand is not large. Now Chris is consuming a lot of oil and plans to reserve more, which is a bit difficult. The bare-headed Mr. Strider bought almost all the kerosene in the Higgs Kingdom, but he couldn't meet Christ's requirements or even a fraction, because the number of products sold as well as the number of purchases are too much. Alanxia's current situation is what plunged to sell. By what sword? In order to grab the speed of development, such an irritating thing. The Principality of Alan Hill can only pinch his nose to recognize it. Build the factory set very fast. After all, Alanxia overhead piled on my most responsible for the industry. Has been the best of the city engineer, says Smith began. He took the report on the work report of the process industry. Chris said, I have manufactured a dozen blast furnaces, starting with the new timer smelting iron and steel, a few times to enhance the efficiency of steel. Have people pass rate satisfied. There is no problem in producing the new 75mm caliber infantry gun. Not over, there are some bad points. He pointed to pieces in a row. To Chris complained, the number of serious shortage of copper. We have smelt the 101 my copper coins. Copper can still keep up speed of consumption. A sufficient amount of copper can be said to be the calcium flakes of modern industry. A large number of problems that could not be solved in the early industry were solved by the good metal properties of copper. This kind of metal also has anti-ski conductivity and is the best choice for wire and telephone lines. Copper things can only increase purchases to solve the Chris use somewhat boring open mouth, he said. In addition, to approach, to do with iron alternative to war when German copper deficiency is a serious country. When stretched out, the Germans even had to use iron to make the shells of bullets. Although the bullet casing made of iron is not as good as the copper bullet casing, it is better to have bullets than no bullets, right? Therefore, under the premise that he can think of a good way, Chris can only reduce the requirements for use first, and let the factory start mass production of bullets with iron shells. Anyway, occasionally the problem of getting stuck. The soldiers on the front should understand the same sentence, isn't it better to have something than nothing? Looked wage long. Chris, raising his hand indicating that he does not need referral, introduced the training of the military aspects. Because he went to sea yesterday, camp situation is not too good. Your question, he'll talk to you alone. Yes. Wagron reluctantly gave up his plan to expose his family ugliness. Recently, the funds invested in military training are actually not a lot. However, the talents in the military are too scarce. The training barely continued due to the construction of the center of gravity to the nearest Alanxian ore in the army, so we did not let Wage Long report about the meaning. Soon after he passed him, Gerlo went on to talk about the extremely important education issue. It is not an easy task to make a society move towards industrialization. In practice, it is much more complicated than Chris thought. Even if he has numerous books as well as knowledge to guide specific action, can be a lot of work, tired count up, or still makes a huge project prohibitive. Now, the surrounding areas of Ceres, including Aranti in the south, the Tuborg in the north, and the Higgs Kingdom in the west, have benefited from the crazy development of the Principality of Alan Hill in violation of the law. They earned a lot of gold coins from Alan Hill, which once made the border area extremely prosperous. But who could have imagined that Alan Hill, who has been burdened with too many unreasonable contradictions, had already made up his mind from the beginning to use a war to transfer all the domestic contradictions, open up the market, and complete one gorgeous transformation. As long as the defeated countries can be allowed to pay for their own development, this kind of illogical leap-forward development can be established. Alan Hill will be able to eliminate the disaster invisible, and then get a short-term development opportunity. Of course, if it continues to develop in this way, Alan Hill will still expand abroad, attacking the next neighboring country like a glutton, and it will not stop until it eats all the neighboring countries. The next step I have to do is set up as soon as possible arsenal up, no matter what way. I have to be ready a war. Chris looked at his confidant who began. He put his hands on his chest, thinking about his decision at this moment. Sit down like this, we only have to collapse. Yes, I have just done a statistical. Within 6 months, if we cannot get a sum of 30 million gold, large sums of money, we can declare insolvent, bankrupt. The sensitive person in this regard. It was also before the meeting that he reminded Chris to pay attention to the problem of insufficient funds. If Yo internally digests slowly and develops other new industries, it is not impossible for the Principality of Alan Hill to digest its own industrial achievements. But that would only slow down their own development speed and waste precious time. Including Chris included, Germany Purcell, also Dean C., who are aware that they seem to have a more irresponsible, or a better choice of war. The reason is really simple. If war can be won, why not use war to solve the problem? Looking at it from the perspective of being able to win, the war has brought all tantalizing benefits. As long as the war can be won, Alan Hill can expand its territory, have a larger population, can offset part of its debt, and reduce the pressure on the border. All of these are very tempting in front of you. Chris' first experience of those maniacs who feel that after careful calculation, you can probably determine the winning or losing gamble, is so people cannot help but want to bet. And others is not a kind of is. Chris bet a lot of chance of winning is very large. Whether Desai or Chris, they didn't even think about losing the war. In fact, they didn't need to think about it because they would not be able to see the outcome of losing the war alive. 24 Training. You who do not know, we were a group of people gathered around that cannon, heard the bang bang, scared legs soft, a veteran group of people standing triumphantly room, showing off their own that magical experience. When I saw that the hillside was beaten bumpy shells, you know our house Santo Rong should now be called the Grand Duchy of His Majesty. It is not an ordinary person, he said, vivid, so close to a group of recruits envy. The veterans who participated in the Battle of the Eastern Forest with Chris and the Siege of Ferry City, or the veterans who followed Wagron to conquer Maine, now more than half are the backbone of the army. The Principality of Alan Hill, the army has been expanded twice, so these former Ceres veterans have become a real reserve of grassroots cadres. Wagron also deliberately promoted Ceres veterans and let them assume various positions in the army. The original corps captain, and other structures are no longer suitable for the organization of the Alanhil troops, so the military organization of the Alanhil Principality continues to use the basic structure of the modern army: military divisions, brigade, battalion and company platoon. More than half of children of veterans have been promoted to the rank of layer management cadres, some people platoon squad leader, some people are. All of a sudden the whole Alanxia Duchy of Frame supports up army. In order to balance, Chris also instructed Wagram to promote some of the veterans of Maine and Ferry. The focus of promotion is to literate soldiers with a certain foundation. Can playing Bumpy Hillside that is powerful magic teacher, right? A recruit is holding his wooden gun. Curious asked. As a mortal, life never seen a magician of the civilian population too much. They just heard the Far West with magical imperial presence. Just listen to say that the magician can manipulate the power of nature, powerful and mysterious. You can. Wrong, that veterans brought this to more exultant. I was watching. You've seen those artillery, are mortals like us, there is no ability fart. Speaking of this, he still has a trace of regret. Back then, I was unlucky enough to be transferred to the border guards. Otherwise, I told you that I can also be an artilleryman. Don't believe me? My old John that is also a scholar of literacy. Assemble, assemble. An officer in black armor came over and pressed the long sword around his waist. Assemble in a row. Continue to practice. Everyone got up from the grass, slapped the weeds and dust on their buttocks nervously twice, and instantly formed a square team according to their size. At ease. Stand at attention. That's a suit of armor. Platoon Long Deep Sorrow screaming loudly shouted password, and felt almost a fool. This is the stipulation in the new training regulations. Every platoon leader or company commander must train his own soldiers in this way. This is a big project. In order to adapt to this change, the entire Alanhil army has it really made a lot of jokes. Even more interesting is, because for the new uniforms have not sent down, rank system has not been fully drawn up, so that ordinary soldiers wearing uniforms ordered to train, but no epaulets and collar, commanders uninteresting, for are just distinguished. They even wore armor. At the end of the day, the intensity of training for ordinary soldiers is not as good as that of commanders who have burdened themselves. Every one of them, sweating profusely, has improved a lot. Ahead. The other side, the setup has already begun training to another square. All the soldiers are taking their own pace in the cry. 120,120. More far away, a group of soldiers is holding a wood made into a model of rifle practice proper way to use the weapon in mad retreat. Reload. Following the orders from Wagram's officers, these recruits made rifle models made of wood and trained over and over again on how to fill their rifles with bullets. Before these people came here, they didn't know that there was a rifle in this world. They repeated the tedious technical exercises in doubt, looking like refugees playing with wooden sticks. Subject to the level of the system about, these soldiers can only use the most simple way to train. They don't need to remember what these technical actions actually work, just remember to use weapons in this way. But even so, still very slow speed training. Training program in the hands of Wage Long changed and changed, even from Chris himself, have been not see the original training program here. The lack of talents does not just happen in the process of industrial expansion. The military is also facing the problem of lack of talents. Artillery refers commanders delay in the election does not come out. Only simple tissues Wage Long artillery play some role in siege warfare. In fact, Chris has no commanding talent. Although he has a complete commanding textbook, he can't become an excellent commander by reading these textbooks. He could reach the Eastern Forest's victory, in fact, is not relying on the excellent conductor. Defeating Maine does not prove his commanding talent, but only proves the shocking effect brought by the crushing of weapons. Military personnel are extremely scarce. Even Wage Long aid courier was sent to guard the Maine, which for Chris, is simply a nightmare. Because as Maine and after crossing two wars, the newly established Alanxia Duchy blocked his side gap, the success of the Fall-Indy situation, reduced to 3 the face of the enemy, backed by the sea. This situation allows him to have a deep hinterland, and can also save a lot of defensive forces to strengthen himself in other directions. Now he has 4,500 soldiers in his hands and Lorne's navy. The total force is much stronger than ever. Chris put his ministry team split into 3 groups, each group of 1,500 people, of which the first group is the most elite veterans of the main group, the second group is the wage-long motorized cavalry regiment headquarters, 3 groups are crossing the city and main soldiers mostly anti-imperial mission. In other words, the 3 regiments of 1,500 people are used for defensive purposes, and most of them are garrisons. The second regiment has the best mobility, similar to the land-occupied firefighting team. The elite 1st Regiment in Kreis hands is the ultimate force for decisive battles. On the other side of the school field, Smith, who is in charge of industrial production, looked at the training troops in the distance and reported to Chris the weapons production work these days. In fact, we have accumulated a lot of wealth these days. Due to Guerluo development plan is very good. Arsenal near 2-month time says city has started functioning again. However, there is a world of difference between this factory and the regular arsenal in Kreis mind. Chris didn't dare to force it. At least the production of weapons and equipment here is already considered mass production. Compared with the pure hand workshops Chris did before, it is countless times stronger. Because to have a new drill, we produce some speed improvements barrel, but because too few workers, we still cannot accelerate your same Orjan 98K steps guns production speed. Smith to a report in the wind spread it out, handed it to Chris and said, "A regiment is the limit we can equip." Chris knows this so-called equipper group, not for a whole regiment equipped 1,500 supported bolted step-type gun. The actual number of equipment may not even have 900. It's really easy to calculate this number. Chris is now in the hands of 3 groups, in fact, our so-called group of instructors, not all soldiers to be involved in combat. Take his main force 1 regiment as an example. In fact, this regiment still has 20 artillery allocated to the artillery, which in theory is not equipped with rifles. At the same time, in order to train the backbone of the artillery troops, 200 other than the name of artillery, as well as 200 were trainee taking up artillery preparation. Artillery trainee, these do not need expensive equipment rifle. Then count over the management of the regiment, communications personnel, company commander, all add up. There are probably 200 people do not need to install equipment firearm. According to Kreis idea, these commanders can only be equipped with long swords to defend themselves. On the one hand, he trusts the combat effectiveness of his main force. He feels that in the face of the firepower of hundreds of rifles, the ancient army will quickly fall apart, just like during the Battle of the Eastern Forest. Therefore, he does not need to equip the commanders with long-range weapons, as long as he wears a long sword to defend himself. The reason is simple, it is not necessary at all. On the other hand, these senior commanders and the artillery units of the logistics unit, under Kreis plan, will all be equipped with pistols or submachine guns in the future, and there is no need to equip them with rifles. To time retraining these people to learn the use of automatic weapons on it. Now let's concentrate on them like a soldier, but also strengthen their understanding of modern war. So Smith now says a group of equipment, in fact, provide about 900 Z-step gun meant. Chris also understood that what he had to do now was to rely on the infantry regiment in front of him to win the next war. Son, how to play the kind of respect. Think war is imminent. Chris continued to ask yourself opening the Minister of Industry road. Smith face some ugly, whispered to Chris report said, His Majesty sub-bomb production is very difficult, we are only now produced 7,000 duo hair. Due to join Chris and industrial development of the world itself is deformed, so now the more sophisticated small things, but the more time-consuming production up. Bullets have always been an old and difficult problem that plagued Chris Arms expansion and preparations, and this problem has not been fundamentally resolved. The official account of Dragon Spirit Knight is officially opened. You can directly search for Dragon Spirit Knight and use the soldier's avatar. The profile is Dragon Spirit Knight's book club. Dragon Spirit Knight will update some content from time to time, interact with readers and adults, and those who are interested can follow it. 25. Reigniting the beacon. The 7,000 rounds of ammunition in front of me are all distributed. Basically a rifle can only be equipped with 8 rounds of ammunition. With this number of bullets, Chris felt that let alone an offensive battle, even the usual training was not enough. Catch lapel number of bullets, see the elbow. So that part is called. Chris remembered the difficult years of the war. In that era, each soldier in the poor Chinese army had only singular-digit bullets to use. The number of bullets is definitely not enough to have at least 10 rounds. I only sure of winning a war. Chris' face became hard to look for. Smith said, "Do you have any technical operation issues? It can be solved for you, but you must pile up the production capacity of bullets for me." His mouth, while he was in front of Smith, clenched his fists. "It is necessary to complete the task." Got it, Ming? I see. Smith knows. Now in Alanxia, the expansion is imminent. As the driving force of expansion, the industry must provide all the materials needed for this war, including weapons and munitions, as well as various other products. This is the interesting thing about modern industry, to expand outward at any cost in order to industrialize. And in order to expand, it must madly expand its own industrial scale. It looks like a paradox, but there is a bloody road to glory in the paradox. Grenade bomb production. Chris has asked another production status of a big kill. Since the bullets are too precise to be mass-produced, making grenades has become the only way to improve the combat effectiveness of the troops. Even in the most difficult years in the war, even in the dark behind enemy lines, most of the workshops, grenades can be a steady stream of raw produce out. The main reason is because this thing really is not complicated production process. In the ante on the history of war, grenades production speeds even in some areas exceeded the speed bullet production, which also proves that from the side, wooden handle hand grenades production process is very simple. The most sophisticated fuse can also be mass-produced by hand. The disadvantage is that the detonation rate of this manual fuse is really low. But this is also a tolerable thing. After all, as long as half of the grenades can be detonated normally, it is enough to suppress the enemy. The grenade that Chris chose for his troops is also the most classic grenade with wooden handle, the famous German M24 grenade. The reason why I choose this grenade is also a reason. Due to advanced weaponry, Chris estimate their troops in the next 2 years or even 3 years, are playing offensive operations. If the Magic Empire does not participate in the war, his troops should be in a mortal area like no one. Since it is the main offensive battle, it is natural to use offensive grenades, and the egg-shaped grenade with more complex craftsmanship and shorter throwing distance was rejected by Chris. Because the army is still a serious shortage of firepower, so get grenades to act as a melee weapon is also a way to fill the firepower gap, and therefore M24 grenade bomb has become a better choice. In the absence forced the era of blowguns and assault rifles at close range, fire suppression can only rely on the basic hand grenade to complete. In this case, throwing distance, easily rolled down the wooden handle grenades, grenade defensive than to say it is much better. Another reason for its solid and very easy to understand. The rich giant tree sayer's original carpentry techniques developed on the Titanic. Wooden handle hand grenades, very mature technology. Materials are also very adequate, nothing to worry about production problems. For this reason, the M24 grenade has become a standard weapon for Allen Hill soldiers, and it has been mass-produced recently. However, the first few batches of grenades often malfunctioned and misfired, which was later called by the soldiers for Warhammer grenade bomb production speed very quickly. Mention this too. Smith finally get back a little more self-confidence. I have produced a 4,000 grenade after the bomb. 10 may also produce more 1,000 pieces. Chris was finally relieved, because if there was a grenade as a supplement, his troops could be prepared for battle more quickly, and used to fire the first shot of the Principality of Alan Hill. Now he has no way to stop his plan. If he chooses to give up, the citizens of Alan Hill who are destined to go bankrupt will also tear Chris to pieces and replace him with a more radical monarch. That night, Chris brought together the Wage-Long et al. Perspective prepare a new round of war plan. A careful analysis and inspection before the battle is a necessary condition for victory. Chris didn't want to fight an unprepared battle, so he rushed all his men to meet in advance. And this time, he has 3 main attack directions to choose from. Yuan-ti Empire here, we just got the capital to befriend. This time to rush to war is a very unwise thing. De Purcell gives his point of view. At least in the last 6 months of the time, Elantra is a very safe area for us. I have not rallied supplies to support our attack. Yuan-ti such a huge empire. We are under assault ammunition only twice this case. As long as we do not yield Yuan-ti, conferences agree with us, we will fully collapse. Dean C also shook his head, analyzed the attack Yuan-ti Empire irrational from the point of view of materials. Chris also believes up to bite the hardest nut to crack is a very silly thing. He felt he should attack the Fort Earth. This conference has unified everyone a touch caliber head meeting only. If I were to attack the Kingdom Higgs, that Alan became a narrow, cut off from each country Yuan-ti and north of this area of the state of our defense too long. Chris, pointing to the map says, and, in advance bordering Magic Empire, it has been not what I want a result. So, I can only get through the soil to attack Fort Earth to north. Sha2, put them into our territory. Chris' place on the table scratched on the chart, indicating to all the people, in this way, although we still face 3 enemies, we have obtained many substantial benefits. First of all, Fort Earth and steel as well as coal mines will be included in the territory of our country. This way, we need to buy supplies is reduced by half. Some of the funds will therefore sufficient. De Purcell opened to everyone in front of explanation and said, only with steel, we can double our production capacity. Today's wars are actually serving Ceres economy. So everyone here, except Wagron, is thinking about how to maximize economic benefits with a victory. In him they view, as long as the soil as well as open up the Fort North. Sha2, you can play a trade route connecting Grassland Empire. There are big buyers of ironware, salt and cloth. Alan Hill can dump a lot of their own products. With the city field on the one hand, and the acquisition of mineral deposits on the one hand is to save money, this is the most important to Chris before a reason to attack Fort Smith has said soil fort but large iron production, as well as their own coal mines are what Ceres needs most for industrialization. And Fort Earth mineral deposits in copper, which is something we're sorely lacking right now. Smith looked at Fort Earth was produced questionnaire, adding insult to injury. The opening said, if you can control a copper mine, our bullets more easily it's produced. At present, the production pressure of the arsenal is mainly concentrated on rifles and bullets. What restricts the production speed of rifles is mainly precision machining defects, and besides precision machining, there is another thing that restricts the production of bullets is the scarcity of copper ore. In the case of no alternative, the soldiers of Alan Hill basically did not have copper bullets in their hands. Steel shells mixed with a small amount of Sphinx became the mainstream. But this kind of shells was indeed inferior to copper shells in performance. The results are obvious to all. After 3 days to let the first 1 regiment of view, I personally lead troops conquered the Fort Earth. Chris stared at the map, made up my mind to go to war. To all the people attending the meeting, he said, I want the first 1 group within 15 days. With a battle took the Tubao. Unlike Main and Ferry City, Tubao has a large number of cavalry, so we can't use our cavalry to build an advantage. When entering the specific combat link, Wagron has a better say. He pointed to a table on the map presentation and said, Fort Earth cavalry is relying on the prairie built-up fighting cavalry stronger than us as we do not wait to drive them into the soil fort to the city. And only in the wild they fight decisively. Then regret is that the more people they must have heard about Main and Ferry, for us is there to prevent, but also very hard to say. Lost the first emptive advantage. Alanxia troops faced Chukong has brute force, but he can't kill those annoying cavalry who come and go like wind. The best way to deal with the cavalry is actually a machine gun. Unfortunately, Alan Hill now has less than 10,000 bullets. A machine gun is almost exhausted after half an hour. Send 2 teams. Messenger Chris did not shake his determination to attack Fort Earth. Opening told a team to Fort Earth to declare war on them. A team to Yalanti, tell them Fort Grassland Soil Collusion Empire, harassing our border. Quasi-prepared war now. In order to rise Alanxia, we need war, only to make iron and steel flame becomes more robust. Ignited the flames, along with me, to break the shackles of fate upon us now. Chris hand press in the figure, do a simple pre-war mobilization road. Everyone stood up, fisted against Chris and pressed his fist on his chest. Long live Alan Hill. 26 Alan Hill Grenadier. The dark clouds of war actually floated over the Tubbo. After learning that Maine had been breached, Dongbulan, the city lord of Tubbo, was already wary of his neighbors. This nearly 60-year-old Tubao city lord can be considered a powerful character, not comparable to the 2 strawbag city lords Maine and Daku. Tubao is also a rich territory with a lot of mineral deposits and a good life. Fort Earth of 1,000 Ming cavalry. This is the most proud of soil fort. These cavalry have the best horses, and they are well trained and capable of fighting. Even facing the nomads in the north, they are a powerful existence that wins more than loses. And 6 months ago, he formed an alliance with his neighbor North County and Hanhai to the east, in order to target the Principality of Alan Hill, which had already acquired the 3 places. On the other hand, he also increased the sale to Alanxia Duchy of Steel prices, strictly limits the amount of the sale of iron and steel, extortion of more than 15 million gold coins, grow their own also weakened to some extent. Alanxiu, as a result. Just this morning, the city lord, who has some skills, received a declaration of war from Alan Hill. After the messenger from Alan Hill handed the war book to the minister of Tubao, he did not look back. Left here quickly. Notification North County. There are 2 Desert Santo, gathering forces. I want Chris to see that idiot. 2,500 Ming army cavalry composed of exactly what kind of power? Winter Clothland Santo waving their fists, their underlings commanded. Sounded the horn. Collector Junction cavalry. We strike the territory burning and looting something. Let Alanxia the group of soft egg were to experience real war look like. He sighed from standing up from his seat. He stretched his hands and said. 2 waiters side came forward, wrapped his armor in his body. The heavy cavalry of the Tubao is the presence of the well-known Aranti, and the frontal charge is enough to penetrate Anun's defense. Would you like to wait for the cavalry from Bejun and Hanhai to arrive? A minister asked in a low voice. Winter Cloth Blue waved and spoke and said, soldiers, I do not take the opportunity of your rapidly shifted the blame. Will make Alanxia infantry hope, no matter how time to fight. We have to Fort Earth pay a heavy price, which is not it's a good deal. He whose mouth sight has dressed the armor. I want the cavalry machine power blocking layers. Those clumsy infantry consume dead on the plain you do not have to worry about, and I are the cavalry. Beat, or you can retreat. It's done. The other side, in the original says City and Fort Earth borderline. Chris soldiers crossed the boundary marker. Mighty move forward toward the distant. I cannot imagine. I have not even armor. Soldiers are not so on the battlefield. Standing Chris body side, wage long cheeky smile, he told. In the open before the war, he has been reporting too little military armor and equipment of this question to Chris. But to this day, this problem has not been completely resolved. Reference war throughout the first 1 group inside, only officers with a breastplate, other soldiers, who have only issued new uniforms unified nothing. These new style military uniforms consist of a normal uniform and an armed belt. Each soldier carries 10 rifle bullets in a bullet bag around his waist. This is already the largest amount that the arsenal has worked hard to work overtime and can gather before the expedition. Every soldier are fitted kept a long shanker, tri-shanker possible while maintaining the length to ensure the strength of bayonets, and this design is the least dependent on technology, It can be said to be the cheapest and most effortless design. Not two Shankar is not without drawbacks that such weapons can only do bayonet action. No hacking. There are other features. This is an important reason for the modern Shankar was completely eliminated. You may now do not care. He wanted Chris Shankar is the length, so that the soldiers can have more of a sense of security, increasing the force's melee advantage. He wants to use Shankar length to make up for More's 98K step gun in length insufficient. On the other side of the waist, there is a hung grenade ammunition bag. This is Chris's play on the spot. It comes from the creative invention of the Chinese army, and it solves to a certain extent that there is no place to carry the wooden grenade. The problem: this thing is still very useful, since it uses the one hand. The army early alunks a sub-insufficient number of bombs, ammunition package idle down one side of the waist of space. On the other hand, it also has a little protective effect. The three wooden handles erected on the chest can play a little better than nothing. In order to increase the marching speed of the troops, each soldier distributed specially designed long leather boots. This kind of shoes used to be only distributed to officers, but now, regardless of the cost, they have become the Allen Hill Army standard configuration. Luggage has become every soldier will have to carry things. Carefully designed backpack is very convenient. There is a break with the bedding. There are some important personal items. For more than a year, almost all the gadgets produced by Allen Hill's industrial production line were in this bag, which includes a small block wash their hands with soap, use and maintenance of weapons printed manual. One side looks pretty good, small round mirror, and shave for a small candle that can be used in the field, as well as 2 boxes of matches. Wooden comb knife. It can also be seen from the things carried by these soldiers that Allen Hill's products are silently changing the world and changing the lives of Allen Hill civilians. What makes people laugh and cry is that although they are not equipped with armor, everyone in this army is allotted steel helmets, a kind of defense tool that looks very majestic, but is very simple to process. Wagram didn't understand Chris's way of doing this very much. He felt that it was more appropriate to give each soldier a breastplate. This M42 type helmet processing easier, and provides more than good service. What's more interesting is that this kind of helmet suddenly made the ordinary Allen Hill soldiers energetic, and they seemed to have a handsome taste. After such a modification, the image of an early grenadier known as Allen Hill is ready to come out, wearing a Y-shaped armed belt, an ammunition bag hanging around his waist, a long military barbed sheath, and one side of his chest hanging 3 hand grenades with wooden handles, a suitcase on his back, a water bottle and a ration bag behind his butt, an M42 steel helmet on top of his head, and a pair of long leather boots under his feet. No, on the one hand, from which point of view, this force already has the charm of modern infantry, certain points of view, and they even early in World War II German soldiers, weapons and equipment as good. It's a pity that this unit is definitely a typical representative of foreign powers and mid-skid players, just like the well-equipped Chinese-German weaponry during the Song-U battle. Their ammunition is not sufficient, and the logistics supply can only be described as shabby. This time, the force mobilized by Cyrus was not the original expected 1,500-strong regiment, but a total of 2,400, which was almost the main force of the 2 regiments, because as Chris found, the original force cannot protect the whole campaign of the investigation as well as logistical support before the expedition, and from there only other troops deployed some troops to ensure the normal operation of the entire unit can be. He-2 group, that is, the cavalry regiment deployed 500 Ming cavalry, guard troops as scouts, in order to avoid being cavalry raid each other in the wild. These cavalrymen do not need to fight head-on with the enemy. They only need to provide early warning of the troops. In addition, 400 people is to add strength to his artillery detachment of soldiers and transportation. 200 of them are actual transport troops, responsible for transporting the supplies and materials for this conquest of the fort. They are drawn from the cavalry unit and are responsible for driving the carriage to ensure the supply of the troops. There are 200 people is a 10 artillery pieces of artillery to strengthen. Also from 2 drawn artillery regiment to the other side, the equipment is pulled make up the old 90mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery, which is earlier in the campaign against Chris Main. There are also the old artillery used at the ferry crossing. Its real way, 30 pieces of artillery actually had 2 caliber, which let Chris shells supply more complicated. However, the problem is actually not prominent, because the number of artillery shells is small, and all the artillery shells are acting together with the large forces, and there is no trouble of logistics difficulties. As a result, Alan Hill's first active external attack battle started abruptly during the autumn harvest season. Chose this season, mainly because their Alanxia own surprise industrial demand. Kerry Adams believes he has the ability to be quick, so do not worry about the war dragged into the winter. The same kind, that their troops have the advantage of mobility, ambitious and ready before the troops arrived at Fort Alanxia main soil core area, just to get rid of the opponent's Winter Brittany lords, at almost the same time with a temporary build-up. More than 800 cavalry who got up went south. Old Sikh Deep Winter Count of Brittany never thought his opponent Alanxia cavalry duchy will become Ranger, determined not to his main cavalry collision. After the opponent learned that his cavalry was going south, they didn't even proceed with the harassment, so they immediately retreated. Those falling in the distance like ghosts, like the cavalry. Brittany does not battle the winter, ranging from the contact to turn left, which makes Winter Brittany has been a non-constant bad sense of feel. He also once sent cavalry to fight with each other on a small scale, but the effect was really not ideal. On the one hand, the opponent didn't want to fight at all, and he didn't wear any armor, and he didn't even mean to fight a battle. The other reason is that after more than a dozen small-scale conflict, he only killed 30 more than Alanxia cavalry, but one's own side, and made 100 more than the cavalry became exhausted, almost lost the fight. Seeking recommendation tickets, collections, rewards, book reviews, selling cute, all kinds of support. 27 Absurd battle. He even with as Alanxia there is cavalry to delay fatigue and his cavalry so simply no longer entangled with these cavalry scouts, and led the troops south to rush towards the main force of Alan Hill, which is entirely based on infantry, has too annoying after stuck on the way south when Winter Brittany has completely Alanxia Rangers to annoy mentality. He now wants is to each other, and frankly marked with a good play your cavalry has an advantage in moving speed and impact. Although he heard about Maine's army's weird failure in the eastern forest, he felt that his army could use the speed advantage to immediately approach Alan Hill's army and make any long-range weapons of the opponent ineffective. In fact, he did, due to their vision, completed his tactical arrangements. When his troops appeared on the horizon, the other cavalry rush that Chris has immediate concern, there is no ready for battle. On the front battlefield, his 3 battalions of infantry had just stood in formation. The rear group's 30 cannons did not build any launch positions, and the camp was in chaos. Wagram personally restrained these recruits and stabilized the entire 1st Regiment. Not over, just hold yourself footing. The first one group discovered that the other party has launched a cavalry formation from the front of the mighty rolling over. Immediately afterwards, whether it was Chris, Wagram, or even the opposing commander Dongbulan, they all found that the battle before them was completely beyond their imagination. Even at the beginning of the battle, the commanders on both sides were shocked that they did not issue an effective order. On this side, in accordance with the requirements of the Code of Practice, the infantry who had to dig trenches were not prepared for the battle. So under the constraints of all the officers, the entire infantry defense war was launched against the enemy cavalry in their own way under the constraints of all officers. Defense. Wage long policies, horse galloping across 3 huge phalanx of infantry, and urge everyone not retreat, because once you start defeat, low back mobility, is preparing to fire artillery completely exposed to the enemy's blade. As a result, In the next second, the ready grenadiers in the first row began to attack the enemy cavalry who were about 150 meters away. The battlefield was chaotic, and the consequences of insufficient recruit training made Chris almost lost the most critical battle. But just a moment later, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. Seeing 100 meters away in the other cavalry off their feet, his 300 modern rifles suddenly swept down a piece. What is even more desperate is that the grenadiers of Alan Hill are not holding the ancient flintlocks. In a shot after rounds of ammunition, issued a crackling shots in a row. These live fire training twice recruits finally remembered what I do. They entered their own rhythm, and the gunfire emboldened them. Only see the first row of soldiers did not stop. Immediately let go of the trigger clasp right hand. Pull the mechanical side of the bolt. Will a new bullet onto the inside of the chamber. Boom. Before coming across their feet. Cavalry aware of the end of the second infantry salvo has been completely finalized. Outcome of each other's cavalry not close to 100 meters. He had been knocked out about half of the vitality. To the beginning to the end, cavalry Fort Soil are not able to enter the distance. They carry bows and arrows, can attack each other that look no armor. Soldiers, far away at the moment for them. Like a general, no matter how they try, these tens of meters away is like a gap, let them insurmountable. It was a sense of powerlessness from the heart. It was a despair that went deep into the bones. Chris was really a little bit dumbfounded by the sight before him. He gave these soldiers advanced weapons and equipment, and also gave them the tactics to crush their opponents. But in this war environment, a team of World War I level in this way, the army of Napoleon played the battle scene of the Napoleonic era. Wage-long guns were deployed, soldiers in the last square array, trying to take advantage of each other before the attack range of advantages to destroy the enemy's cavalry. However, due to the temporary engagement, these artillery soldiers have not played their due role until now. Then, with those prepared Mauser 98K Steps guns, soldiers began standing in place. A composition of a square, put his hand weapon, pouring himself should not have more ammunition to the distant opponents. Dense sub-bomb to hit the enemy. In the distance, the bullet went through each other's armor. In other losses when the soldiers had in the back of the phalanx big step forward, beyond those 5 rounds of ammunition reloaded, the front row of soldiers in the magazine started a new round of shooting. It was simply the three-stage shot of the World War II weapon version. And Chris was crying. The weapons and equipment he provided, under the ravages of the times, evolved into such a nondescript weird formation. Boom. Another volley cranky when Chris began, step by step, as thousands of soldiers rolling wheel-like, rolling to a distant Earth cavalry fort. A spectacle appeared in human history. The infantry phalanx moved forward a little bit and rushed towards the enemy cavalry in the distance. The battle was not over here, but when Dongbulan finally realized that the opponent's weapon was not his cavalry to defeat, the 30 cannons behind Wagram were ready for battle. Winterclothland Santo already see their defeat cavalry, did not have the courage to go on fighting. However, he still wanted to restrain his cavalry so that they could completely retreat to the hinterland of the Dubao, so that he had the opportunity to wait for reinforcements and make the final struggle. Not over. 30 heavy artillery shells did not give any chance to leave Brittany Winter. As he waved his precious sword, hoping to make their out of the cavalry hold its ground when a terrorist explosion in his vicinity began. Probably only half Xiao, the 1st Alan Xia 1 group and the main cavalry skirmish Earth fought on the separation of the victory. Even under Chris did not even have a decent command. Soil cavalry fought on the loss of at least 500 people, completely injured the combat ability. Fortunately, the goddess of light taking care of the Alan Xia here, although not a shelling has killed too many dispersed fled the Earth cavalry fort, may have a shell to kill the Fort Earth among the crowd lords. Winter Bran, this lord, who was quite capable, didn't even have the chance to retreat, and gave up his life in an encounter. Sadly, originally he was only planning to gather forces to test Alan Hill's troops, but in the end he made a test by accident and fought a final battle. Seeing the Tubao cavalry dismount their horses and surrender, the ground is full of horses and human corpses, wounded enemy soldiers lying on the ground wailing, and the same wounded horses struggling and neighing. Chris couldn't believe his eyes. "I have this, be considered we won it." Chris did not grasp some of Usk's just returned wage long at his side. Wagram was also very embarrassed. After watching the soldiers' exercises, he knew that the troops he now led were almost invincible in a mortal country. But he didn't expect that this force could be as strong as before. Almost the whole fort Earth 800 cavalry, that he did not even have a casualty. Such a force has completely surpassed his imagination, because this kind of record only appeared in the past when the Magic Empire attacked mortal countries. Now he felt that what he was leading was not an army of mortals, but an army of magic. This gave him an unreal feeling, airy and very comfortable. Not over just the performance of the force, Wage Long is really not satisfied. Although the fighting emerged, and is extremely powerful, but these recruits exposed tensions as well as confusion. We have proved there is still the force, great potential can be tapped. Wagram didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying this troop would be if it truly reached its full body form. He spat, rode around in Christ's stand, spoke and said, "Is playing win, Your Majesty? Let the troops take a break and count the ammunition. Collect all the shells." Chris felt that it was shameful that he commanded a battle without giving a single order. He could only reluctantly issue an order to clean the battlefield to save some of his face. Wage Long, everyone knows now, very embarrassed. He just under 2 commands. Fort put the soil of the main cavalry to rout. A command is to allow the infantry, the former into. Another command is to allow the artillery fire. All soldiers collect cartridge cases. On the battlefield, squad leaders and platoon leaders urged their soldiers loudly. Hundreds of soldiers lowered their heads as if they were looking for money in the field, looking for the fallen ones. Bullet case. Carrying his own weapon and holding on to the grenade hanging in front, the infantry of Alan Hill complained and started to clean up the battlefield intricately. In their opinion, defeating the enemy is not difficult, but the work of picking up bullets is more uncomfortable than killing the enemy. Many of these bullet cases are made of copper, which is a very scarce resource. Back to the rear of the factory to be processed into reinstallation bomb. Whatever the outcome, no way can be reused several times. And now Chris, is that the poor play of the war? Every detail must plan carefully. At the other side, the grenadiers who marched see the Earth cavalry fought, staring at those distant bout to find money of opponents, and a look of incredible they could not believe, that is, the distance those stupid-looking guys defeated themselves. 28 mortal magic. At the same time, on the other side of the world, high red clouds of a huge tower inside, Frontsburg being looked curious, a small wooden box in front of him. His room between the lift cage at least 10 meters high. The large picture window reveals the bright sunshine outside. The seemingly simple decoration still reveals a sense of luxury in all details, and the flat marble floor can even reflect the blurry appearance of people. Fred Lentzberg, before looking at the little things, have been for a long time, may not seem the slightest interest. Recession. He picked up this little box. A hand that is very interesting symbol of rubbed against it. This was the first time he was interested in a symbol that had no magical surge. Obviously, this box had nothing to do with any magic. But Frederick Lensberg felt it was very interesting, fun to let him forget all, do daily meditation. Pushing open the box similar to the drawer structure, Frensburg pinched a small piece of wood from the inside. If this thing is placed in front of the Alan Hill civilians who are familiar with it, they will be able to distinguish it easily. Main is a double happiness match factory, raw production matches. Interestingly, he wiped the side of the matchbox with a match wrapped in a phosphorus head, and the match immediately burst into a small but beautiful flame. With a click, the smell of sulfur scattered in the air faintly. It was the smell that made Frensburg feel comfortable. The magician slowly waited for the match to burn a little bit in his hand. With a carefree and playful expression on his face, he waited until the match burned out in his hand, and he still didn't let go of the finger holding the matchstick. That flame burning a little bit burned, and finally spread to his fingers. But not because of matchstick has been completely burnt out, black carbon extinguished, but on Frontsburg fingers more joy beat up. Old SHI, a man wearing a pure white robe, waist with a gold belt of young people pushed open the door. Stand at the door, respectful bow cautioned, to eat a meal of time. You want to. If you eat here, you still have to go down. Do not I think of when I disturb William Fingerhead flame distortion. Frundsberg obviously do not like others to disturb his mood. Language gas slow and dignified. He repeated the name of the apprentice at the door. His voice couldn't tell whether it was sad or happy. Moment between that flame claws, as if to devour the same human life, but in the next second, it disappeared in the Frundsberg clothes, as if the same had never existed. Why? Jan Frundsberg stood up from his chair, afraid to look down to the apprentice, and then began to speak. William, you think this thing is called matches, businessman, is not very convenient. Old division, we can easily control the forces of fire. The head of the lower deeper, the young apprentice named William, very respectfully replied. Yes, our country in flames. I can easily control the restless forces of fire. You can use it as energy, can use it to kill and defense. Fred Lentzberg went to the door, a hand pressing on William's shoulder. It can even be used to set fire to firewood. However, those mortals now have this power, they can easily ignite things. This is an improvement. Fred Lentz's own apprentice William Berg, without looking at, I will pass over him, went to the rotating direction down the stairs. Even the ants are motivated. You have to work harder. Yes, old teacher. William helped Fred Lentzberg shut the door, turned and followed. His steps are very careful, for fear that it will startle the great wizard walking in front of him. By the way, Vladimir Landsberg suddenly spin on the turn of the stairs decline, stopped his feet, looked around at William, told, let those business people get some more, some of the, what it called the country with love, Alanhill. Give me the things of Alanhill. I have a great reward. Yes, old teacher. William is only likely to say the same answer. Such a sentence is still so open replied. In his opinion, just taking out something from the magic tower is enough to get rid of those sad low-level creatures. Those merchants who traveled to and from various countries were humble, greedy and incompetent garbage, and they were all slaves driven by the magic tower. I do not know what his disciples think. Fred Lentzberg does not need to consider what his disciples think. After he had given his instructions, he continued downstairs without looking back, taking steps not hurriedly or slowly. In this world, being strong is the root of everything, and only those who are the most powerful, and the most powerful magicians are the gods that make people respectable. Fred Lentzberg knew this because he was walking down this road, constantly climbing the peak. Boom! The roar of cannon's earthquake trembled the earth. The sky's the fire that represents the progress of the times, but also represents completely change the mode of war. When countless generals or soldiers saw the power of the cannon with their own eyes, they all had shocked expressions on their faces. Even worse than Chris provided quality muzzle-loading guns, there is absolutely 1800 level after a year. The cannon of this era definitely rewrite the history of war. Seeing the deafening roar of the cannon in front of him, General Zorn couldn't believe his eyes. He saw the gravel splashing on the hill in the distance, and the dust lifted up was even higher than the walls of ordinary cities. A fat solid shells. It has caused such an effect, such a powerful weapon, completely let General Zorn convinced. He stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. In his past memory, only the magician recorded in the book can do such an incredible thing, whether it's a blooming bullet or a solid cannonball. The toughness manifested at this moment is definitely beyond the reach of manpower. However, now that he has done so, he can even copy such weapons, turning all his armies into a powerful magic army. He can sweep the entire mortal kingdom with such troops and build an unprecedented huge empire. Good. Suddenly between Zorn General called for a vent similar to the word. He pressed his sword, and even felt ambitious for a while. He is His Majesty the Emperor's confidant. He also management should establish some exploits for His Majesty the Emperor. You mean the Principality of Alanhill uses this to deduct taxes? He turned his side, looked at the confidant beside him, and asked. That messenger Alanxia got a huge amount of bribes, but also pulled off such a good thing. Naturally favored, to report immediately bent over and said, the army adults, say they want to pay taxes with this kind of thing, I secretly promised them, eliminating them 2 million gold coins. Not wrong. You do a good job. Should reward Zorna his mouth that he went to the door Elixir casting cannons around, stroking hard ICTV drama, a sense of beauty and enjoyed the delicious skin. Order the workshop to carefully manufacture 100 such cannons for me according to the drawings provided by Duke Alanhill. After he was intoxicated, he immediately issued the order to make such artillery. Duke Alanhill called this "What's the matter?" You see, people are sometimes such emotional animals. When you think of a person's goodness, you naturally think of the person's honorific name. Chris finally honor from the man, transformed into glory extreme Elixir Grand Duke. Your honor, he called it the big guns for the red gun that men learned the mold like, to sell off now stepped forward to report said, Elixir under the Grand Duke also allows for him to say hello to my lord. He walked the path of the Prime Minister is not Clark. How it came to curry favor with me. Zorn the army perspicacious look of disdain, said, best of both worlds, but he did hit a good count. Disc but also be a sensible person, which the red cannon is indeed a good thing. The general of the Arrant Empire, he still doesn't know. Even the name of the cannon was given to him by Chris. As for that red cannon pit father, have 2.5 ton, all the way with 4 wooden head made of wheels push the car back, and what a difficult, although the range looks very edge, but this is basically 2 or 3 miles range will not really cause any prestige of artillery shrapnel threat, and that pit father, far less than solid shells practical. No, these are not the focus. The focus of this gun is really strong enough to let the generals do not see any flaws. Zorn point. At this moment, he was imagining the scene of defeating the Dothan Empire, with all kinds of relaxed expressions. Let South Dothan prepared to deal with the Empire's army a little slower. We Empire ready to Dothan a gift, has been completely immersed in the joy of victory in the next General Zorn. He has even carried away together. Just like those watching the raw footage in the bedroom of a boy like, from start to finish exudes a dull acid schwang, just the kind of test the effect of exploding bullets. In fact very good thing. My lord, if you want to think about this kind of thing, what shock it will cause when it first appears in front of the enemy. The subordinate rubbed his hands and said with a flattering appearance, it's not surprising that the other party will collapse when touched. Zorn thought that the real is really the truth. Looking at the peaceful mountain in the distance, he also felt that no one would dare to stand in such an environment and insist on fighting. So he nodded, believing the explanation given by his men. 29 With the wind. My lord, do you want to send troops to destroy Alanhill first and bring back the skills and craftsmen there? Another officer leaned against Zorn and said harshly. Zorn smiled and waved, spoke and said, that small country, we do not deserve him anyway, so early start every year to get their 5 million gold tribute tax money, but also to run out of it. A man do not petty, look to see what other people have good things. They immediately wanted to take it over. He looked at his eyes with the subordinates, seems determined to cultivate something. You have to go the long run in order to look up. I think about the impact of making a choice. His mouth, hand flapping his shoulders while to this subordinate, like people Elixir Archduke such cooperation, leaving him the to enjoy several years, also should do, after all, like him so sensible. Not much now. First, we must do to other lords a model, let them know, obedient people, we Yalanti Empire, can give them a little benefit. Zorn comes here, there is a life or death over the hearts of pleasure. The second thing, people just xian bow, you go to grab people's possessions, our reputation how to do. I know, sir. That man bowed head, one thought it looks like. For people like him, sometimes reveal their stupidity, to bring out their own adult wisdom. It is also very useful tips flattering. I have just forget. So I have come back from the south, then find a reason by the seeking elixir of bad luck. Zorn was very confident, said, the time, thousands of troops 1,000 cannon, so that the Grand Duchy see elixir look, What is the heritage of a great country? My lord is wise. This time, the flattery was in place, and the subordinate took 2 steps back and followed General Zorn. This really is the foundation of the industry. Everything watching the German Purcell bit dumbfounding the entourage around him. He said. He came this time to make the matter of Alan Hill's occupation of the fort become smoother. In fact, there is no secret, nothing more than sending something a little slower, a little slow. Everyone has a responsible officer of Fort Sooth in Earth civilians. This time at the moment is the crowd shouting loudly, and his feet an heap full of cloth from Alenxia. Every resident of Tubau can receive this kind of cloth as long as he has received the certificate of Alan Hill, without any exception. Same when issued, there are a variety of small things, such as Alenxia workshop-produced soap, as well as main factory-produced matches. In short, all these things become converted pension distribution in the hands of every Tubau resident. The wounds caused by the war soon healed as before, and every Tubau person has become accustomed to this situation. Tubau and the Steppe Empire have some friction every year, and every year a group of cavalry die in Tubau. Because there is no after-burning and looting as such, occupied the fort territories Alenxia forces, and not exclude people of Fort Earth. Life still continues with no one to care that side Alenxia Castle atop a raised black golden eagle king flag. Do I have it too? Excuse me, do I have it too? A woman waved the Alan Hill residence certificate in her hand and was squeezed into the crowd. Her body sighed, an old woman pushing a disgusted look at this woman, very unhappy opening shouted, "Go away, your husband is Alenxia Soldiers Guild. How do you have the face to what do you send?" The woman begged for something with a sad face, but was overwhelmed by the noise. But she still stubborn held up his household registration certificate. It seems almost not willing to just leave. "Let the guards to maintain order here that women have enough to do." De Purcell told a guard at his side, pointed to those helpless women in the crowd struggling, "Let them line up. Don't be so messy." Soon, more than a dozen Alan Hill soldiers joined the pushing crowd. Seeing the arrival of these soldiers wearing long swords, everyone subconsciously stopped the crowding. After a while, a long line was lined up, and the scene suddenly restored order. Due to the relationship with the order, each holder of a household can receive goods belong to them. There is a metal forming vessels, as well as a variety of small objects. Everyone take the time to have a smile on his face capacity. It seems Alenxia for them to fight over. It is not a bad thing. Before, the life of mortals was very difficult. Due to soil fort also pay taxes, so people here have suffered exploitation. Now they have a new life, which makes them very satisfied. Sometimes people are like this. When life becomes very difficult, a box of matches, a bar of soap, and a simple little mirror will make them happy. And for Alenxia, these are produced out of something is too cheap to the point where people want to cry. Using these things in exchange for the support of the people is much more effective than issuing silver and gold coins. Not to mention Germany Purcell also know that Chris still have to send follow-up coins. Each seems to be Alenxia civilians will get the victory after one silver warfare welfare. This seems to be a rule that makes people quite a headache. The current population of Alan Hill is not too small, because of the annexation of the Tubau. Their population base has now exceeded 500,000. If you count the homeless people attracted by food and other benefits, the population has even approached 1 million. With so many people, every time they win a war, they have to pay a bonus, and it is estimated that if they win another time, it may be divided into 100,000 gold coins. Desire not think with 10 million gold to buy a lot of people money. He was afraid that behind population exceeded 10 million or even a million times their own money too. Everyone cloth 5 meters. This Alenxia Archduke really generous an old head holding a roll of grey cloth. Excitement out of the crowd, his face wearing a satisfied smile. Listen to say publicly owned countless opportunities Alenxia work, people are also not hungry. The former Lord of Adults have control migration thing. Now Lord of Adults dead, no longer in possession of this kind of thing. Then if you go to Alan Hill to try your luck, maybe you can really find a bowl of rice to eat. Everyone has their own idea, those who for the dead as well as the son of her husband's family, but also because that compensation to the unexpected, the better speak up. The so-called cannibal hand is short. After taking Chris' money, people subconsciously transferred their hatred to the ignorant Lord Dongbulin who resisted Alan Hill. Anyway, people have been dead, so we have nothing to do. Xian, everything will become dropped. These tiny territory castle had no concept of what the country for a long time are in a state of being forced to split. They will reunite Ale and Xia together. It is only a matter of time only. So crushed, we are really spending a little something. While points out almost 10 million gold coins, Desire can be easily calculated that, over the past year, the purchase of coal as well as iron and steel from Fort Earth, worth almost 15 million gold coins. The money was originally earned by Dongbulin's artifice, but now it flew back to Alan Hill's vault like wings. Most of the gold coins that were pitted by Dongbulin were piled in the mound in the castle vault. As a result, Dongbulin was accidentally killed during the battle, and Tubao's gold coins returned to Chris's bag. Because Chris's advancement speed was too fast, the troops in the two territories of North County and the Bainai had not had time to gather. The fort died. Chris also refreshed his own annexation speed record this time. Before the opponent's ally support was in place, he laid a territory. Such an attack speed seems to have never appeared in the history of mortal warfare. Do not worry, we have sent a messenger, if nothing else. Timid North County, it is estimated that secondary surrendered. De Purcell looked far and that other woman holding a cloth carrying things away. His face, you can't hide the smile. The woman's husband died under the gun of the Alan Hill Grenadier. But she did not have much hatred for Alan Hill who fell from the sky. If Alan Hill can quickly accumulate his own territory in this way, then this duchy will soon have the strength to compete with other empires. Germany. Purcell, no Northshire Lord, I played a lot of dealings at the time of doing business. Desire couldn't be more clear about the virtue of the opponent. That was really a strange thing that came and went, and that was the kind of thing. And what I can live up to now is to submissively, as long as he doesn't move his position, he will agree to whatever you say to him. This is the power of the Lord of North County. Precisely because of this, the Lord of Adults sent the nickname with the Wind Lord. Not over, the Lords of the Wind may be coming to an end as a good day. Alan Xia Grand Duke, Chris wants his absolute control over the north of the county. It is not likely to give this opportunity to the Wind Lords. When the Alan Hill Grenadier arrives, it is estimated that this lord will not even have a chance to escape, so he can only capture with his hands and surrender his territory. Thinking of this, Desire stood up, turned his head and left the distribution point of soothing supplies. He walked, he thought in mind. Finally, the last left desert, weak. Around the territory, they all fall under my Alan Xia ruled 30 refuge. As expected, the most capable army in the north has fired 2 rounds, but they didn't surrender. Looking at the already collapsed wall in the distance, Chris sighed on horseback. Germany and Purcell predicted exactly. North County reinforcements, after learning Fort Alan Xia's soil was broken, immediately retreated back to their own territory. Then the man who sent the nickname Northshire Windlords would send Santo Adults a letter came, expressing his willingness to claim tribute. Not over. Chris did not give him any opportunity to direct. Troops surrounded the North County castle. Let the Lord of Adults to continue to goof, never completely mind. What followed became very simple. As soon as the cannon rang, North County announced its surrender. Let the officers urge their soldiers, but no one wants to face the terrible magic. Soon, someone opened the city gates. The Wind became Lord of Adults. Chris prisoner. Almost non-stop, Chris waged long clean up the mess left behind in the North County and reassuring, and that they took the first one mission to kill the desert. This territory, called Hanhai, originally had no borders with the city of Ceres. It is actually a cordon set by the Arrant Empire in the north to monitor and alert the nomadic steppe empire in the north. Therefore, Hanhai is actually a military fortress. The combat readiness is the best in the northern territories, and the soldiers have the highest combat effectiveness. Of course, Chris is also the most difficult to fight. After hearing that the Tubawan's North County had collapsed within a day, the other party did not make any fluke decisions. Instead, they concentrated all their forces and retreated to their own castle. The Lord Wilkes in front of me is the most capable one I have ever seen. Facing the cannon, he can still hold on. He is really a tenacious commander. Looking at the tower in the distance, he was taking advantage of the cannon. Chris exclaimed in admiration for the vast sea soldiers who rushed to repair the city wall between Rees's gunfire. Along the way, most of his opponents either died under his gunfire, or they surrendered in a mediocre way with no strength to fight back. What impressed him was nothing more than the lawns of Ferry City and the Lord Wilkes in front of him. Seeing the other party methodically defending his castle under the attack of artillery, Chris even moved his love for talent. He shouted, "The use of the collar is too small, so a face can be used." His first reaction was to send a wary soldier to lean in and shout to the city to make them surrender. Chris pointed at the distant castle with his whip, and Walter, the commander of the 1st Regiment under his opponent, ordered. The leader Walter in front of him was actually just a little unknown character. He has always been a small captain in the infantry of Serres Castle. The biggest task is to watch the city gate and other chores. Not about this evening Walter, temporary training officer Chris inside the stand, because he read the book, but also has a very strong ability to learn. As a declining traditional middle class, Walter was well educated when he was a child, and this is the capital. He now controls the 1st Regiment of Chris' main force. He is also a sample set up by Chris, a non-traditional commanding talent. As a sample of this, Walter also applied the knowledge he learned to the battle and became the world's 1st-generation technical commander. Of course, he and Wagron's adjutant Courier were entrusted with important responsibilities, which also reflected from the side how the Principality of Alan Hill is now in the military command system, how lack of talents. His Majesty heard the command, war technology is not the slightest hesitation, immediately issued a variety of combat command, everything seemed orderly. Gun stop shooting. Sent someone to hit capitulate. After the chaos of the Battle of Dubao, this relatively strong learning ability Captain Walter no longer panicked as much as when he commanded the battle for the first time. Just as snipers are fed by bullets, famous generals are just monsters fed by battle. Has been ready for the 3rd round of shelling was ordered to stop down. A loud voice of grenadiers groping came to the castle on the edge of the bow and arrow range, which began loudly to persuade soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender, to lay down their weapons and surrender. It's not worth it. His answer was shot in the desert, a castle gun bow and arrow, not intensive, but very firm. It seemed that the reason for the opportunity to fire was finally found, and the opponent's archer shot 2 rounds of feather arrows in one breath. It is a pity that no bows and arrows flew to the place where the grenadier was hiding, and there were even no arrows capable of flying in front of him. In front of the roar of the cannon, such a counterattack was not even a gasp. The grenadier stood up with contempt, slapped his uniform twice with disdain, turned and returned to his sequence. After 2 victories, he already has the pride of being an Alan Hill grenadier, and naturally he has a heart of contempt for opponents who are on the verge of collapse. Just when Chris tried to persuade the defenders to surrender in Blessed Sea Castle, on the edge of the remote battlefield, on a hillside, there was a pair of eyes looking at Alan Hill's offensive troops. Keep a Holchi bearded middle-aged man wearing a leather armor, leaving for a two-edged sword, riding in a group of black valiant battle right away. He was alone, with a small suitcase hanging behind the saddle. Him from the waist off between the bladders, unplug the cork inside a sip of water, then rubbed at his mouth. Hanging the water bag back to his waist, he lightly pinched the horse's belly, and then proceeded on the horse, rushing towards Alan Hill's army. And with this same time, in the desert city walls, Wilkes lord in his own sword, worried through and forts, looking at the horizon. Those terrible weapons shoot out white smoke. He faces North Ethnic Party nomadic, has been using defensive reflexes. The soldiers of Han Hai are also very good at defense, because what they do the most is to hold on to their city when the nomadic cavalry goes south. As long as he had to adhere to dozens of days' time, flanking cavalry Fort Earth will be under the cover of Northshire soldiers. Nomads fight back against this tactic has been used for hundreds of years, have not had major flaws. But who could have imagined that in just a dozen days, a rising principality, Alan Hill, would be able to break the two-bound North County one after another. Stroking the hard buttresses, Wilkes let out a faint sigh. This time he has no reinforcements. How can the soldiers of Alan Hill outside the city retreat? After thinking about it all morning, he still didn't think of the answer to this question. Adult his aide pressing treasure sword came over, body armor issued a nice crash sound. Adjutant of his face still wearing some of the dust, which makes him look a little awkward. The other sent to capitulate, was scared away by us. This time we have no reinforcements, and bullion has a. Casey shook his head, on his own aid side, outside the city. We cannot recede, enemy will not last long. Each lord has a number of his cronies. There is a case. Casey lord's most men can play a military officer. His deputy is a bullion Jose. The lieutenant of the vast sea territory is also famous, and he is also a powerful figure who can fight tough battles. Not only before, no matter how powerful, never seen the face of artillery, he has no recourse but to bite the bullet and stick on the wall. You want to appear to be a miracle and so on. Your honor, the enemy has such weapons, as well as North County Fort Earth after another defeat. Not surprising. Cloth soldiers pressing the sword, Bowder Wilkes said. Not too we can hold on. But what is the use of persistence? Even if the opponent does not have weapons such as cannons, after losing the Allied two-bound North County, the isolated and helpless Boundary Sea will not allow Alan Hill to retreat. Once such a stalemate continues, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the smaller Hanhai. He had the only hope of victory is the ability with strong castle, adhere to the onset of winter. When the temperature drops, the troops stationed in the field will naturally suffer and will retreat without fighting. What makes people desperate is that the opponent has a cannon to demolish the city wall, let alone persisting until winter. If the opponent has enough ammunition to attack with all-out strength, Vast Sea Castle may not be able to hold on even this afternoon. Wait, it also promises a miracle will happen. Casey frowned, looked far. Has been quiet for a moment. Of Valenxia military array, just out of the sentence after such a long while. The other side is preparing a new round of attack. Chris, we got an interesting report. A man wants to see him. This is really a new thing, because this is on the battlefield. His army was still bombarding the enemy's castle. The sound of the guns rang through the sky. After hearing this, ordinary people would have been far away in the mountains and forests. Where could anyone take the initiative? The one that comes up. The opponent is wearing a sword, leather armor and a neat beard, and looks very energetic. The soldier who came to the report described the opponent's image as much as possible, which made Chris even more interested. Let him come here. Chris rode on the horse, tapping his fingers on the hilt, waiting for the other party's arrival with great interest. Behind him were a dozen loyal Ceres cavalry, and there were hundreds of rifles in front of him, so he was not afraid of any tricks on the other side. So, he calmly watched the other side lead the horse closer to him step by step. This middle-aged man is not tall, but he feels very temperamental. He lead a horse, according to the sword. So standing in front of Chris, pale spoke and said, "My name Modley Isolde, before come to take refuge. Alanxia Archduke 31 The secret." Modley Isolde? Chris felt seemed to have heard the name of where, but a time to remember. But he still was open, in front of the Mordlal said, "Modley Anching Soul, you are so over defected, it is to seek what kind of position do Ralanxia Grand Duke?" Modley Soul watching young riding on horseback, and a look of disbelief. He has been to have the ability to Alanxia Grand Duke in a short time, more than a year. Even Kemayen, Ferries as well as Soil and Fort North County, must have some age. But the Chris in front of him was too young. So young that he was a little daunted to follow such a young man, and the pressure was much greater than with a middle-aged Grand Duke. If there is no second Alanxia Grand Duke, I think him the man you say. Chris' hearty laugh, opening self-referral Shao said, I am, love how about you, Grand Duke of Ranhill? I, which is actually a general. Modley Soul here. Chris froze a moment later. He really did not expect, after his own yourself first, some people do not know themselves. To say that his experience, it can be considered to act as a protagonist level of biographical novel. In the early years, he, a civilian, relied on the defensive warfare against the Dothan Empire in the south, all the way from the small soldiers of the Aranti Empire, and was promoted to the youngest high-level commander in history. Due to fierce combat, command well. Dothan Sr. hated him, gave him a nickname, called Mr. Bastard. Not to yell anti-southern side of the military, but affectionately called him Victory Generals. But after hundreds of battles, he did not become the hero of Aranti. In a political struggle, he was expelled from the army because he offended General Zorn, and he didn't even get a penny for the settlement. Left the barracks he loved. Heartbroken, he gave up. No sound after the hearing. Who knows what hell seclusion down in the desert north, until today yet. The army heard this answer. Chris finally think of it, why he's so familiar with this name. He read some books about war in Aranti before and saw this name. The above said that Modler was a very powerful commander, but he did not describe this person in detail. The same kind, Desire also mentioned this to him. General Maud Lyle thought he was a recruit can be of high moral standing and forces such as God's generals. It is a pity that Chris, who thinks he does not have much capital, does not have the ability to recruit the world's heroes. He can only find talents in the territory he controls, and cultivate as many reserve talents as possible to fill his employment gap. Similar to foreign refugees, the proportion of Christ camp is actually not much. Currently, there are only Desire, Gerlo, and a naval commander Lawns. Now, with a general who is admired by Dissel standing in front of him, Chris really feels flattered and unreal. He listened to say that the hero of the novel met a brother, the other satisfied the first peon by things. But when he encountered something like this, he knew how cool it was. This is really a kind of destiny. Heroes and famous people all follow right and left. Chris smiled embarrassedly, pulled himself back to reason, and asked, why come to me? Modley heard this, looked at the distant artillery ready, opening replied, I see you are part of siege warfare team earlier. This weapon really strong. I think that if you have such a force, you may need a decent commander. So, do you think you are such a decent commander? The smile on Chris' face became more obvious, and he re-evaluated the conceited general in front of him with interest. If you do not mind, you can let me try. This time, Modley Soul touches modest bit. He is not a well-known person, he is just a general who has been squeezed out. What he wants is a position where he can continue to command the army to win victory and reflect his value. Let him prove how stupid the people who drove him out of the army were. Now, there is such an opportunity before his eyes. If he can command such a force, then he may really recast his glory. So he came, offered himself, and didn't mean to flinch at all. Chris deliberately wanted to test whether this modeler had any real skills. He pointed his horsewhip to the military formation in the distance and asked, you should have seen my military feeling in the distance. How? Exclamation mark of strong say, your army can be said to be the world's most powerful mortal army. Modley Soul before opening praise a few words, and then turned the topic of conversation, not before. They can also be more strong. Talk about it. Chris doesn't mind having an expert show his troops a look. Even if the other party didn't say anything, it can be used as a reference. Modley Idol thought, opening replied, first, said the training of troops. The force is obviously a recruit, train them very well. According to my standards, he had not even qualified. Lines have not had. Chris agrees with this very much. Originally, this war was launched hastily under the premise of a hurry. The training of the troops is seriously inadequate, and this is something he knew in advance. Then, Modley Soul continued to talk about the priorities he thought These soldiers just rely on a strong weapon to fight. If left these powerful weapons, they cannot even stand in front of the enemy, were somewhat reluctant. This has been very good. I do not know exactly how to use new weapons, training hard, but soldiers do now to make this point, but also accomplishment. But, I think we can be better, nothing more. Model AI Soul Solution explain the sentence. Be a bit appease Chris emotions. Not too, talking about weapons, that's another matter. Your weapon's too strong. You can place a few kilometers outside of the fight against the enemy. This is the bow and arrow cannot do. He brought up the weapons, summarizes the strengths and weaknesses of Christ's troops. And just like Chris boast after a pass, Maud and Lyle talk about the question, not before. Your soldiers are not wearing armor. This is a very serious problem. He pointed to the front row of those grenadiers. Also Promise You is so confident of their weapons, and I believe no one can break your arms, and your troops to fight in melee combat you can ignore. There is a problem, that is, when you can't give play to your advantages, you are doomed to fall into a disadvantage. Without seeing the weird expression on Chris' face, Modeler continued, for example, now, you dare not throw in your soldiers and approach Banhai City for a storm. Because once you get into the range of the bow and arrow, there is no armor and shield. The troops will inevitably have unbearable casualties. So you can only firmly etc. the other side to surrender, or be an explosion destroyed the walls. This time if you have a 200 people heavily armored soldiers, presumably this time you will not have to wait in the wilderness, but has been attacked into a desert castle. Model AI Soul Kankan and Talk published his various views. Chris did not bother to explain to Modeler at this point. Limited by the common sense of the world, it is impossible for Modeler to predict what kind of technical weapons Chris can achieve, so he does not. You may know what Chris will transform his army into in the future. When modern weapons and equipment, such as tanks and airplanes, all appear on the battlefield, there will be no shortcomings when soldiers do not have the small problem of armor. Of course, Chris will not insist. Model AI Soul, look at his coming. To have such insight is already a very good commander of. Hearing that Modeler emphasized that there are other aspects of logistics and supplies, Chris was already very satisfied with the general who was in front of him. So be it. Maud Lyle, General, am here with you to look after Baxers, your location and how to position our troops are fighting, and so let us discuss. Chris bonded by word, spoke out his thoughts cautiously. His table standout is not in keeping with his age calm, but so much Maud Lyle put some heart down. In his view, is this young lord weakest shortboard? Shortboard after less than this, Loveland Hill had no weaknesses anymore. Thank you, Your Majesty Grand Duke of Shelter. Model AI Soul is not nonsense. Stood to look to the other side of the array of artillery in, compared to what has not been dazzling table now infantry, he was to spearhead the artillery is more interested. It's real, this is not blame him, because he did not see the war fought soil. These are not even the armor grenadiers. Break out the record of how dazzling. Boom. With a volley of rounds beginning, new attack began. In 13 gun after playing faintly down into the desert behind the walls of the castle, Maud Lyle finally decided, for their new owners Chris stand a credit, only to see him turned in, press the right fist on his chest. Opening suggestion. Your Majesty, I am willing to desert the city. Capitulate. Let Your Majesty less cost some effort. After all, Wilkes Lord and I have also a little friendship may allow them to lay down their weapons and surrender. 32 Good luck. When is a company most able to attract talents? The answer, of course, is that when making money. The Principality of Alan Hill is now truly a rising company, so it also has the ability to attract a large number of talents to come to join. Model AI Soul is among these people that he is a very capable person, but also a great person to play. As soon as he came to Chris' account, he planned to give Chris a meeting gift. This stormed the enemy castle in front of the situation Chris do not want to face, right? So the request is submitted. Maud Lyle. He was tempted. Not him did not immediately promise down, but hesitated. Open asked. Makes you so rashly go? you will not have any danger. It is a very good experience to have a leader who cares about his own safety all the time. Chris asked such a question before Modler decided to go to Blessed Sea Castle. It was also a well thought out choice. Two birds in the forest are not as important as one bird in his hand, who has already fallen into his pocket, and the talent Modler is definitely more important than Wilkes, who is still standing on the opposite city wall. Chris was thinking very well, so he didn't plan to give away a talent who got it for nothing. Heard Chris say, Maud Lyle is actually very pleased that he stood up on the horse, spoke and said, "I'll be right back." Presumably why Cassie do not want so crushed, and this is a complete waste of time. No a little sense of honor. He was right. In fact Wilkes didn't want to fight anymore. The third round of artillery hit the city wall, and the entire wall of Han Hai Castle was crumbling. Cracks have appeared in some places. These cracked walls are already very dangerous, and it is not surprising when they will collapse. Once the city walls collapsed, desert fortifications also destroyed 70% of there will be a lot of casualties in the tragic street fighting, which is not what Wilkes hopes to see. Chris can occupy the city wall. A little nibble consume the remaining troops Wilkes hit to that time. He would not take the initiative to surrender, but passive surrender. The wise monarch knows when to fight to the end, and also knows when to surrender. Exhausting all the power of counterattack and surrendering will only make the situation worse and lose all his negotiating chips. Making horse forward Maud Lyle desert near the castle walls, but this time, Chris has ordered, so once again the artillery stopped firing. The gunpowder on the tower has not yet dissipated, and many people are cleaning up dead bodies and broken rocks. Alanxi, a messenger of Wilkes adults, ask you to speak up. Modley Isol, already middle-aged people, riding on horses back full momentum, cried loudly in the city, "My name is Modresisol." Make your Santa Wilkes adults to speak out. City wall surface, Wilkes waving his hand in front of the spread of smoke and saw Maud Lyle in the city. His eyes facing the following shouted, "My Cassie Schweitzer Maud Levin soul name number is not overridden war now. What if, just put it this way, why Cassie Santo? Now this situation, you have no reason to keep going up. Truce now. I went to see Chris with your majesty. You do not need to let innocent people died in vain. It was his Chris who came to hit me." Wilkes, who was standing on the head of the city, replied intentionally, but looking at the black smoke and the stumbling soldiers, he suppressed his voice. "Go down. Be fair and on. If he has such a strong fighting force, he would still swing us south of Fort North Shore Earth. He would lay it even says, to build a strong country. Not before this kind of thing turn his head. After all, some upset." He pressed the buttress and shouted to the bottom, "Wait." After speaking, he turned around and prepared to walk down the city wall. His adjutant Bourgeois followed with his sword, followed Wilkes downstairs a little anxiously, and asked, "My lord, what are you going to do?" "Kesong door. I'm going to the pleasure of seeing the former," says Santa. "Well, this time tangled this name has nothing. I'm going to need the pleasure of seeing Alanxi, a Grand Duke, for our desert, seeking a way out." "Why Cassie said, I went to an adult. You sit in the city." Town cloth soldiers somewhat tense stopped Wilkes, opening advised, "Let me go." "Adults, you have to ensure their own safety." Shaking his hand, Wilkes laughed and said to Bourgeois, "If you have such an absolute advantage, would you still make any small moves?" He doesn't need to do anything to me to win the victory. Let alone, he still has to care about some faces. Why should face? On the hillside in the distance, Chris Walter, head to the side with a smile, can be cut light of our losses, reduce the consumption of shells, throw a little fame. What kind of? He looked at the open desert castle of the city gate, opening to Walter, and said, "A moment. If he not cooperate, you give me catch him first. People hold back. Fang Hagishan things that I do." Chris has just do not have to face when it was decided to save bullets. Wilkes has come in front of Maud Lyle. The two greeted each other, and then they chatted about the battle in front of them. I came all the way to North County. Does real have come down Modley? I sold the Wilkes. Last thing children want to pinch exterminate, spoke and said. Behind the army Alanxia not more troops, but business. The team also has a carriage. Why? Cassie stunned for a moment, then looked to Maud Lyle. You are to say, Chris, nor reinforcements. He did not aid the military, because they do not need reinforcements, whether field or siege warfare, where his troops are invincible. Modley I so know what the other would say. It spoke and said, I feel that if you were lucky enough to eat this army of more than 1,000 people, you can win. Or for a year, he can set the junction of such troops killed more come to you and your troops. There will not be any change in the nature of Modley I sold, but age compared to Viagra Cassie more comprehensive will receive. Analyze this situation. More comprehensive comparison of some of them, no theory from which point of view, you will fail. Now surrender, and ruin after the dog eat dog, is not a concept. Modley I sold gave Wilkes a choice, opening a single word of persuasion road. You say that, and I understand. Why? Cassie Little only shook his head, opening a sigh, but, I surrendered him to desert it. What kind of good is it? Good place? I saw along the way, full of cloth as well as those other substances on baggage carriage, all of your people, the future may all Christ's people, and he is responsible to feed these people, but also raise them better. Is not benefit you? Modley I Solanti asked this. Why? Cassie nodded his head. Be admitted. Maud Lyle's statement. He looked at the distant Alanxia military array, opening agrees, as long as you say, and I guarantee my soldiers safe to ensure my people can live and work, I am willing to offer my loyalty. Sincerity. Chris didn't know yet, he had already decided on the goal of having a black belly, and now he was ready to pack up and surrender. He rode his horse on the hillside, waiting for the other party's next plan. Then, he saw a huge white flag hung on the head of Hanhai Castle, which looked so dazzling. Desert surrendered. With a regiment commander pulled the reins of Walled looked like a white flag in the distance, opening for Chris. Report said, they surrendered. Chris grinned and grinned. Today, he can be said to be extremely lucky. First, a senior commander who recommended himself to come to his door was in vain, and then he surrendered. A senior commander. He still had some of the shells left to attack the castle, and he also took the entire vast sea castle intact. Now his territory is bigger, there are more people who can support his expansion, and there are more people who can support his industrialization. I see saw pulled over the reins of horses. Chris remembered the phrase famous poem Spring Wind Proud Horseshoe Disease. On the far plain, thousands of Alan Hill grenadiers raised their weapons and shouted for victory. The joyful voices could be clearly heard hundreds of meters away. Seeing a battalion commander with his soldiers walking into Hanhai Castle and seeing his king flag flying on the head of Hanhai Castle, Chris announced loudly under his chin, now, we have 6 large-scale the castle. Hundreds of villages and market towns. With a population of over 1 million, I can finally say that I am a qualified principality. Not over, after he had happy, and soon there is a problem linger on his mind. There are 3 duchy by his annexation down, and that Yalanti Empire in the northeast of the tax, once again reduced the 3,000 gold coins. According to the practice of the Uranti Empire, the Principality of Alan Hill had eaten so many places and had to pay more taxes in exchange for the recognition of the Uranti Empire. However, under this circumstance, whether the Uranti Empire will sit back and watch the rise of the Principality of Alan Hill in the northeast is another matter. It is very likely that the Uranti Empire will not recognize Christ's rule over Dubao, North County, and the Beast, and will force the Principality of Alan Hill to surrender these territories. It has been swallowed. Go belly fat, and of course Chris is definitely not spit to go. So, Chris received Lianki's smile, his face becomes thick and might, a battle will begin immediately, and once started, the battle will not end up easily. 33 War economy. From the back all the way to the desert castles of Germany arrived Purcell, Almost all the goods carried are scattered in or halfway. White gave 3 of civilians. This also made the Principality of Alan Hill's rule over Tubao and other regions solidified. The civilians who had no concept of the country began to accept Alan Hill, and the Black Eagle flag began to flutter everywhere. Chris' ministry after the team into the desert, Mordlal generals took over Wilkes, with desert soldiers withdrew from the castle. The transfer of defense to the 1st Alanxia 1 Grenadiers Group. The first order that Grand Duke Aaron Hill Chris gave to General Modler was to train Han Hai's soldiers to form a brand new infantry regiment, because the reasons for the expansion too fast, and now Chris too need the army. He now owns large tracts of territory. There are nearly 2 million subjects to support the military. Could feed at least 3 or so million people in the large army of. Why can't the previous territory feed more troops? In fact, this has to start from other aspects. The previous territory's taxation was very heavy. Basically, farmers were the main taxpayers. Naturally, they could not feed so many troops. On the other hand, due to the limited means of attack for the military, a short time no one can break heavily fortified castle. So to feed a large number of troops will only wear down their economy, but cannot get affordable expansion. We will simply don't build such a powerful army anymore. Coupled with Paul Trinity Empire Guard, Cavalry Prairie Empire did not dare to large-scale invasion of the South. The border is also just chipping away, standing troops naturally lower. The appearance of Alan Hill was actually the biggest change in power in this century. Who could have imagined that a Seris who was attacked on all sides could sweep the entire northeast region in just over a year? That is why to this, the former Seris castle standing pathetic troops only 1,300 people. Military build-up will only support 2,000 or so people scale. But now it is different. Because of the economic support and demand, it is possible to support 5,000 people on a single territory. The difficulty facing Chris now is how to arm so many soldiers and how to make these soldiers truly become a reserve force in the future so that they can be equipped with more powerful and advanced weapons and equipment. This time, the money is definitely not able to settle things up against the chair, German Purcell Schwangzuber auction. Some frustration on Chris complained, Yalanti Empire will not let us develop into suffering in my heart. Yes. They will definitely send troops to intervene. Chris was also helpless, sighed and said, I can't help it. Isn't it afraid of Arrant? We won't fight North County and Hanhai. It is absolutely impossible not to fight. How many workers in how many factories are looking forward to war? If Chris says not to fight, they might replace Chris and choose a new Grand Prince to start the war. Winter impending. How much we still have several months breathing space is left in the body of Chris. Wilkes Edge has now become Malanxia generals, although no troops, but was sealed the title of a staff officer. At this moment he spoke, and Bourgeois and Walter both looked over. He coughed awkwardly, then continued to bite the bullet and said with thick cheeks, it is very unwise to fight in the northeast in winter. Even the Oranti Empire would not make such a stupid decision. The corruption of the Alantian Empire Desailly is deeply moved. The opposing party's stock of materials on the border will definitely be at a deficit. As long as the generals are not stupid, they will definitely not risk a war against Oranti in the winter. If the opponent really fights, Alan Hill can actually win easily, even if you don't use the elite 1st Regiment, relying only on the 2nd Regiment to deal with the opponent. There is a more than 70% chance of winning. Why Urkesi will? Military said also makes sense. De Purcell thought, opening agreed. That is this a good news? At least next year before the arrival of spring, we have a window period of peaceful development. Ah, yes. Speaking here, he remembered one thing. Opening for Chris report said, according to reliable sources, their Zorn military crusade war is brewing south of Doth Empire, which seems to us favorable. This is good news. Upon hearing the news, Bourgeois, who was still worried, relaxed a lot. If the Arrant Empire and the Doth Empire go to war, it will be impossible to attack us immediately. It seemed that when spring arrived, the Aranti Empire still didn't have the energy to trouble Alan Hill. Maybe, the war will be delayed until autumn. Phew. I took a deep breath of Chris, that the war in the fall of next year, he still is able to accept a situation, at least until that time. He may be quasi-ready 3 positive by the main group, right? He thought, and looked at the German Purcell, open asked, can you think? Wait to war again and again a drag. Not so good to do. We have provided the cannon, playing Dothan is likely to turn into a quick war. Der Purcell shook his head and said, this is a result of a fruit, there is no way to avoid. In his view, if Zorn will the military do not get the gun drawings, South Crusade War Dothan Empire will not be fired. They might be the first time Yalanti North punish disobedience Halanxia this small country. Now that General Zorn got the blueprint, and with the cannon, he would first go south to attack the Dothan Empire, and only then gave Alan Hill a chance to delay. I hope the Dothan Empire will try to hold Arendt for a few months. When the winter enters the north, it can be delayed for a few more months. Chris said a little greedy. Once this help is realized, Chris will have a whole year to prepare for war. At the current pace of development, 1 year later, at least the problem of bullet supply can be initially resolved. Yes, if Yalanti Empire northward, with us at a disadvantage, it is possible to disturb our military empire Trinity, magicians and face the Dragon Knight is still some reluctance. Der Purcell then scratching his head words. Magic division? Dragon Knight? Listening to these shocking words, Wilkes and Bourgeois on the side looked at each other. What kind of country did they join? How dare to have a meeting to calculate the magic empire? After talking about dealing with Aranti, it was time to calculate the benefits of the war. It was only when it was exciting that Disaia was very happy. Tubal had 2 large iron ore mines. These iron ore mines are mature mining conditions and the personnel are also available. The output can basically meet the consumption of Chris. In Germany Purcell seems, only 2 large iron ore Alanxia needed. It is almost worth the cost of the war this time, even then cast into 10 million gold coins. Desire will not feel lost up. The same kind of soil fought Deraco al-Hungry North County, the former Alanxia to buy coal, mostly from these 2 places to now. These purchases of iron and steel as well as coal money, basically can save it. With these high-quality cools, metallurgical technology can be improved and heat energy can be sufficient. With the steam engine, the factory has a steady stream of power, and with the thermal power plant, Chris' idea of electric energy can also be implemented immediately. In addition to these 2, there is also a small kerosene mine in the Hanhai area, which is the oil mine in Chris' perception. It's just that the output of this oil mine is very small and there are many impurities, so it needs purification before it can be used. But even so, it is much better than Alan Hill's previous oil reliance solely on acquisitions. For Chris, the biggest gain in the Hanhai area is actually the reinforcement of saltpeter and sulfur mines. These mineral deposits are vital to the production of gunpowder and are also essential raw materials for many chemical products. In addition, Chris also seized a large amount of kerosene used to defend the castle in the 3 castles, as well as some gold coins reserved. In the past 6 months, the proceeds they blackmailed Alan Hill basically returned to Chris' pocket. No wonder the powerful countries, there are those who have the ability. Kings are so fond of war. Before we spent almost 50 million gold coins, the battle to fight back 21 has more. Looked at the hands of accounts, Desire exclaimed. Take out 2 gold coins, a gold coin will almost immediately return to their pockets. No one willing to do this business. Desire he even felt that if conditions permit, it is the right choice to directly fight another country to make money. He used to think the war will be a lot of revenue, but he did not really thought about a quick victory can expand benefits to such a degree. Just in front of coins withdrawn from circulation speed, it can be said that this battle is not losing money. If you count the benefits as well as deposits of the population, then it is earning at times a good deal. Copper is not missing. At least, the production of 10-1 bombshell is made of copper without any problem. Chris saw was the number of copper on the capital statistics. News spoke and said, I do not know bomb production, Will it be faster? Child. I do not know what bombs. Dear Purcell shook his head and said, do not overgun thing. I knew some of Arsenal's second piece of equipment has been put into the current production rate. It should be twice what it was. That's great. Chris nodded in satisfaction. It seems that when he was fighting, the family's production has not fallen behind. This is all thanks to the efforts of Deans and Gerlo. They can be said to be the lubricant that supports the operation of this country's machinery. 34 difficult enemies. Just like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, the shadow of the Magic Empire is always lingering on Chris' head. As long as the conflict with the Uranti Empire is won, it will alarm the Magic Empire. Chris really does not want to conflict with the Magic Empire, at least until he reserves enough power. He does not want to expose his strength in front of the Magic Empire. If possible, he really wants to make some long-range bomber first, make an atomic bomb, and then go to trouble with the Magic Empire. But this is not an achievable strategy. All the work that industry needs are stacked and assembled to be able to finally rise. The evil road, similar to Christ's previous reliance on handicraft to make cannons, cannot actually be developed for a long time. Also luckily he met German Purcell, met Gerlo, before allowing him to correct his own development model. Only the industrial system can barely support the economy. And this industrial development system, which is already on the right track, has just sprouted and burst out with amazing power. All kinds of industrial products were manufactured and filled people's lives. In just 1 year, the civilian life of Alan Hill had undergone earth-shaking changes. With soap and bath, people's personal hygiene has been significantly improved, the rate of disease began to decline. The population began to explosive growth. More newborns have survived this year than in the past 3 years. Same kind of, a lot of cheap cloth into a large number of cheap clothes. Clothes this world has never so cheap today. Garment factories set up in various places even directly turn fabrics into numbered finished clothes and sell them directly to civilians. Clothes with the same style are very popular because they are really cheap and save time. As long as you go back and make a little change, you can wear it well. Moreover, everyone was dressed in a kind of clothes, also weakened the so-called distinction or distinction. Almost all the income of people wearing similar clothes as if when the 60s and 70s as grey as well as black, almost dying the AI Lanxi all cities in Seoul. Things on the management began to become detailed and rough. All Alanxia city as well as the village of Trang, will have to hang the flag Alanxia King, the black banner of the White Eagle hung on the walls and fortress flagpole, welcome fluttering in the wind. With the rapid establishment of the factory, village town quickly turned into a city. Countless idle agricultural population in flux desire factories, began to engage in simple production work. Some people never think such a scene will appear in their lifetime inside. Countless children, women even have a job, every family in the frantic accumulation of their own wealth. But because of the need to improve their lives, their wealth once again flooded back into the treasury of Alan Hill. Improve the living conditions, need to build cement set new sturdy housing. With new houses will need to make metal as well as ceramic vessels. In order to implement these in full bloom you need new furniture. Then the family sitting at home, think of the children's education problems. Just like New China in a certain period, people who got rich began to think about more and more things. People in no era are stupid, they are simply restricted by reality and cannot see further. Once they are shown hope, they will chase the light continuously, even if it is a fiery flame. They will pounce on it without hesitation, just for the illusory future. The good news for the ordinary people of Alan Hill is that the future Chris gave them is a proven, extremely powerful and correct future. Chris then grabbed the desert. Only stay a few days left for the return of the Plugrease city. After all, this is his route and the industrial core that radiates all areas around him. Because the degree of industrialization is the highest here, the support of the people is also the highest, and Christ's dominance is also the strongest. All the way to the cross to sweep the 5 territories, Chris problem faced, in fact there are many. He lacked the officials to manage these territories. and he could not promote the officials of Ceres City by favoritism. He could only use some local bureaucrats and let them manage temporarily to see the after effects. The advantage of this is that the stability of the region is maintained, and the bad news is not absent. Some government officials who are rotten to the root are still delaying the development of the region, making Chris' industrial advancement plan slow. Entering the territory of Ceres, looking at the chimneys that have been soaring, Chris became more comfortable. He rode on his horse, turned his head to the side and said to Desea, "It is obviously not enough to rely on infantry to fight against the Mage Corps." He looked at each other, tugging the reins so the horse slowly forward, while continued, "The team we have a gun, with rifles, but we do not have the strongest firepower Dragon Knight defense weapon. If described in modern tactical terms, Chris's force is strongest in ground-to-ground combat, and ground-to-air is basically a blank state. If you encounter a magic army on the ground, I don't know if it is composed of rifles and artillery. Can the defense line be countered? But if we encounter a dragon, the troops in our hands will suffer." Germany Purcell some difficulty. Opening Chris answered the question and said, "Your Majesty. In fact we know that the Master of the Legion of Magic Empire are not many records are very vague, only some of which historical data. There are some bits and pieces. Magic Empire and I are Mortal War of Empire. I usually dispatched Dragon Knight and several Warcraft cavalry. So we know there are Dragon Knight cavalry of Warcraft is more detailed, and even some ways to fight." De Purcell put I said everything I knew. He looked at Chris and explained in detail, in general, to fight the Dragon Knights, you have to prepare more blisters, but this is only a very reluctant way, because very few troops can resist the sky and the underground attack at the same time. Magic beasts than ordinary cavalry to cavalry, armored combat thick or higher, it is difficult to stop. The other charge easily penetrated the defense of traditional infantry. De Purcell, after all, is their early anti-imperial ideology magic immortal? The information he knows is very detailed. Tanks accompanied bomber Chris heard Germany after Purcell describe, burst into the evaluation we give a very consistent with his knowledge of the content. No wonder the Magic Empire can crush the mortal Ming for thousands of years, leaving the mortal Ming stagnant in the fragile age of cold weapons. If the Earth allowed a Ming to create terrible war machines such as tanks and bombers in 1627, it would not be difficult to bring all the Mings around back to the barbaric era. There is a question I have to ask to there. Chris did not care about morality. Purcell's face, as well as tanks, aircraft also did not explain what it is, but asked about opening a topic that interested him. What's the problem? Hearing Chris' question, Desea was very curious and looked at Chris beside him. Your Majesty, why we have rarely seen advanced wild beasts living in the jungle or deep mountains until now? Chris asked suspiciously. I can tell you this question. It's actually very simple. Like magicians, the more advanced the beast, the higher the affinity for magic elements. These creatures with advanced intelligence are also willing to live in places with strong magical aura. Germany Purcell studied many things about the magic of the Empire, so the answer mouth to come. This is no wonder, so mortals can survive in this world, because we can only occupy the places that magicians and monsters don't look up to, Chris said with a sneer. He paused, then spoke again and asked, that being the case, then there is no possibility that I have found some wild warcraft, what we used to test weapons, can be said to be well informed. Desire shook his head, opening replied, as far as I know, even in Trinity Empire, a wild powerful magic beast is also very expensive and dangerous, and that they will not sell give mortals a monster. This is their pride. Proud you ha. Chris joked. General smiled. I believe that soon he who would lay down the proud, deign to come before us, and we chat with the equality. Germany Purcell nodded his head and said, I also believe that this day would come soon before my Majesty. I have been read a variety of books, including 1000 Variety Show years ago. There are many mortals through careful preparation, killing over the dragon. Having said that, he looked at Chris and said, since these dragons can be killed by swords, they can be killed by artillery shells. I have no doubt about this. As long as we equip enough with modern weapons, we can challenge these damn beasts. This is the most optimistic estimate. We have to prepare for the worst. Chris' sense of urgency actually very strong, spoke and said, so I should be prepared more powerful weapons until we are absolutely sure to win until the victory. What are you going to? Purcell looked surprised to see Chris, Open asked, to engage in more first advanced weapons out. Yes, we cannot just vulnerable to attack, we have to fight back. We do not just want to live their defense to attack, we have to go into their territory to attack them. Chris pinched tight fist on Desire. He said. Chris thought it real simple. A short time since he did not create any of these advanced technology aircraft tank weapons, anti-tank guns to engage in it as well as to focus on anti-aircraft chant. 35 The gap between work stoppages, resting small e when rest for an hour. Looked at the wall, that sort of huge volumes of watches, a little helpless in charge of carrying the report. True event above the general mood of much of the X. Every strike represents the raw production must halt, things get messy. Similarly, every shutdown also means that the income of all employees in the entire production workshop will be reduced. Oh, sure enough, a worker rubbing his sore shoulder let out a sigh and complained loudly, why is it shutting down again? Let people not live? The guys in the power room deliberately look for things, right? Use production safety at all times to fool people. Another worker was also full of upset, as if he had swallowed a live mouse. Originally, there was always a roar of machines, so everyone's voice also revealed a sense of heroism. Now the machine stopped abruptly, but everyone was still talking in their voices, and it sounded a bit deafening. Some workers walked out from behind the machine, and some out of the waste towel to room, wiping an oily face. They looked at the little supervisor who was standing on the stairs at the door with a pair of dissatisfied eyes, as if they were waiting for an answer. He had worked so hard to work for the families not that make their lives better. Beautiful is an expensive word, and it is piled up with countless money. Kim, where the money come? Don't you have to rely on hard work to earn it? Now I stop to give birth at every turn, and all I lose is my own happiness. Where can I go about it? In order to save money that was not sufficient, Chris and Desai played a whole set of vouchers process. Factory many salaries and bonuses are actually the same white paper voucher instead of gold coins issued. The workers took them white, to find someone else in exchange, for example, soap, matches, clothes, and even something to eat. The same kind of other factories producing these goods can only receive such vouchers, and then continue to expand production and purchase of raw materials. The raw material production factory took these vouchers and continued to issue them to workers, completing a roughly closed loop. Of course, this closed loop is unhealthy and impossible to justify. But as long as real money is used to make up for the overflow holes, all the factories will be able to function well. Before the war, Germany used MIFU ticket is such a thing. It can help a poor country. The breath becomes 10 times the funds to expand their strength. Do not overdo it. Is not without drawbacks. It is this cycle will become increasingly large, when once the country needs to repay those white paper, it's time to collapse the economy. Unless it is possible to slowly fill this loophole by means of production or plunder, the entire country will fall into disaster. Chris Yee How, Germany. Purcell good. They actually have this consciousness. One is a traverser who has summed up thousands of years of economic experience on the earth, and the other is a businessman who has been engaged in the economy for almost 10 years. Of course, they know the huge risks of creating a substitute currency out of thin air. Not over the short run. Doing good is too tempting, and they cannot help but want to see the outbreak of the kind of economic prosperity brought everything running fast illusion. Of course, as a worker, Alan Xier also offers a number of preferential policies. Those who work in the factory, and mastered the production technology workers, can advance to the factory for living allowance. These subsidies are all living supplies. Everything from quilts and sheets to soap and mirrors. As long as the workers open their mouths, they can use the conveniences that these things bring to life in advance. However, once these things are used, a portion of the subsidy must be repaid every month and deducted from the salary. Beginning of industrialization in Europe during the Industrial Revolution, and Alanxia Island area does not have any other. There are no labor laws, no worker protection. Workers have to work more than 10 hours a day, and some departments even have to work 12-hour shifts. If you are not on full these hours, the factory is to extend the working hours. This takes up everyone's rest time. Therefore, as soon as a work stoppage occurs, the workers will complain. Is the power room okay? The little supervisor in charge of production couldn't hold back either, and shouted loudly at the door on the other side. Of course he cannot get an answer, because the help is next door to the plant inside. A group of workers were erected on the roof of a simple rail cranes, dismantling with a giant steam engine. Their faces are already covered with sweat, because this job is not a light job. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. With the slogans one after another, these workers strenuously opened a closed cabin, and the huge cast steel parts were lifted by the crane. Because the reciprocating motion was rubbed brightly, the internal structure is presented before everyone's eyes. More change a washer. Fast washers, those aging, are removed. A group of workers carrying tools, as is rushed to the former soldiers about the line, rushed machine, began to put all aging rubber gasket replacement to take down new ones. The gasket itself should be made of rubber, but because it is located in the northeast, whether it is in Ceres or other places, there is no place in the Principality of Alan Hill to grow rubber. For this reason, as such, when Chris come up with the steam engine, all enclosed gasket used are synthetic rubber. Synthetic and workshops are to rely on out. Although this kind of preparation method in the laboratory can quickly produce synthetic rubber, it is basically impossible to mass produce. The laboratory is purely handmade, which is a clumsy method used by Chris on many problems. Because there is not much demand, this stupid method actually meets production needs temporarily. For example, say that these man-made rubber gasket immediate life is actually over, but natural rubber production products not over because no way to get a lot of rubber, so Alanxia and most of the factory only use this need frequent replacement alternatives. Make use of natural rubber seal closing washer machine than not. Most of them are concentrated in the production of important plant within the arms. Therefore, most civilian factories will stop work from time to time to replace rubber gaskets to ensure the operation of the machine. It's solid rubber from this side. You can see that in fact does not matter how clever Alanxia industrialization. Chris is just bluntly promoting the process of mechanical production, and many troubles have not been fundamentally solved. For example, say Alanxia, the most important military industrial cannon, the most advanced 75mm infantry lightweight howitzer, all have been using wood quality gun carriage wheels. This is actually a very funny thing. Artillery gun barrel looked like 1930 after years. Product can stand still looked like a wheel gun 1830 after years of things. At present, Alan his troops are still a long way from mechanization. Otherwise, just a resource such as rubber may bring down the entire Alan Hill industrial production. No way. The steam engine parts are being replaced over there. Today is a must. Take a break, everyone. Let's take a break. Holding the record book, the little supervisor was about to be scared to cry by the fierce workers. Although there is no strike or something, but these irritable brothers beat him up. He has no place to reason. To AI Lanxi workers tours industry rate of expansion. Every worker is a shortage of baby lump, is easily offend not in charge of as for small well, just to find a pig tied at the door. In fact, the effect is almost change. How those steam engines so do not fly are. Worker who can no matter what the reason, and self-serving complaining. They also want to go home early, accompany their children and wives, and enjoy a better and better life. Can rely on Spectrum to blame. I heard the customer plant steam engine over there to fight every day to go to the door, almost to a group connected to the another informed workers lenging a cry, to his companion equipped. will he have the craftsmanship of our first machinery factory compared to the quality of what is also good to plant a steam engine plant newly established not by how spectrum up. There are more equipment failures. I heard that the rubber gasket used was produced in a new workshop, and the quality is not very good. Not too, because now we are waiting with new sources of power, so it can only order your nose steam engine plant equipment. Otherwise, we have to wait for the production sequence of the first factory next year. After all, this is something that no one can accept. Lift your hands, arts. These originally a blacksmith or artisan craft people, his face immediately filled with confidence from glory. It was a look. I have a plant product. It can be used in the arsenal. There are good something. What is not? Listen to say that they are set up a third production line, are used in our parts. I heard someone talking about their own products. They are in high spirits up. It is a kind of recognition from the times, but also a kind of strength from the heart. Everyone, you said a word to me, and began to brag about their craftsmanship. Some people spread out the yellow drawings and began to specialize in their craftsmanship. The rest time always flies quickly, and soon in the factory next door, there was a roar of machinery. Power restored. Production continues. Machine starts moving. Are the property of Bitit. Homing. Raw production supervisor finally have an third of confidence. Standing height begun pushing their workers to go back to production. Go back to the 2s and 3s next to each machine side. Waiting for these machines began to turn. The busyness has begun. Parts one after another are cut out by the machine tool, completed by one process after another, and finally turned into a qualified product, stacked at the feet of the quality supervisor. 36 Grassland. Chris to sit in Sayers City town. Some people will travel. A newly emerging country naturally has many diplomatic matters that need to be dealt with. As for the public to pay Manchester Reed Alanxier foreign minister, now he has completely into their roles among. He took the goods all the way north, and entered the Steppe Empire on the day that Tubal became the land of the Principality of Alan Hill. Now, he has been king, came to the Prairie Account Empire, in the middle of a group of warriors as strong calves. Slowly walked into Grassland Empire Khan's Basilica. Although the world still calls the capital of the Prairie Empire Wangshang, in fact it has long since become a city, inhabited by the strongest warriors in the prairie, and the most fat cattle and sheep in the prairie. In fact, there has never been an envoy from the south for a long time, and negotiated with the king's account of the Steppe Empire. After the Aranti Empire became the dogleg of the Magic Empire, the Steppe Empire no longer had the ability to go south to harass the Arant Empire. He can only grab something in the desert as well as North County and other places, and then return to the north to their own grasslands. Barren steppe magic cannot be provided to concentrate Trinity Empire, so they can only come down with life in the north. The reason why the Arant Empire did not go north to destroy the Prairie Empire was actually the same as the Holy Demon Empire did not destroy the Arant Empire, because it was too poor to look down on the barren land. Not over. Chris does not feel Prairie Chicken Empire is useless, at least here he felt he could provide for the animal, but also provide raw materials such as cotton. It is a good alliance, can be natural allies. So he dispatched Strider, hoping that he could complete the covenant between Alan Hill and the Prairie Empire, and form strategic partnerships between the two countries. Alan Hill could use the Prairie Empire as a dumping ground for commodities, and the Prairie Empire you can export raw materials to Alan Hill in exchange for more living supplies. This is definitely a win-win business, so Chris does not think that the other party will reject such an alliance, because Alan Hill really holds too many necessities of life in the Prairie Empire. In the past 2 months, the salt that Alan Hill exported to the Prairie Empire made the Prairie Empire extremely dependent on it. Counting iron and other things, Alan Hill has more economic invasion and control of the Steppe Empire than at any time in history. Nicholas Davis, leaning on his chair, walked to the front overlooking the west. Read with his eyes. Nothing seems to look like you want to speak of. His body sighed, dressed in a robe, looking at Lancaster Minister Reed, dragging its opening, pretending to sound dignified, and asked, You to the south of the festival? Here is what for. I have come to the Empire and Grassland. The conclusion of the covenant. Manchester Reed opening self-referral Shao said, on behalf of Alanxia Duchy, passing the will of eternal peace. I have been in peace. Another side, leaving a waste. Saber generals are people with a very open quipped objectionable. Week around the Prairie Empire generals are followed. Laugh. They several times a year to the south. The main attack goal mark is the most northern desert. I came here on behalf of Grand Duke Alan Hillcrest, and I came here with great sincerity. If the Prairie Empire is unwilling to live with us in peace, then I can leave immediately. Strider looked contemptuously, looking at the generals of the Steppe Empire. He said in a cold voice. His words made many generals cheeky ferocious anger, but did not wait for them to open up to fight back. The other side of the robed minister took the lead in the opening, said, I have always obeyed the covenant of peace is also our desire. However, it seems that the treaty was signed with Arrant, not with Elan Hill. Elan Hill is the principality entrusted by the emperor of the Aranti Empire himself, Strider said arguably. Then the article about, although we Prairie Empire defeated, but there were still hundreds of thousands of cavalry combat readiness. Northeast of Six Castle. Originally Yalanti then left as field that ministers to show off their own force. Why threat? Strider said. In his opinion, the wealthy Alan Hill is simply the best target for a looting. The other party has salt and cloth, ironware and various other wonderful things. Grabbing these things will greatly alleviate the poverty of the Steppe Empire. Strider smiled slightly, and asked, so, if one day, Alan Hill comes to the prairie for a swim, would your Prairie Empire welcome it too? Bold. A military commander wanted to get out of the queue with a long sword, but was stopped by the minister with his eyes. Other generals who wanted to step forward saw the minister's face, and they all suppressed the urge to violent. Only then saw that the minister blocked out the generals, who walked 2 steps forward. Looking at Manchester Reed asked, it's real. I really want to know, how can you dare to cross the Yalanti Empire? Talk to us about the covenant. To hear the other side say, Manchester Reed grinned up. He looked at Nicholas Davis still sitting on the throne. Opening pleaded, now I want to see their strength. Then I would put our Grand Prince's gift to your majesty. Please send it up. The minister frowned, then nodded, and agreed to Strider's request. Soon, 2 Alan Hill soldiers carried a wooden box that was not huge and walked to Strider's side. He had opened the wooden box, exposing the inside of a long of things to come. None of the people present can recognize this thing, but this thing has a resounding name in Alan Hill, Morza 98K. A hand brought out a box that support from the new Morza 98K Steps guns. Manchester Reed less skilled pull moved the bolt, the top bullet into the barrel, and then facing the distant post, pulled the trigger lightly. After a gunshot, all the guards and generals on the scene were so frightened that they drew out their knives, wanting to step forward to stop Strider who was holding a dangerous weapon. Not over yet. Manchester Reed put the weapon back in the box, then contemptuous look at those generals will Steppe empires of, this is our Alanxia developed by Morza rifle, Grand Duke G90 your majesty. West Reed side spoke. He pointed to the box that support Morza 98K step gun and said, if you are willing to Grassland Empire and I have an alliance, then ye how iron, cloth table salt and the like, we will sufficient supply, never undercut. If the Prairie Empire insists on going south and wants to meet with the Principality of Ailan Hill, then Ailan Hill 50,000 soldiers equipped with this weapon will welcome your warriors. After saying this, Strider waved his hand, and the 2 Alan Hill soldiers put down the box, turned and retreated, without even looking at the sharp points of the knives surrounding them. That strong-bodied Nicholas Vice-Khan finally stood up from his throne. His body like a waller's burly. He stepped on the soft wool carpet and walked to Strider's side before he said, you just had a chance to kill me. If His Majesty insisted on being Alanxia enemies, we Alanxia then I shoot quasi-soldier. Too much of Manchester Reed half a step not make, staring at each other's eyes shot back. Vice profusely bent over himself, took the rifle out of the box, and handed it to Strider. Once again, I was far away just now and I didn't see it clearly. Then after a sweat in the hands of the rifle, pull the bolt. Manchester Reed freshly packed a bullet, and then handed back to Nicholas Davis profusely. Burly unusual. Nicholas Weiss took the rifle, heard a brief explanation Manchester Reed, and then reached for the rifle. Put up a shooting position, with a dark muzzle, pointed. Stood in. Lancaster Reed, pull this thing called the trigger and you will die. Yes, Your Majesty, if you pull this trigger, I will die. Strider nodded. He felt a very dangerous aura, a trembling aura from the ruler. Nicholas Davis was 7 years old when he became the throne. Sweat, 20 years time. He put the whole empire to build the Prairie Grassland Empire. Became one of the strongest in history. Must rely on Henla and fight. Now, he has a murderous heart, so the shuddering aura that exudes is really dense and makes it difficult to breathe. Weiss pulled the trigger, but it wasn't Strider who was aiming. He shot the general who was still clamoring to looting south, and the bullet easily pierced the armor worn by the general, leaving a small hole in it that was far less traumatic than a bow and arrow. Not before, that in general than the bow and arrow was miserable, but more. He stared once that covered his chest wounds, but found himself strong. Even the power to lift the arms are not. He struggled to stand still, but staggered backwards. It wasn't until he was lying on the ground and the blood soaked his back that he realized how powerful the things in Weiss' sweating hands were. He wanted to speak, only let out a dull hum, and closed his eyes forever. And around him, the group of generals who dared not move again, looked at the corpse on the ground and swallowed a mouthful of saliva to stabilize their minds. Decision already. Grassland and Delancey been made peace. Nicholas Davis put down the gun, pulled the bolt again. Just as skilled training for a long time is a general gunman, this is something good. I like it very much. 37 War Reserve. Sweat. This allows the rude guy left. Manchester Grand Reed quit after the hall, wearing a robe that ministers looked to. Nicholas Davis asked. No one can sweat in front of so rude and leave alive. Those steps deter gun. Prairie brave general who, at this moment also looked over, just waiting for the sweat of command, to go out. Cut the West Reed. Nicholas Davis was waved, opening told. Come to the corpse. I dragged out to some of our time to look at and so on. Temporarily do not go on looting the southern desert of the North County. Are we just succumbing to it? Sweating? The minister in robe frowned and asked unwillingly. Forget it. Real also no big deal. Nicholas Weiss Lenging cry, and then looked to his confidant. Minister asked, I have the greatest enemies whom Yalanti know. We Prairie? The Empire has the greatest enmity against the Holy Demon Empire. When I was their ancestor, 300,000 tape armor cavalry south. The result. Dragon Knight Trinity Easy Empire shattered our dreams of the White Yalanti. Nicholas walked slowly back to his throne, reached out and stroked the wolf head carving on it. His back turned round, looked to his generals as well as the minister who continues to open asked, you who think we should not give in, but I ask you, my warriors south, we have the courage to conquer Asia. And after asking this question, the generals who had just clamored that Alan Hill could not let go, all lowered their heads. Giant dragon spitting flames, crossed cavalry picture dense, was also painted on the walls of this hall. How dare they forget? And that is deeply rooted in him, are genetically related in the kind of desperation and fear it. Since I give in too, and why not once more give in it? Nicholas sneer up, great sound throughout echoed inside the hall. If Alanxi are willing to deal with us, we are willing to provide the necessities of life supplies. What are we going to do to Rob? If they cannot do their own commitment, we then try to steal the South. How many things will delay it? He sat back on his throne, opening said, so I haven't so it wants, and so worthy of our trust. The Emperor appears. On wait for a perfidious stupid pig to reveal his flaws. Your Majesty wise robe, led by Minister Bent praise, I have only to wait at once. If Yalanti not stupid, certainly going to this Alanxia up conflict, the conflict between them is irreconcilable. Yes, and we are only on the side of those who benefit us. Exclamation mark. Your Majesty wise, All will lead ministers are also bent to bend over, loud praise, sweat 1 years old. In this mountain of cheers, Nicholas Weiss narrowed his eyes. He knew he was betting on whether Alan Hill really had the courage and power to change the order of this world. If Alan Hill is really successful, he doesn't mind helping Alan Hill, borrowing the power of Alan Hill to destroy the mortal enemy of the Steppe Empire, the Holy Demon Empire. If Alan Hill fails, he doesn't mind continuing to looting south and going back to the old line of the Steppe Empire. As for whether he would sit back and watch the rise of Alan Shah, he really didn't care about it. This rising Alan Shah would definitely clash with the Arrant Empire to the south, which is stronger and weaker, and will naturally be at that time there is a solution. The worst result is that Alan Xir defeated Alant. Then his Steppe Empire formed an alliance with Alan Xir in advance, and there was no loss. This is the real strategy of a monarch. His decision must be based on interests. Maximize on this basis. Outside the hall, Stryd, without looking back, held his chin up, and walked towards the post with his entourage. He knew that this time he had completed the task, and the Steppe Empire could no longer threaten the north of Alan Hill. Once dumping begins, countless materials will flood into the grassland, completely destroying the already fragile economy here. In the end, this place will become a raw material supply base, providing Alan Hill with wool and cotton, and will never be able to raise any storms anymore. With the development of Alan Hill, weapons and equipment will only become more and better, and the 100,000 cavalry that the Prairie Empire is proud of will only dissipate in the dust of history. Waiting for it. I have to go back soon. Manchester Reed thought of myself as punctual by desks and chairs in a woodworking shed, his face revealing a knowing smile. At that time, he really didn't think that he would be today and become a foreign minister. Kill. On the school grounds, thousands of soldiers who had just enlisted in the army for a month were practicing assassination. Because time is tight, their combat skills are trained together with skills such as cues. It was different from the beginning. This time, because of adequate preparations, every soldier was equipped with training uniforms and armed with armed belts. They looked very heroic. He who wore M42 type helmet, standing under the hot sun, sweating, holding training gun made of wood, with bayonet charge forward again and again. Their tactical moves are very simple, with only 3 moves: blocking, picking, and assassination, which are coherent and easy to master. Although many commanders at the grassroots level believe that the possibility of an enemy's close attack is very low after being equipped with a rifle, the bayonet fighting training session has been retained, and even improved with Modler's suggestion. More strengthening. The other end of the shot hit the training ground. Soldiers enlisted more than 3 months must be fire training exercise, loading empty gun loaded 100 times before shooting twice, each time 1 bullet every day. Chris, this is the best training conditions can be ready to come out of these recruits. The arsenal of overtime everyday life production cannot meet the needs of a growing number of bullets. Originally, it is 1,000 more than the shot hit the training requirements. Daily consumption of ammunition only 2,000 made it. Since the production of bullets using assembly line machinery, the daily supply of 2,000 bullets has been met. But now, Alan Xir expansion of the Army Grenadiers, a full 3 regiments, 3,000 Zistep gun bullets are consumed. If you count the new infantry regiment, cavalry regiment and follow-up may be set up, which for the production of semi-automatic bullet, just realize for the arsenal, it's a huge pressure. According to Chris the Wage-Long Wilkes and other generals of planning, Alan Xir should form 25 infantry regiment, 317,000 armed forces team. To equip these 25 group, at least need guns 500 or rifles of 25,000. In addition, in order to deal with the threat of the Magic Empire, at least 10 anti-aircraft artillery regiments should be formed, and each infantry regiment should have enough anti-aircraft weapons and flat-fire large E-caliber artillery. In addition to the bullets consumed by training, It is also necessary to reserve bullets for use in possible wars. According to Chris' conservative estimate, he must at least reserve 10 million bullets before going to war with the Uranti Empire to be considered safer, to a side of the accumulation of so many bullets at the edge consumed in the process. In fact, it is a very difficult thing. What's more, these bullets are all real money. They are produced and piled up in the warehouse, which is equivalent to saying that so much money is squeezed in vain, and it makes people feel distressed. If you use the money to develop industry and pile it up in other areas, you may get more benefits. It's like playing a game. After the money is collected, whether to build troops or upgrade technology is a decision and a choice. Taking the risk of upgrading technology can have the power to crush in the later stage, but in the early stage, you will risk being killed by the opponent. But blindly building soldiers will make the population and the economy finalize in advance, and will delay their technological advantages to give full play to their advantages. Chris felt that no matter how he chose, he would not be satisfied. What's even more depressing is that this number is an estimate based entirely on rifle consumption, and does not take automatic weapons into consideration. If Chris equips his troops with weapons such as machine guns a year later, this number might increase tenfold. With 100 million rounds or more of bullets and tens of thousands of shells, the pressure on the defensive artillery factories of the Holy Demon Empire, Warcraft Cavalry and Dragon Knights was unprecedented, and the production plan was changed again and again. You know, the really big battle of the scale, with the two forces into a growing number of people, ammunition consumer consumption that would become one-day figure. During the Second World War, hundreds of millions of bullets were consumed every day, and it took more than 5,000 bullets to eliminate a person during the Vietnam War. If this continues, even after 3 years, Chris will not have enough bullets to fight a war. Due to a force cannot guarantee that each has enough weaponry, Chris can only be retrained to pay attention to from traditional. He had to let the troops train a lot of stabs so that these troops would have a certain combat capability after running out of ammunition and food. Unfortunately, when fighting against the Uranti Empire and the Holy Demon Empire behind it, the only function of this type of training is to give soldiers courage. As for the actual effect, everyone knows that it does not exist. Looked at the school who recognized the court's true soldier training, Chris and Yulanti. A war for the future of things still did not end. Hart. His troops are too small, and it is troublesome to expand, which is really a headache. What he lacks now is time, but there is no time for him to develop and grow steadily. After the current winter, next year, a great war is likely to break out. Kill. School on the field. The mighty voice again shouted to Chris, blankly looking at these young faces, thinking of it is south of the Empire Yulanti thing. 38 south. Things seemed to be smoother than expected. When General Zorn got the intelligence of Alan Hill going north to attack the Dubao, his troops had already begun a large-scale southward move. Although he did not take away enough red cannons in one go, because of the blueprints and smelting formulas provided by Chris, the Uranti Empire still made 40 cannons and moved southward in a mighty manner. The Dothan Empire has always stood firm by virtue of its difficult terrain, which has become a major concern for Uranti. General Zorn has always wanted to seize a portion of the Dothan Empire in order to prove his merits. Mortal Empire began and can only live in the shadow of the Empire magic. This is a cannot change things, so the demise of the Empire want the Dothan Empire Yulanti did not dare to think about. All they want is to take advantage, take enough advantage. For many years, the conquests between mortal empires have been in this mode. If a country is about to be destroyed by another country, the Magic Empire will send troops to intervene to balance the power between these empires. For the Magic Empire, a loose mortal empire that cannot be condensed into a single rope can guarantee their fundamental interests. Therefore, once a mortal empire rises, those terrifying Dragon Knights will appear, pushing the powerful mortal empire into the abyss. Can only use this once, nothing more. Looking at Liang. Next one. The horses dragged the red cannon rolling forward. Some are not willing. Zorn General's side, estimated count as long as the Empire doth. If you suffer a loss on the frontal battlefield, you have to take the matter to the Holy Demon Empire. The soldiers of the Uranti Empire took the reins of their horses, and walked step by step on the already uneven road. Behind the carriage, the old and heavy steel cannons shone darkly in the sunlight. Further away, groups of soldiers carried 3-meter-long spears and walked neatly across the entire hillside. The army of 100,000 is not a small number. There are not even 20,000 soldiers in front of them, and more soldiers are still behind or walking ahead. A field on an unprecedented scale war kicked off soon. Doth an empire between the scores still Yulanti Empire might be in such a war? It has been completely resolved. Of course, it can also get worse. Itzalen Hill looked away from the red cannons. General Zorn squeezed the information in his hand. His tone was full of coldness, and he said, "It's really not a way free, Grand Prince." Appearing real waiting for me to go back and kill you. Do not, you will want to trouble them. He will hand inside the intelligence report shape into a group. Disdain thrown into the foot of the soil. When I hit lost more than Sen, come and teach you the principles of life. After speaking, he pulled the reins of his horse, surrounded by a group of guards, turned on his horse, and ordered, "Let the troops move on. Just keep this speed!" In addition, Zorna, while adjusting the posture of horses, while one of his confidants told on horseback, "You send someone to Alanxia, let their soil fort, North County as well as the 3 deserts spit it out." If they didn't agree, so they washed my neck and waited. When he said this, General Zorn carried a breath of heroism. When he returned to the capital of Uranti again, he might have more than 200 cannons. At that time, a little Alan Hill is not a threat at all. As long as there is a battle, the damn Alan Hill Crease will be arrested, kneeling in front of Zorn, crying and crying for a way to survive. Thinking of this, Zn snorted coldly and rode forward. He has to hurry to bring the troops to the south before winter comes. If luck is good, before winter comes, he may win the war against the Dothan Empire. When next spring arrives, he can go north to attack Alan Hill. This is a good rhythm, which allows him to gain more combat exploits and prove his abilities to his brother-in-law, the Emperor. Wu Faridge uploaded to the melodious sound of the horn. It was ordered the troops to move forward. All of the soldiers walked forward, next to people who have been connected to the end of the road. The production of gun barrels has joined Huion, and the workers have experimented with the latest formula that is stronger than the original. Smith began to talk about the recent good news at their work report meeting. Because new metal is iron that is a brightness of unknown origin exist, countless times on Alanxia, rate of industrial development faster than expected. Many unsolvable problems can be solved with ferrite alloy, which saves a lot of time. The only problem is that the rigidity of spoiler is very good, but the toughness is insufficient, so there is no way to replace copper to solve the problem of bullet casings. Otherwise, the production speed of bullets may be faster. Only to see Smith turn to the next page, he smiles even more. Opening continued. Power plant over there is the transformation of all the best, has been fully DC into AC, small scale electricity we use, so the improvement is very simple. There are some problems with the electric lamp. Our production has encountered some technical troubles, but because there are formulas and drawings, it can be solved in a short time. After he finished speaking, he looked at the first Chris. I have now the problem is the lack of professionals in various aspects. Ancient Milo heard here, know their own appearances, so he coughed, cleared his throat and spoke and said, "This matter very anxious that we trained in emergency first graduates. It has long been carved up and empty now. We will have to wait until next month at the earliest before another batch of newcomers can graduate. These graduates who actually nothing talents, they are just some machines will operate, understand some of the principles, can be developed from its own or do some experiments. There is still a long way to go yet." I informed him, for these people not optimistic. Not only is he not good, in fact Chris is not very good. These reduced training standards barely allow graduates who, in fact, 21st century and those of migrant workers the same. They can go to work factory workers, but there is no longer any space to enhance there. Chris also knows that this problem is not anxious now. He has to wait for the real elementary school graduation at the earliest. The group of children who have completed middle school and high school will grow up. The problem is that this will have to wait 7 or 8 years later, and the shortest will have to 2 or 3 years. It makes people wait very worried. Mastered numerous known knowledge of Chris. No. Practice and knowledge are two different things. You can use a ready talent, work study economics than to him rummaging thorough faster some. He lacks everything now. The most lacking is all kinds of talents. The current Dalen Hill is actually no different from a large training base. Soldiers who have been on the battlefield and heard the sound of artillery are bringing a group of newcomers to training. Old workers who have fiddled with machinery and understand basic operations are carrying a group of novices train. Even in the school, a group of teachers teach another group of teachers how to impart knowledge. The disadvantage of this is that Deseo has to raise some apprentices who cannot work and cannot immediately expand his profits. This money was completely spent in vain, and it was considered a loss-making business. Not 2 also has the advantage that no side can attract working population. The other side can make the next groups of workers immediately grow up. At least Mr. Gerlow is very optimistic about this. He believes that in a year's time, the group of workers in Dalen Hill will expand 10 or even 30 times its current size. AC electric power generation equipment so that this improvement can be more simple things. Thermal power plants are already done. We are also considering large-scale electrical. Smith take over the thread of her conversation, talking about the power thing. This electricity is also something Chris considers. Only with electricity can modern cities be truly modernized. Only with electric lights can people work day and night. With electric lights, people can extend their work and rest time and have more time to learn and supplement. But now, only the factory itself has electricity to use, most of which are still used in machines, and even the lighting is pitiful. Chris feels that allowing the arsenal to go into production at night is an effective way to increase production capacity immediately. Left to eat a late meal before you go, so do not see outside. Chris will leave everyone after the meeting. Opening told, "Let the chef is ready to fish today, just sent." Genesis recommendation delicious. The current construction of Ferry City is also very good. Lawns has built a huge salt works there. The salt provided has been exported to the Prairie Empire and the Higgs Kingdom, and can even radiate to the north of Arrant. The same time, there is also building 2 modern docks. There are a lot of plants, including glass factory as well as ceramics factory. The factory produced commodities. Also joined the Alenxia best-selling product among the mass began to bring gold to Alenxia. Well, eat together. De Purcell kind of like seafood. I heard delicious naturally do not go. In fact, it's hard for him, the young master of the Longtaite family. Since I started with Chris, his living standards have been worse than every day. Although he took a large amount of gold coins and went to Chris, the profits were all rolled back into the construction, so the one he lived recently was called a poverty, and his original life was simply not on the same plane. Great, there are fish to eat. Ancient Milo and Dean C smiled from coming, grabbed the engineer to leave Smith, smile more depth some. The last time that the practice is on that way, the one that is super delicious. 39 transactions. What Chris has is a complete science and technology tree of the world, and what he has stored in his mind is the crystallization of all wisdom. This means that as long as he has the right metal, he can skip bamboo silk and cotton silk and directly use tungsten silk to produce light bulbs. This is a matter of experience. Edison needs to test 1,000 times, and Chris only needs 1 time. He voted to stop immediately the main reason for the production of light bulbs, tungsten ore and easy to find, while not abundant electricity, could not immediately light a large area. The problem still exists. What prevents Chris from developing is the restriction of production capacity, not the unbreakable technology. Once the time for debugging countless failed experiments is saved, and the time for the development of raw materials is saved, then human scientific progress is actually very rapid. Many people only saw the long development of Ming, but did not see the rapid accumulation of Ming to a certain extent. People time class train invention is 1804 years, the practical use is the railway in 1840 after a year now, and the time the car appeared almost twice as fast, up to 1886 years to the launch. The subsequent airplanes were even more surprising. The airplane was invented in 1903. And it took only 40 years to develop into the jet-type stage. And people like it took a long time to make a magnetic motor starts generating it. But Chris can outline the principle and structure of the entire magnetic motor in just one night, without taking any detours. Same kind of, no Chris delicious French cuisine approach, but also no Hangzhou home cooking practices, even no most secretive been lost in some gourmet cooking. He just was not himself stand out. And after all, not the same as science experiments, cooking requires a certain technique and talent. Even so, when Chris wrote out the recipe and gave it to his chef, he could clearly feel that his food standard was obviously improving. What's more interesting is that the admiration of several chefs for Chris has reached the point of being enthusiastic. They would rather not receive a salary, but also ask to work in Chris Castle. According to the words of these chefs, that is, in this castle, they can touch the true essence of food. It was a pious pilgrimage, similar to how fanatics saw the temple. I know the first time, Merc fish do have this and other delicious. We had only cooked so way of eating, aside happy with a fork and fiddled with grilled fish dish, informed the ancient Erlakant, but exclaimed, "Can last until such a delicious fish, for this man his age, it is a real pleasure." The current girl, or everyone in this castle can be said to be rich. They are not looking for much happiness now, so every time they are extraordinarily cherished. For the first time, I felt that eating a meal that was a waste of time is a kind of adjustment and enjoyment. Smith, who is focused on researching industrial production, is also full of food and drink at this time, feeling his chubby belly with emotion. Germany Purcell one no love looks like, because he had recently eaten something but getting worse, and now eat a fish so delicious, simply for his 20-year life of a subversion. Can you think of such a scene? People who thought they had eaten all the world's delicacies only found out that what they ate was swill, but when they thought they were going to eat the garbage, they saw the apex of the world's delicacies. I think, Your Majesty, you should always prepare such a gathering, which is conducive to the subjects of their unity. Dean C. Sounding put down the knife and fork, a great sense of awe-inspiring appearance. But the sauce sticking to the corner of his mouth betrayed him, making the Secretary of the Interior at this moment look very funny. Chris nodded, but thought it was a good way. He took the cup in front of him, spoke and said, "In the future, as long as I am in the castle, you will be called Who Dine Together." 1-year-old Smith took the lead, cheered. Others also face smile. But at this moment, Deans let out a smirk. Looking at the people staring at him, he shrugged his shoulders embarrassedly, and explained to himself, "The hapless Strider I remembered." Ha 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 ha. Hearing his words, everyone laughed. Strider, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, was destined to miss a lot of food because he was going to other countries. Now it seems to be very unlucky. In order to Alanxia into laughter, Chris high lift glass, loud cheers. Everyone followed him and raised their glasses, echoing loudly, for Alan Hill. A group of cavalry in black armor, holding high the king flag of Alan Hill, escorting a long convoy of carriages, walking slowly on the plain. His on their head, black eagle flag flying in the wind, their body armor colliding with the pace of the horses. Every knight straightens his waist, because they represent a great country that has never been defeated from its birth to the present. On the hills in the distance, a group of prairie cavalry gathered little by little. There were 1 man and 3 horses, looking mighty and mighty. Call. After approaching the Alan Hill team, a leader on the grassland headed by the grassland grabbed his rein, sitting on the horse with panther head and eyes, looking at the well-equipped Alan Hill knights. "Hope you have sent is worth a good thing." The other side, led by Alanxia Knight, grinned up. He said something about his reins. Turning the horse, a carriage came next, He ain't soon wear out of his sword. In the carriage a poke on the sack at the back. Wow! The white powder began to gush out from the breech, scattered on the grass like a silver waterfall, flowing like spring water, and it makes people happy to watch. The grassland on the collar to see the white powder scattered down, eyes wide bigger. He didn't even have time to give the order, so he caught the horse's belly with his legs and rushed towards the carriage. Immediately afterwards, he rolled over and got off the horse. Because of excitement, he staggered to the side of the carriage. He caught the falling silver powder with his hand and put it to his mouth to taste. Ah, it's salt. Because the relationship distressed, he even wanted to reach out and block the sword poke out of the hole, but found the whole carriage above are all exactly the same sack. In shock, he turned his head and looked at the captain of Alan Hill's cavalry. These are all salt. The smile on the face of the captain of Alan Hill's cavalry became even brighter. He pointed his finger at the long convoy behind, and said affirmatively, 20 carriages. They are filled with salt. There are also 20 carriages. Ironware and porcelain. Salt. What seems to think that grassland will lead go back, facing his own cavalry brought raised his right hand, he cried out loud. Oh, those Xuntian Prairie cavalry abomination immediately issued a tsunami Shanhu cry, wave after wave. Many people rolled over and got off their horses, gathered around the carriage, and looked at the salt bags that were there in the past with curious eyes. My God, is iron. The other side, several people opened a prairie wagon curtain of fear and shouted. They see exactly the same wok shining light. In order to save space in the piles together, the base was built into a huge iron pillar. In other carriages, neat snow-white porcelain was piled up, and the crystal-clear ice bowls shocked the people of Anodzarich grassland. They stroked the porcelain bowl that was as warm as a woman's skin, and they didn't even want to let go. In Enjoy After Vent for a while, grassland generals finally be remembered that what he was holding the reins went to the front. Alanxia cavalry captain, his right hand Fuxung open asked, I know these are expensive goods. I don't know how much Alan Hill needs us to pay this time. Porcelain cheap. A bowl 40 copper pan will be expensive. After all, we are iron deficiency. The price is 25 silver. Alanxia Knight's captain did not speak. He was a businessman called playing around the new calculation tool of the abacus counted his income this time. In fact, he still made a lot of money, because the purchase price of these things in Alan Hill was only about half of his current offer. As said, salt prices are very reasonable. 50 gold coins a car. I have left you a coach. The merchant aside abacus, while elated, he is really big this time to harvest. Almost 1,300 more gold coins gross income. The transaction amount of just such a caravan was the tax and tribute money of Ceres Castle for a year before. It is conceivable how terrifying the income of Alan Hill, who is desperately industrializing now. Originally, when they heard 50 gold coins, that number when the general's grassland has already done the profiteers to be pummeled knife consciousness. But when he heard the unit Iskar of the time, his face becomes wonderful together. He upturned head and looked at Alanxia Knight captain, lift handle their own horse's bridle and gave it to the other side. You are the best I've ever seen. Decent businessman that most horses on the prairie is the horse. I will give it to you, as a testimony of the friendship between you and me. Welcome to the grassland. We will not be drunk tonight. Kill the sheep. Welcome the distinguished guests. After finishing speaking, he shouted to his people, and those prairie people who were riding on horseback or had dismounted also gave out cheers that they had never seen before. No, kill the sheep, kill the sheep. I heard that people trade and grasslands dangerous. The merchant looked at the body knight's captain the side, and a look of puzzled. Before this bag of salt to 7 gold coins. Knight captain of the other horses pull the reins in his saddle. He replied without looking up. Businessman stunned for a moment, and then he was desperate Italian aware that he had just lost exactly how much gold. 40 experiments. Tutu. In a secret valley, a huge and continuous sound shook countless birds in the forest. A new, self-moving large E-caliber artillery. The ongoing tension in the experiment. This 30mm caliber rapid-fire gun, This anti-aircraft gun has a very simple structure and is a very practical air weapon. In fact, this kind of artillery also bears the heavy responsibility of future air and hill forces ground defense. Chris's idea is to use one weapon to meet both the air defense and ground needs of the troops. The new weapon system integration in the choice of caliber. After some detailed discussion, even Maud Chris Lyle were recruited back together opened a brief meeting. At first, Wage Long thought to use 75mm infantry while improved cannon were ground combat while developing a new tow-air artillery, to defend against the sky-likely targets. However, this plan was rejected later, because it would not only waste the capacity of the 75mm caliber infantry artillery, but also may cause more logistical troubles. Simple calculation, which is equal to that is to produce 3 different sexual nature of artillery. Supply side will become more complex. Christie's subsequent program is out. He felt the use of 88mm cannon, to the same solution to the air and on the ground problems. However, Desailly felt that the rate of fire of this large caliber artillery was too slow to be suitable for attacking agile dragons, so he was forced to give up. Chris also felt that before the development of the radio proximity fuse, the effectiveness of the large caliber anti-aircraft artillery was too low, and the range advantage of the large caliber anti-aircraft artillery could not be reflected on the battlefield, which made it very useful. The 88mm caliber cannon has no use for it. After all, high shot 1 meter of 88mm caliber cannon, deal with only a few kilometers altitude dragon is too wasted. In diameter or smaller mouth flak diameter, it seems more appropriate. So, another serious question lays on the paper: what if you use a small caliber and the power is insufficient? After all, facing a giant dragon with scaly armor, using weapons such as large caliber machine guns for air defense, Chris felt unsafe anyway. So, soon, 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun air defense program was overthrown. Desire also believes that relying on such anti-aircraft weapons cannot do is stop both of Warcraft cavalry ground, and prevent the dragon in heaven. Then, the choice of weapons began to focus on small and medium caliber anti-aircraft guns. Chris put forward many plans, and everyone has their own optimistic plans. For example, say, emphasize mobility of troops. Wilkes will be military, as well as General Maud Lyle, has supported 20 anti-aircraft guns and caliber, because as of this caliber anti-aircraft guns lightest weight, can easily maneuver together with the army. It is also easy to deploy. Not been this caliber also has some drawbacks. It is Chris there has been concern Desire cannot cause a threat to the question of anti-dragon. On the other hand, Wage Long also Courier, who support the use of 40 Homey Bofors anti-aircraft guns. He recognized that such weapons damage effect is very good, speed is not slow, can act as a multi-purpose weapons and equipment force. But Bofors anti-aircraft guns also have their own shortcomings, and that is machine moving ability is not very good. Under normal circumstances, this weapon is dragged forward by a tractor and cannot be immediately put into battle. In addition, most of the barrels of the Bofors anti-aircraft guns are water-cooled, so that they can maintain continuous combat capabilities. The Navy does not matter. Anyway, it is not bad for the weight, but the Army is really intolerable, so it can only bear the pain. So, after some carefully selected, 30 Homey this caliber become everyone can endure choice. On the one hand, this caliber can be used as a reference for aircraft guns. On the other hand, the rate of fire and weight are good, which can meet combat needs. After selecting the weapons, the arsenal worked overtime and started trial production. It is still a familiar taste and a familiar formula. Chris took the lead and led a group of craftsmen to use a purely handcrafted method to make such an experimental model of Goping Duel as weapon in front of him. This is a very interesting weapon. It uses a magazine feeding system, which can reach a theoretical rate of fire of more than 200 rounds per minute. At the same time, it is also equipped with a steel plate anti-shield, which is used as a flat-fire turret. The entire 30mm rapid-fire guns to be mounted on a carriage units with 8 small diameter wheels, in order to obtain a stable shooting environment and effectively reduce the height. The 8 wheels of the carriage are all attached with iron on the side to improve the load bearing and supporting strength. If necessary, then, rapid-fire gun itself can be removed from the carriage. As a reinforcement to the ground fire support points, students can directly output to artillery, deployed in strategic locations as well as castles. Forts act as a defense. In short, this is a very versatile weapon. Chris knows that once this weapon starts mass production, he might have to make do with it for 3 years or more. Unfortunately, this fairly advanced rapid-fire gun has no way to be equipped with rubber tires. Synthetic rubber is not enough. I looked at some of those people scared of the old solid wood wheels. Chris felt his aesthetic in a crash. A World War II era of 30mm rapid-fire guns, plus a Liang medieval carriage. People really cannot say the acid-cool match. No way. His principality now only has northern territory and cannot grow any rubber at all. Even if he wants to import a large amount of natural rubber, the Aranti Empire, which has already had a tense relationship with Alan Hill, would not be willing to satisfy love anymore. His import demand is up. Thinking of being dragged down by rubber for a long time, Chris couldn't feel better. Although what he has in front of him may already be the most powerful war machine of this era, it is not. We will start from the Kingdom Higgs. Let them help us buy rubber. The Empire wanted Yalanti not interfere, right? Cloth soldiers opening generals suggested. I am. They are already done so. Chris Rai smiled. He shook his head and said, but there is not much natural rubber. Prices is also ridiculously high now. Been going around the country, reached a tacit understanding, and what we buy, what the price of things has skyrocketed. Prices, fortunately. The key is holding a little gold to buy cannot buy. De Purcell shrugged his shoulders. It is helpless, said, I have something growing demand for complex, more and more. There are fewer and fewer businesses that can supply us. With a somewhat regretful sigh, Modler opened his mouth and exclaimed, this weapon is really good. If 2 guns are put together, the rate of fire can be doubled. Dual mounted, not in order. Looked at the shot being fired. Experiment artillery strike. Chris, on the side of a few generals, said, although I also want to improve fire density, the can load carriage recoil issues must be considered. Capacity is also an issue. We can produce a timeout so many 30mm anti-aircraft guns. Smith also followed, shaking his head, opening up to explain. So, the design is a single shot of a car. For the factory, a carriage without any difficulty actually has no production pressure. What determines the number of anti-aircraft guns is the production quantity of the anti-aircraft guns themselves. And, this thing in the design, taking into account the losses of war, looked like wage-long lead. Chris reluctantly said, this weapon may come as a weapon of the dragon, will naturally be the Dragon Knight's focus on attacking. The dragon's breath is not a joke. Once the dragon attack, these anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft guns shooter will be lost. So decentralized deployment, in order to achieve the greatest victories. Chris shut his mouth, while revealing some could not bear to look. These anti-aircraft gunners, everyone in the future will take risks to fight. They will become the priority targets of dragons and may give their lives at any time. Only after they have all been eliminated, the infantry will lose their barriers, and only after the anti-aircraft guns are all misfired, can the Dragon Knights obtain an ideal attack environment. In addition, artillery bomb is not enough. We produce pressure on a lot of bullets. Arsenal have started the expansion of 4 breath. All the production of ammunition. Smith mentioned it was a little toothache. Modern warfare is really worthwhile. Those cannonballs and bullets are produced in large quantities, and they can be wiped out in a single battle. The average poor people really can't afford it. Seeing the emergence of automatic weapons, Smith knew that the ammunition consumption in the future might be even higher. He cannot imagine that, in the remote another world far, 21st century American, destroy an enemy need to pour 25 ones a bomb. This is a concept of what? The idea is, one loaded with ammunition bullets tonnage cargo vessels provided only enough to kill 800 Ming enemy. Of course, Now in the Alanxia, far from a luxury to such a degree, they were unable to equip some anti-aircraft guns. However, it is precisely the anti-aircraft guns in front of them that are firing and experimenting with various performances. For the first time, it provides a possibility for mortals, a possibility to face the dragon. Really if a DU are mounted, ammunition consumption will double. We do not have much ammunition. New insufficient ammunition. Wage-long generals, nodded Smith Road. Not to let immediately began again, told the other side, said, not before, Minister Smith. Capacity you should really enhance the look of. But we are now in the formation of more troops. Do not worry. Next year at this time, the size of our arsenal, at least 10 times now. Labour Minister of the Ministry of Industry. Smith's confidence, opening, replied. 41 wins and losses. That is still high above, as if in contempt. Magic Tower as the world of living beings, is a Mofaxuitu and his friend whispering, his voice soft, rustling in the open Magic Tower. Big Magic Division is not crazy. I recently heard that he often contact with some strange things. Mortal Empire even meditation time reduced. Leaning companionly aside, he began talking about the recent sounds. Strange thing. This Magic Tower is the Imperial Magic Tower of Archmage Frensburg, and everything in it belongs to him alone. Here he is the uncrowned king, so he can do whatever he wants here. However, a powerful magic teacher is required to support the practice of meditation. If he is addicted to other things and forget the upgrade themselves, and that he is likely to be beyond the other magician, lost his position. In the recent period of time, the Grand Mage Frensburg seems to be a bit too unsuccessful in his career. He frequently engages in some strange things, even to the point of forgetting to sleep and eat. For those weird things from the mortal empire, he even reduced the time he gave his apprentices a lot. Therefore, most of the apprentices who are beginning to Frensburg not filled up. After all, they do not want wasted time, where the virtual consume their precious lives. Hush. Do not mention it. I heard yesterday Envoy Yalanti Empire brought a strange iron cheese. 2 brothers went to persuade the teacher to open the leather out. Another in light of this matter when talking about apprenticeship, with horror on his face. He still remembered the scene of the 2 apprentices being driven out of the Magic Tower that day. It was really a scary thing. If you can't learn something, you can mix some basic magic skills and go back. If you are expelled, it will be a bad thing. Although you can also transfer to other great magicians, under normal circumstances. This kind of 2 enters palace of people, and 2 palaces. The author is not delightful. Do NT tell me, after seeing that iron lump, the Archmage kept shutting himself in the room. I didn't eat this for breakfast today. Archmage Frensburg is about to lose his current position. That apprenticeship opening of the first to shake their heads. Another person also followed. Point head, endorsed his statement, said, what is not crazy? It seems that our Magic Tower are, sooner or later, want to change slightly when we can master how to do our do not know what do. Listen to say yesterday gave their windows blown up to now are not repaired. Don't say it, the whole room is filled with mortal empire stuff, and people are all languishing. In his time talking about their 2 against the wall, and the door to the master of the tower was pushed from the outside. Rowdy, a plump and long-bearded magician, walked into the Magic Tower with his chin held high and shocked all the magic apprentices who were practicing and cleaning. Bryson, great magic teacher. How he came? I heard that he and the teacher is not to deal with, has always been the magic inside Parliament rival apprentice to know whose face became pale and looked at the great magician came. Scared, my calf was trembling. Hearing what he said, other people changed their faces. Some people even stepped back subconsciously. They knew that this matter today was not a joke. Not been invited to break into other big magicians' Magic Tower. We have been to be regarded as a challenge to the other side of rude behavior. Looking at today's posture, the Grand Mage Lacin, who came to look for things, obviously came prepared. He hasn't meditated much recently. The Grand Mage Frensburg, who has not accumulated much magical aura, must eat this time. Not a small loss. In Lacin with big magic behind the division, there are several Clarkson's apprentice. They dressed in white robes. At first glance, they are some of Layson's most popular students. They came here aggressively this time, and they definitely came prepared. Not okay. Is not okay. A far sheet our Mofaxuitu scared ran up the stairs of rotation, loud shouting, Mofaxuitu who want to have their own teacher stairs above. Layson simply do not care of these. He regarded today quasi-prepare everything, considered quasi-Frundsberg weakest kill over time to launch an attack, is simply a winner. You do not need to care about those subsections A. He followed that ran up the rotation behind Mofaxuitu turned stairs, leisurely took up the steps, in the heart of brewing battle between the two for a moment. His magic breath twice as many reserves than the other two. The individual's magic level is almost a one-sided duel when the time comes. The more he thought about it, the happier Layson seemed to have seen his proud expression stepping on Frensburg. The two people fought openly and secretly in the Magic Council for so long. Didn't they just wait for this opportunity to come to a decisive victory? He originally was that young age of 15, until Frensburg older than a large number, because of physical strength will eventually expose any flaws. But he never expected that the opportunity would come so quickly. Room inside. Outside heard the loud sound of Frundsberg was still intently watching that huge lump of iron. This cannon was sent by the Arrant Empire, and because it claimed to be a new invention of Alan Hill, it was intercepted by Frensburg and used it for research for a few days. Stroking the cold and heavy iron wall with his hand, feeling this heavy and solid feeling of breathlessness and rhythm, Frensburg felt that a door was slowly opened in front of him. He has always been pursuing to break through his limits, but he always feels that an insurmountable wall is right in front of his eyes. But now, that wall seems to be fragile. At least, he feels that he is no longer what he was yesterday. Window door cracked collapse, was completely crushed shells. There was only a window frame left, hung on the hinges crookedly, looking funny and run down. The cold wind blew into the room, swinging slightly with Frensburg's white beard. This is a way to create exciting people. His mouth obsessed with words on the front of this thing has been very well. Alanxiu is my final answer, yet interesting. Cannot think. I seek a thing life, even not in the west, but in the mortal kingdom to the east of those ants do not, and now cannot ask them to ants, and they are not ants. Is noteworthy mortals. Hitaquispa, he said. There was a smile on his face, and he didn't even bother to the noise that was getting closer and closer. I know, compared to Chung magic of movement, human intelligence is the most valuable asset. If I see these things, be nice. 30 years ago. His hand stopped at that door cast on the muzzle of the gun, stroking the smoothness on it. Bang when his big door was pushed open from the outside. Apprentice William, mouth hanging blood, fell backwards into the room, rolled Frundsberg feet. Almost the same time, a ruggedly sound up, let Fred Lensberg is disgusted. Ha 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 ha. Ephesians. Lensberg, think you have today? Yes, I cannot think of today. If Lensberg subconsciously nodded, still pondering all this, mortal gave him insights. I listen to you today is to pick a fight. Bryson, great magic teacher, hands up, the palms are filled, played a blazing fireball, against the background of his face with a mustache exceptionally eerie. Apprentice William wanted to struggle to stand up, but because of the magic aura that had been knocked inside his body, he pulled his internal organs and fell back to the fallen position, unable to even speak. Fred Lensberg looked at two fireball on the palm. Layson nodded his head up and praise. The same can chant when singing two fireball surgery. It really is a lot of effort. Since you do cure, praised, then please, go to hell. Bryson's face elation thicker sound have been sharpened, loudly shouting, double fireball surgery. Phew. Fred Lensberg certainly not going to sit still. His side air begins to condense. Convergence, curled in the top left hand while his right hand side of the box inside from Teppo grabbed a shotgun grit, put in front of the left hand. With a confident smile on his face, it seemed that the Grand Mage Layson, whose magical aura was clearly visible, was not a threat at all. Then, the next second clock, The air magic explode in his left palm. It is compressed to the extreme, air finally overwhelmed, heating detonated. And around the palm of his left hand, restricted by the air compressed by wind magic, an invisible barrel was formed. The flame surged and expanded in this transparent cannon, and instantly pushed the iron sand on the palm of Frensburg's right hand. It was like a tiger crouching gun firing at close range. The steel sand formed a bloody wind on the front of Frensburg. Those particles flying out like steel needles were accelerated by the explosion to a state like a sharp blade. Opened all the obstacles on the road. In just an instant, a superlarge shotgun fired at close range. Layson, as the target, and several of his apprentices, thoroughly experienced what it means to fire all arrows. Before they could see exactly what they were facing, the steel grit rushed into their bodies. They shattered their meridians, cut their blood vessels, embedded them in their spleen and stomach, and stayed in their eyeballs. Two Fireball was halfway through, had ruffled grit shape. Before it hit Frensburg, wiped out. 42 Frederick Lensberg. Blink of an eye between, the original may be a long time, such as the one run out of their accumulated magic atmosphere. The duel between the great magician to a winner, it's that came to a close. Fred Lensberg looked at his too wounded hand was burning, his face wearing a disappointed smile. Even with the highest level of petrochemical magic, there is no guarantee mortal flesh to withstand such impact. Pity, it's a pity. Dispersed palm magic, deep-seated pain that began to cause trouble. Frederick Lensberg, his face pale and up. He leaned against the still cold cannon and looked at his palm thoughtfully. What kind of person can come up with such a terrible principle? Magicians do not lack the means of long-range attacks, and even use their attack distance to crush mortals. However, this kind of attack mode can be changed, but it has never been discovered. Making something that can explode is actually very simple for magicians. Alchemists can also make some explosives, but those explosives can only be released by means of throwing, etc. The attack distance is of course small and pitiful. This kind of thing called a cannon is different. It actually does the opposite. It uses the instantaneous expansion of the explosion to propel the object to fly at a very high speed. Using speed to kill, this is something that I didn't even dare to think of before. Old teacher's Hardwon from the ground up apprentice William Lurch stagger his way to the Frensburg's side. Clutching his chest, gasped. He just thought he was dead already, but now they like a peak loop turn. That just yet arrogant, it seems unstoppable great magician, at this moment even as meat, like lying on the ground, not a little flavor. The Grand Mage Layson died and was killed by a single move. The impact of this picture is too strong, and William still needs to digest it. But before he digested the shock in his heart, the picture became more bloody. The blood began to seep out of the mung bean-sized wounds, gathering together before cooling down, and gushing out the white-riddled magician robe. Then, the light blue blood began to spread on the smooth, mirror-like marble floor, making it disgusting to look at. You know, fire magic has always been the most cost-effective magic, its power strong defended, quasi-prepared faster, but also the farthest from the attack, is the favorite magician who uses magic. The remaining species of magic class relatively sword pay up. Ray magic attack the fastest but most difficult to cast, the longest preparation time. Air magic increases with the decrease of the strength of the body from a distance quickly, so far are not suitable for war. As said, water magic atmosphere consumption is too high, belongs to the nature of communication leveraging type of magic, is the most sophisticated and most uneconomical magical means. Few magic division specializes willing. So, there is little magic division duel is bleeding to death. The magician rarely able to see blood between them, as practicing magic atmosphere of relations, their blood and the blood of mortals is significantly different, exudes a faint blue light. After seeing the blood, William began to feel that his stomach was surging again. The magician is an elegant existence, and they are all bright people who are not used to seeing blood. So by chance, William was very surprised when he saw so much blood spread on the ground. There is an urge to vomit. This is how people are, Even if a magician might use magic to slaughter hundreds of mortals in a war, they are not going to be bloody, especially from their companions. In going to Tripalanxia, Fred Lensberg reluctantly walked back to his table, next to the side drawer, and took out a bottle of pharmacy, fell on the hands, palms unwounded. Meal the opening asked, would you like to come with me? There, can you learn this new magic? William finally asked, after suppressing the urge to retching. Yes, I must be prepared to take a look and see what is there interesting things. Fred Lensberg nodded his head. Your days foo good, old is also very good, go there. I might be able to inherit the mantle. I am willing to go. I am willing to go with you. William felt that being able to inherit the mantle of Frensburg would not be intolerable even if he lived in immortal territory for a year. Fred Lensberg continues to nod, then some tough legs stride toward the direction of the door. Come with me. Here has nothing to nostalgia thing, for the future of the Empire Trinity is not here, our future. Not here either. Decadent, degenerate, incompetent, weak. Fred Lensberg sighed down the stairs, while the mouth re-channeled some nasty words. William knew his teacher to describe this ancient empire, so he can head down a word don't send. This towed high-level dual-purpose artillery carriage should be deployed on the two wings of the infantry phalanx. They must ensure that the entire infantry phalanx is not threatened by dragons. This is the primary task. On a drawing, Wagram outlined a brand new battle formation has emerged. Although Chris has a clear science and technology tree, he has countless generals' understanding and writings of war, and countless valuable information to summarize, but he can't change and develop this knowledge. To put it bluntly, he is just a cheater who carries plagiarism, and he cannot combine things like this out of nothing. For example, his inside knowledge, certainly not to face the team how to defend dragon. This tactic is arranged on Oryx plane. In every infantry square array, that is, a battalion 300 Ming outside the gunman, relocation for anti-aircraft gun. That extra soldiers how to count is considered to this camp or put in a corporation that is the army. Why Alex put forward their suspect asked. Heard this, Chris also had to compromise, spoke and said, in view of the Special Air Defense Forces, I think we should be deployed in a single battalion in the position 2. This unit can operate independently in defense. Each battalion expanded a bit, the original number must be slipping. A battalion expanded to 500 people, right group of the genus artillery strengthen it. A battalion 500 people, 300 Ming grenadiers, preset 40 crew gun shooter, ready to equip the new automatic infantry machine gun fire as a pillar, count 60 duo anti-aircraft guns and hand apprenticeship, total of 400 people. The rest people can do to supplement the soldiers in charge of baggage. Wage long right now battalion preparation of its hand. Opening calculate road. Regiment artillery have expanded. 400 people pretending to prepare 20 pieces of artillery. Needed almost 4 anti-aircraft gun, but also expanded to cover these 60 or so people. Plus the original group of officers as well as logistical baggage personnel. Almost equal to a group 2,000 people a level. The same kind of already got to know each Boolean has they also followed said. Actually, I think that in this case, it is better to set up a regiment as a 5-battalion system and directly expand it to 2,500 people. Chris felt that the later generations of the US military had better independent combat capabilities. The combat effectiveness is also higher. After all, he is determined to use ammunition dumping and weapon crushing tactics in the future. Facing opponents such as magicians and dragon knights, he dare not use any tactics to take risks. Therefore, he certainly feels that the US military's tactical system is most worthy of his study. 5. Tactical preparation of these battalions of infantry regiment can be preset to their preparation baggage camp, but also in later equipped with armored vehicles and even tanks. In short, some of the people fighting some of the groups will be more secure. That way, each battalion has 500 more than the soldiers. I have a positive front will pull more open for anti-aircraft guns. able to stabilize the entire defense camp. Do Wage Long put forward their own questioned. Chris nodded. He also felt that if the front line was opened, the defense area of a battalion would be larger. The 4 anti-aircraft guns had to deal with aerial targets, and they might have to deal with ground targets at the same time. The pressure would be very high. That plus 4 anti-aircraft gun, rather small expansion of several battalions, is also necessary to ensure effective combat forces. Just like in the past that some mortal imperial army, like the number of more, in front of the magic of the empire, in fact, it's useless. Chris gave his general policy. He also knew that when this sentence was said, the original vigorous army expansion movement might suddenly slow down severely. Originally, Mowgli Soul in the desert to form the first 4 groups. Courier has ordered the formation of the first in main. 5 groups had dispersed across the country in the first 3 groups. We have now assembled together. Redeployment to Fort Earthwilkes expanded. At the same time, the 6th Regiment was ordered to be established in North County, under the command of Bourgeois. Even Lawns, who was named as the commander of the Navy, was ordered to form a Marine Corps 1 regiment, stationed in Ferry City. Then, on the basis of these unit number designation regiments, Chris established a more advanced division-level headquarters, with a unit number of regiment commander acting as the commander, and at the same time began to expand the double-a-digit infantry regiment. These double-a-digit infantry regiments were eliminated from the 1st Regiment and their combat effectiveness was not high. They were only formed as supplements and reserve teams. Most of them were still in cold weapon state, numbered from 11th to 16th regiments, plus Navy. The 12 regiments of the Marine Corps. Also from this point on, troop strength Alanxior is fixed down. The future expansion of the designations are named according to this method. Same time Chris also expanded the political control of a military department, Ministry of War. The department can ensure that the forces have been firmly in control in the hands of Chris. To ensure absolute unity, Alanxia troops thought. Still Crazy Arms expansion. Alanxia did not complete 25 ambitious expansion program group. They now only 14 group. There are 8. One is substandard 2-line garrison regiment. 43 handgun. A sharp shovel was inserted into the soft soil, and the good quality military boots on Cassa's feet stepped on the shovel forcefully, and a shovel of mud rose up. Since trading with the Prairie Empire, the prices of leather products in Alan Hill have continued to fall, but daily necessities made of leather, as well as military products, are increasing. Whether it's military boots, bullet bags, or armed belts, the leather products on every Alan Hill Grenadiers body are getting more and more decent. Even the newly formed infantry regiment has been equipped with the latest armed belt. Kardsar were selected from among all the soldiers out, most elite soldiers, his body still carrying a heavy bag full of grenades, long shanker waist, as he moves around shaking. Crack. The second shovel went down, and a small hole had been dug out of the originally level ground. Kassa is still repeating his actions, because he is ordered to dig a foxhole here. It is a new defensive mode. Every soldier must learn how such a simple structure fortifications built. We all digging, but exactly why we can reduce casualties, it is only the Lord of Adults know. Oh, not right, now to be called Chris Majesty the Grand Duke. Kassa corrected himself in his heart, and still did not stop working. Because the engineer's shovel is so easy to use, he quickly built a good foxhole. The surrounding soil was built up and turned into a circular low chest wall. With the help of the shallow pit below, Kassa can easily hide his body. He retracted into the foxhole and adjusted his rifle. And 20th many soldiers' discipline, he put the rifle rack in the dirt, press out a small forts, convenient and secure. His eyes can see through this small granulation to see what is happening ahead. Only a little bit of the top of the M42 helmet was exposed, and Kassa could see everything right in front of him, which allowed him to fire safely and attack distant enemies. Very good. Chris, hands behind, from the card through the front of the SAR, looked at the satisfaction of veterans from within SAR's territory. This man has fought him in the Battle of the Eastern Forest, and also fought him in transition couching. He is a very good soldier. Cards are technical movements very standard, which makes every day to practice there. Chris personally very happy. In the establishment of 14 infantry after the group, Chris deployed infantry regiment of the Seedling, established the first 15th group, which is in front of the training regiment. This regiment was personally trained by him, instilling knowledge of modern warfare, and even going to night school every night, and remedial class knowledge. It can be said responsibly that this teaching group is actually a military academy. Chris hopes that he can quickly train military talents so that his tactical thinking can quickly spread to the grassroots. After all, Chris does not want to see the kind with a Mauser 98K steps to fight 3 sections of a gun, standing fire destroyer cavalry battle mode too embarrassed. He did not want people to mention such a victory. This action is very standard, very fast. Down. In the evening, put him in the front row. Chris looked. Foxhole Cardsar, officer in charge of records on the side, told Road. "What's your name?" The officer, who seemed to have some impression of him, holding the notebook, asked Casa in the foxhole. ! Report has been accustomed from Casa. Foxhole stood up, leaning on his rifle erect, chin right fist in the chest press, loudly replied, "My name is Casa, Executive Training Regiment 1 Battalion 1 Even 1 Row 1 Class 1 and other exemplary soldier." Answering complete. Hearing this loud answer, Chris became more satisfied. No wonder this soldier's technical movements are so standard. It turns out that he is a top soldier of the 1st Battalion and 1 Company, which is not surprising at all. The ones that can be placed in the 1st Company are the most carefully selected seedlings. These soldiers may not know it, but Chris is training them according to the commander. Every night, Chris will have a meal with these soldiers, teach them to use all the knowledge they have learned, and infiltrate some management and scheduling into their subconscious. If the 100,000 Wehrmacht was the bone of the rise of Germany, then the teaching group was destined to be the bone of Elan Hill. Each of these soldiers can go out and act on their own, directly serving as the platoon commander or even the company commander of the ordinary infantry regiment. Know how to dig the foxhole? Chris, suddenly very curious, opening asked one. He felt, and occasionally test your own students, not a bad thing. To firepower to protect yourself. Card Sanction immediately replied. How to develop firepower? Chris continued to ask. Card Sa is still open, immediately replied. When I was. After we equipped with more weapons, relying on multi-level trenches, foxholes also build defense in depth, can effectively wipe out the front of the enemy. When answering this passage, Casa even felt that his notes were right in front of his eyes. He would review that notebook every night, which recorded many of what Chris said in class. Chris is simply too satisfied with Casa's answer. As long as such a person understands what he is talking about, then his class with candles every night will be meaningful! Good card. Shah. Chris held out his hand, patted Card Sa's shoulder. Promotion where he taught conducting class monitor. The Casa was promoted to squad leader. We need soldiers. His words made records officer stunned for a moment, then nodded obedience, said, His Majesty, I have still at least 7 soldiers already reached through the promotion criteria. Go. Last look at the second. Chris Waste in his own new weapons between, walking on stage to the other side of the defensive positions. It is a modeling beautiful piece. Security guard hook Stuart left wheel pistol. This weapon design is very simple and extremely reliable. The only reason Chris was equipped with this pistol so late is actually the old problem of insufficient bullet production capacity. Until recently, in the open after the 17th bullet set up production plants, Chris finally started production this 9mm caliber hand bullets, and began producing pistols used by man. This production process is very simple. Pistol, higher than the technological requirements of Mauser 98K Steps gun, which was born in the 19th century handgun called a very easy life production. Not over. Chris did not directly point out the caliber of 45 original Stuart left wheel pistol, because he did not want the future of large E-caliber submachine gun. Also choose this handgun because to see the full tech tree, Chris prefer 9mm caliber hand bullets. because it allows future submachine guns and assault rifles to distinguish. Do not worry, there is a waste of situation occurs. After all, the future of those easy-to-use assault rifles, 9mm caliber, and large diameter punch Feng gun, functions will be fully replaced by the use of assault rifles, semi-power ammunition. Improved Colt revolver, several more compact, is also launching 9 sub-millimeter caliber shells. Although it is weaker in power, it is more convenient to carry. For this reason, as such, this pistol once available, it becomes Alanxia senior favorites. From Chris to Desire, from Wage Long to Wilkes, almost everyone is equipped with such a pistol. Subsequent fielding began work carried out. All the officers are equipped with such a weapon. However, because of tradition, these officers still have to wear their own long swords, which looks a bit nondescript. A higher level of military uniforms have been designed out. Chris lengthened hemmed tunic into a similar type of coat, so to tie on a number of armed bands look more harmonious. In the cuffs, neckline, and shoulders and arms, there are obvious differences between officers and soldiers. The purpose of this is to allow officers to wear helmets on the battlefield, and after wearing helmets, they can still be quickly distinguished from soldiers. Chris believes that there is no such thing as a sniper, so there is no need to worry about the risk of the officer being killed. Therefore, all the officers used bright yellow silk threads to show the pattern of distinguishing military ranks on the cuffs. This tradition Chris used the European modern army, and the purpose is also very simple, good-looking and eye-catching. His own military uniform is quite different, because his uniform is bright yellow with golden obscure stripes. This is also the only yellow uniform of Alan Hill. In Chris' case plan, the future of the Air Force uniform is red. The sea of future military uniforms are white, grey army camouflage uniforms, as that is not dressed in uniforms of the column. Winter has been coming, though there is no snow, but temperatures are already low. The soldiers have given out sweaters made of wool, which can easily cope with the weather in front of them. As for the colder time, the soldiers will have to distribute cotton uniforms. Now Chris finally knows why it is so expensive to raise a soldier. Desaias said that every grenadier in Alan Hill was piled up with money, which is really right. Flanagan Price to get rid of the value of expensive Mauser 98K steps guns and ammunition, as well as its supporting outside, each equipped with Alanxia grenadier things, but also almost 5 gold about money. Germany Purcell brought gold, as well as from the prairie and gold coins. Most of them have become material, sent to the hands of these soldiers. And yes, an enemy. Every soldier needs only a cheap armor, as well as a touched spear is probably a very valuable person. 1 gold coin is enough. Therefore, the Grenadiers of Alan Hill cannot be defeated by the soldiers of the Mortal Empire, because even if you don't count the gains brought by technological progress, the cost of an Alan Hill Grenadier is 5 times that of their enemy. There will be another update in a while. Longling has something to do today. It is late to write. Everyone forgive me. 44 Langfee bullets. In addition to teaching the elite in the lead group, Chris passed 2 months and did not relax the development and production of weapons. Use 7.92mm caliber sub-bomb Maxim heavy machine guns. They have been developed out of. The design accuracy of this weapon is actually not higher than that of the Mauser rifle, so the technical difficulty of production is not high. The ammunition problem that Chris is worried about has also been improved with the gradual increase in the number of bullet factories. Recently, the industrial production speed of Alan Hill has been at least 100 times faster than before. Yes, scratch that is actually the most difficult of the process. Wait until more up machinery, equipment, parts required amount after production began to be out of the expansion rate of the plant completely flying. The first lathe was assembled by hand filing the parts, which was of course slow. The second lathe can use the first lathe to process the prototype, and then simply polish and modify the shape by hand. The speed is naturally much faster. By the time the third and the fourth, the workers have become proficient, and the processing speed of the machinery has doubled, and the speed at which these equipment are produced will be even faster. After more than a year of accumulation, Alan Hill has reached the second year of industrialization, and his familiarity with machinery has reached a certain level. So many things Chris can just take out the drawings and leave it alone. It really is not all perfect, because Alanxia so far still is not popular on electricity. Although the thermal power plant has been established, the electricity that can be generated is basically provided to the continuously expanding factories on the castle, where even Chris, his stronghold, now or still with the pathetic candles as well as lantern. Although lanterns are also convenient, Chris is generally not willing to use kerosene because of the use of kerosene. After all, even kerosene is a material with insufficient production. Compared to China during the anti-Japanese war, Alan Hill's situation is not much better. Chemistry progress is substantial, but many things are still closed because of raw materials department of stagnation. In order to meet the demand for farming next year, Chris arranged some small chemical plants in advance to start producing fertilizers. This is Chris. The wealth of nations is a group basis. We do not eat. Everything is elusive. He followed the path of China's previous industrialization and built 5 local small enterprises, namely small-scale fertilizer plants, small-scale power plants and other factories, not seeking advanced technology, but only seeking to meet local needs. With the support of these small factories, Chris has trained a large number of capitalists, and these capitalists will work hard to learn new technologies after making a profit, and become a firm supporter of Chris technology expansion. He who would learn, no hyphenation, but also of the foundation. After making money, there is the mind and desire to protect one's own property and status. With these people, Chris can improve the quality of the population on a large scale and have more qualified workers and technicians. Demographic factors such as quality raised to a certain extent, soldiers will have a leap of quality improvement. To that time, more troops can be expanded up to Alanxia swept the world. Originally want to direct volume production MG42 machine gun, Chris eventually compromised to reality, as well as ultra-high rate of fire allows replacement of the barrel. MG42 became sub-nightmare bomb supply. So he can only appearing and indeed, the first production of Maxim heavy machine guns, with water cooling to save more resources. As a result, the heavy machine gun produced is also a heavy weapon with wheels. It also needs to be dragged by a war horse, and it needs several soldiers to serve it, just like a small gun. However, after seeing the power of Maxim's heavy machine guns, either Wagler nor Modeler, they all think this weapon is a good thing. They all hope to equip more machine guns and more ammunition as soon as possible. The heavy machine gun towed by Malay is not completely unprofitable. One advantage is that the heavy machine gun has an anti-shield, and the safety of the shooter has a higher guarantee. A second advantage is that the launch of this machine gun has a versatile stand, can be to immediately empty opened fire. With the appearance of heavy machine guns, the infantry also has a kind of anti-aircraft firepower that is better than nothing. As for how many heavy machine guns each infantry company needs to be equipped with, it has become the fuse of the world war between the commanders of the military and the industrial sector. Wagram, Modeler and others naturally believed that a heavy machine gun equipped with a company should be better. If possible, it is perfectly possible to set up a full heavy machine gun company. The Ministry Smith Longluo, who also complained capacity planning issues in the industrial sector to Chris. Chris also knew that he had just gotten rid of the crisis of insufficient bullet production capacity, and there was still a long way to go before he could spend it at will. So, after a balanced temporary decision given an infantry even equipped with 2 Ting Maxim heavy machine guns. As for whether to change it in the future, it depends on the future conditions. And heavy machine guns are produced together. There is a detection by the weapon. Chris invented the telescope early and has finally put it into mass production recently. The latest binoculars-looking telescope is very convenient, is highly popular advanced military equipment. Because of the production plant, Alan Hill's troops are now equipped to the company. In addition, some special units are also equipped with binoculars, such as corrective shooting observers for artillery units, anti-aircraft gun units for air defense, and heavy machine gun teams. The reason why so that they are equipped with a telescope, because these troops need to be very far viewing distance, it can reach a better fight. 2222. On the hillside, the heavy machine gun team that had just been formed was training to use their weapons to fire. Because no tracer was developed, their trajectory correction completely relied on the shooter's feeling. Machine next to the gun, the commander kneeling on the ground holding binoculars, loud reminder of his striker, does not cover the head. Marked elevation upgrader ruler. That shooter next to the edge of deputies to lie down immediately pulled out a fixed tenon card in the machine gun scale. The shooter pressed the gun body down slightly, raising the muzzle higher. Then the deputy inserted the tenon back to the fixed point on the ruler. 2222. The second round of shooting started immediately after the adjustment, and another row of bullets flew towards the target and landed in the distant target area. Holding Hope telescope, commander loudly cheered as he saw inside the telescope, target 1,000 meters away. A bullet hit a piece of white smoke. Hit the gold standard playing pretty. He loudly cheered to his comrades and said, quasi-prepared, move on to the next launch position to go. The two soldiers who had been lying down immediately got up, one of them led the horse, and the other came forward to help, and pulled the two heavy wooden wheels of the heavy machine gun out of the fixed pit that had been dug. Even the ammunition plus the special brackets, wheels and anti-shield, plus the machine gun itself and the water in the hose on the barrel of the Makin is not light, and it requires a lot of effort to move the position. 4 pitched and only the machine gun hanging behind the horse. The horse groom catch reminders, drove toward the next launch position. According to regulations, these soldiers should be equipped with revolvers for self-defense, but now they have only empty pistol holsters on their waist belts. All weapons must be a little raw, produce out of a little bit of equipment to the troops. Do not you see, there are many second-line troops, machine guns trained team, but also in the use of the model wood counterweight. This machine gun team is also good. Chris looked at the machine gun team rushing to the next firing position and said satisfiedly to the officer behind him, how many of these teams do we have now? Almost, there are 17, and he who is taught the Seeds group, responsible for the future is to train more machine gun team. That officer looked at the hands of the table, opening replied, very good, not wrong. Chris looked at his army is stronger day by day, to the naked eye can see the speed of development and growth. His mood is very good. Indeed, he is moving from the want to raise my own idea, let's go to the hand gun target practice shots. I want to make a practice. No, men do not like Juan this type of archery shooting game. This is a man's instinctive desire, and they would like the mechanical roar of the car, like the withering artillery, like the charming woman as beautiful. Chris naturally no exception, and he has been experimented with artillery, personally shot and 30 anti-aircraft guns caliber, and now is of the chance, often to the shooting range to play a few shots fun. Standing shot hit area. Chris pulled out a pistol around his waist, aimed at the target distance. His pistol was a standard 6 9mm caliber subshells. It may be 30 over a distance of about meters, accurately hit the mesh standard. He closed one eye, looked through the front sight, and saw the target in the distance. Standing with a standard pistol, he squeezed the trigger sharply, and the Colt pistol in his hand immediately responded to his action. Chris marksmanship of the 7th, 6th, and 7th rings is actually not accurate. He just likes to vent the pleasure of pouring ammunition at the target, so he shoots very fast, and quickly burns out 6 bullets, without looking into their performance. Chris heads and began packing his pistol, a very professional look. Not far away, Wagron, who also came to shoot the target with a smirk, asked the officer in charge of the shooting range who came to greet him, Your Majesty is here again. For it came waves feed bullets. Target officer's face the same field full grin, it seems to be behind Fufi His Majesty used to it. Every day. 45 Voice of God. This is how? A bit Mofaxuituanoid opened his eyes. He found that he was in meditation to feel the rhythm of the magic of time. God heard voices. This is a terrible phenomenon, so he can't concentrate on feeling the breath of magic. His head is full of the kind of voice of God, a sense of feel like God is playing some kind of instrument in the ears. The voice was erratic, appeared and disappeared without a trace. It was as if it was teasing him. He didn't know whether this was a kind of favor from heaven or a flaw in cultivation. So he didn't dare to talk to his magic teacher to talk about this kind of thing, so he could only silently endure weird sound that made people collapse. But he knew that the sound was definitely not some kind of sound from the natural world, but a sound that violated the laws of nature created by an intelligent life body. It's as if the dolphins are singing, as if they are delivering some kind of news. He rubbed his hair in despair, feeling that he was going crazy by the sound. He secretly many times to observe the weak people around the practice of meditation. It seems that only he found himself able to hear the terrible sound. In this way, he was even more afraid, lonely, single, helpless. He even found himself practicing magic completely slowed down, so he also criticized by the teacher. The students laughed. Is this how the desperate? He once again issued a cry from the heart, his mind in response to the emerging, that from hell, or sound from the domain of God. I have received it. I have received it. In the city of Ferry, a trained electrician held the earphones on his ears, his eyes widened and he sketched symbols on the paper in surprise. Hush. In the weeks around the time people have to follow cheered, and timely Lovins with a gag gesture, interrupted their cheers. This is a crossage invention and creation. Once it succeeds, the whole world will be closely connected. Yes. The city also established a ferry fear after the power plant. Chris finally started his own communications improvement plan. With radio, Alan Hill's communication will become fast and accurate, and the cost of communication will be doubled. At first, Chris City enlarged ferry to win the war, in order to inform Yalanti the Empire of the festival Lancaster Reed. Actually it was IP messenger is at full speed to pass the message. Took several days time to send the message. But now, as long as he has the translated version, Chris can use a few minutes to pass the order to the faraway ferry city, or the vast sea. And Hanhai can also use the same short time to pass the problems they encountered back to Ceres City. This is a great leap in the field of information transmission. And suddenly Chris' information transmission speed has reached an unprecedented height. This also doubles the area he can control, and allows him to directly command the troops stationed beyond the commander. No, it's as soon as radio signals, as if the heartbeat in a radio operator, and people with pleasant notes, stunning. Diddy heard a clear voice from the earphones, and the trained electromechanical technician muttered words, and used a charcoal pen to outline some symbols on the white paper in front of him. These symbols are composed of dots and long lines, marking this unique combination of laws. In fact, Chris has not encrypted his radio transmission at this time. After all, no one in this era can create the same information dissemination tool. One long and two short represent the word I. An officer looked at the symbols recorded on the paper, and frantically checked the booklet in his hand. He was pleasantly surprised to find that what was placed in front of him was not some irregular symbols, but sentences that really carried meaning. I have been sent a signal that you do not receive. That officer translated the sentence, and then looked to the Lovins side. Lawrence hurriedly pulled the paper that recorded the electricity. With an incredible expression on his face, he put Jiang Weiser has since excited clenched paper spread out, as if for the first time when literacy is a solemn reading the above words. He was hard to believe that this sentence is in the tens of seconds or a minute before. From a place so far away in Ceres City. Workers industrialized. Door was slowly opened his eyes. He has an insight into the change of the times, and now, he wants to witness, perhaps the rise of another era. I have been sent a signal that you have received. No! Exclamation mark. Ha ha ha, you have not received. Lawns looked to their side of the officers, loudly ordered, immediately answer him. We have already received a tribute to His Majesty. Bit by bit another no. Next line of electric telegraph. Radio operator began to check the word on the communication manual, a short word to transform a sound portfolio growth. sent to distant places. The electromagnetic environment of this era is actually not as good as imagined. Because of magic, radio waves actually interfere. However, the electromagnetic environment here is still pretty good compared to the time when Chris is familiar with the tight signal frequency band. Therefore, even if the communication distance is not as imagined so far away, you can cover the entire planet, can now also be able to meet the communication requirements of Chris. His requirements are not high, just want to integrate his territory. This time Chris at the moment, the Desire, and Gluo et al., is stuck next to the radio, waiting for the signal transmission distance back. They have conducted close-up experiments more than a dozen times, so they did not doubt the practicability of the machine in front of them. He who is worried about is that the radio signals cannot be transmitted to so far, unable to meet the communication requirements between Sayer's distance to the ferry. But soon, their worries disappeared, because a neat set of radio signals were transmitted to the ears of the radio technicians through the earphones. Aberdeen's hand-on headset radio operator, fine-looking signals, suddenly widened eyes, excited against His Majesty the Emperor of many ministers also nodded. I heard. Yes, a complete communication is so successful. From then on, it only takes a few seconds to send the message to the ferry and to Hanhai. Alan Hill's generator finally showed its outstanding efficacy. This thing is simply a miracle. My God, it was able to instant messages sent lengths ago. Standing in Christ's body side, Desire shock sent her to sigh. As a member of the wealthy family, Desire seen this big world of countless nobles, to understand the importance of the message delivery. It can be said that with this kind of communication device, much history can be rewritten and many decisions can be considered. As long as the message can pass out whom many people will immediately crazy. Even with just this device in front of him, Alan Hill could earn money every day. Even if there is only this kind of equipment in front of you, Alan Hill's army assembly speed can be doubled. The Arrant Empire wants to fight. From making a decision to mobilizing the troops, it must first send messengers to the various stationed areas where the troops are dispersed, and then wait for the troops to gather from all directions. This process may take 3 months or more. Long time. Can Alanxia do not need too much trouble, as long as the radio to confirm, only take a day or even a few hours. Troops can build from their own premises, they need to go in the direction. Therefore, even if Alan Hill and the Arrant Empire are preparing to attack each other at the same time, Christ's troops will arrive on the battlefield 10 days in advance, and will directly begin to attack the army that Arrant has not yet assembled with more attack and less attack. Of course, this is just an ideal situation, but the radio of the world changed. Or that this progress is a symbol of infinite future, the real insight ecstatic. Mortal magic has begun to exert its power, so will the day when mortals defeat the gods. Will it be far behind? Sent a telegram to the Genesis. Tell him I want to eat fish up. Hurry sent him. Chris Mood began to put the fly themselves. Although he is already the emperor of a principality, he has not yet planned to seal his emotions. The electrician who sent the telegram by Diddy hit the firing pin in front of him with his hand, sending out regular radio waves one after another. Diddy drop, drip. Another headset radio operator inside Edge, and soon came the voice of the other party to respond. The translated telegram was quickly delivered to Christ's hand, and Lorna's answer was written on it. Your Majesty. The fish has already set off and will arrive in Ceres soon. Then sent him a telegram, telling him they're open to desert plants butter where the raw materials are up grassland, taste very good. I will give him to try to send a few boxes. Chris has, after ignoring the number of words in the telegram, he started talking nonsense. Drops. That radio operator side worked tirelessly to meet with His Majesty's own unscrupulousness. Chris put in the time to fly themselves. Trinity Empire in a practice room. The always hear God's voice of the apprentice. Once again deep sorrow opened his eyes. He looked at several colleagues around him, and found that none of them had any irritable expressions. He got up from his position with a pale face and stopped meditating. The voice finally fell silent in his mind, as if it had never appeared before. 46 Draw up a plan. Boom, boom. On the front line of the Dothan Empire and the Aranti Empire, a round of artillery shot down among the dense crowd. The dense army was cut by rampant shells, plowing out traces full of blood. Alan Hill's artillery rewrote the history of war, and the party with the artillery seemed to have mastered the advantage on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Aranti Empire are moving forward steadily, and they have seen the smile of the goddess of victory. Those who have their whole Chi Duo Senshai soldiers square. This moment has become rickety. Terrible metal ball fell from the sky and landed on the crowd, splashes a rain of terror. Anti-entire line in defeat. Dothan officers have been unable to defeat their hands to stop the soldiers. At this moment, they did not want to prevent such a rout, because they themselves were among the rout crowd. No one dared face of such terrible weapons. Everyone thought Yalanti Empire was supported by the magic of the Empire. It was not just soldiers' Dothan momentum weapons to beat, but also by their fear of magic to defeat. Up. Is a Trinity Empire abandoned me as well? A military officer face with blood from the ground up, crying shouting wants to get back his arm. His arm in armor was severed by a stream of heat, like butter being cut by a hot knife. A soldier tried to struggle to stand up, but found that his lower body was gone. He tried hard to make some shouts, but found that only blood was vomiting out of his mouth. Soon he was motionless, lying with the surrounding corpses, without making any noise. Not far away, with tidy steps, the army of the Aranti Empire was shouting slogans, and accompanied by drums, step by step approaching the battlefield that was already like hell on earth. There are no enemies in front of them who have formed a system of resistance, but only some enemy soldiers who have gone crazy. Countless spears were leveled, and then they swept across the obstacles in front of them. Some soldiers who had forgotten to escape were quickly stabbed to the ground, but the Aranti soldiers still marched step by step, ignoring the corpses under their feet that were stepped into the mud. Long live Aranti! Above the high slope, the soldiers who had not had time to participate in this crushing attack, shouted like a mountain. Their flags fluttered in the sky, and their voices echoed across the plain. Riding high in the first big on horses, Zorn generals with warglove pointed to the distant wearing armor, proud to ask around the entourage, "You have to see the mortal world. No one can stop us from Asia." The army of the Rand Empire. Yes, a will lead flattering smile on his face, holding a general opening. Zorn said, "And adults command wisely, Yalanti Empire will also in the general adult your leadership, to the mortal the pinnacle of the empire." Ha 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 ha. Zonzai laughed triumphantly. The laughter didn't spread far enough before being overwhelmed by the fierce drums of war. Triumphant, he pulled the horse's bridle and said, "Dothan Empire definitely put things poke Trinity Empire over there. You want to tell us a form that we harboring advanced weapons, up to no good, but he who did not know. We the cannon has been sent to the Holy Demon Empire." Ha 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 ha. Adults wise. Adults really wise are. Adults you really Yalanti star are. A group of Christine Dimension generals, quickly bowing in front of them, flattering Zorn. The smile on Zorn's face, who heard these beautiful words, was even more triumphant, and the whole person became even more proud. He was in a good mood, so he opened his mouth and gave a more radical order. The messenger. We don't need captives. In the distance directly in front of him, one after another, phalanxes full of iron armor, were slowly moving towards the end of the horizon. The first battle between the Arant Empire and the Dothan Empire ended with a complete victory for the Arant Empire. This war, Zorn led the army 100,000 Yalanti Empire, easily swept Dothan Empire 7-1 army. The massacre of at least 5,000 people, defeated the 7 million people of this victory. Yalanti Empire price paid was minimal, and even 200 Ming wounded did not join in full. The red cannon that just showed up on the battlefield has already demonstrated a powerful force that surpasses this era. It is precisely because of its good performance in this battle that General Zorn likes this weapon even more. Let the rear see such weapons should be equipped each castle, each a force. Zorn urged the horse forward, opening on the side of a confidant told, "After this victory, I would like to doth soon surrender. Waiting for me. I have to go back after at least 300." New Gundor as he edges forward side continued, and the battle between Ale and Xia may not be so easy, and they have guns. So this war, it's impossible for the situation to fall so undecidedly. Yal anti-empire and our previous opponents cannot the same. They may also have guns. Chris hands behind. In the second review of his border defense program, I have on the southern border, there are two a reserve regiment. These regiments cannot hold their defenses. As long as Zornrate led his main north, our border is likely to be broken down. This is a loss for us, because the war will destroy our well-paved roads, destroying our crops. He pointer, on a very large and detailed map. The location of the defense line of the guidance department was pointed out, because to have more precise measuring instruments, optical devices like telescopes similar began progress, so Ale and Xia drawing level also has a very great progress. Chris can now use such a detailed map to make strategic arrangements, which is also an intuitive manifestation of this progress. The best way is to let our main force group go south in advance and gather on the border to be ready to fight at any time. He used his pointer to draw a circle around the positions of the three main force groups in the rear, and watch it after he finished speaking to Wagron. Wagron nodded and said, "Arant's offensive can only threaten the Ceres area, which is very beneficial to us. We have assembled 5 regiments and can build a line of defense." Just the defense, I expect. As long as Threege main group arrived at the scene, you can put about 100,000 Yal anti-imperial soldiers blocked near the southern. Says he used another pointer in a gestures a bit line and 2 lines. Obviously, it is still a bit unsuitable for this method of combat. Next, 10 heads of delegations who came to the meeting, and 10 heads of trainees, together with Desaiya and others, made an entire conference room densely packed. Everyone listened carefully. This time the pre-war analysis meeting, or a second war front analysis, will be meeting. Every 20 days, Chris will hold such a combat evaluation meeting, while reviewing what kind of strengthening his troops have been, and calculating how to distribute the forces at hand. If Zorn wants to attack Halen Hill northward is just a rough idea, then Chris is preparing to fight with Arant. It is already a very precise battle plan. Now, second line garrison group also has been equipped with 20 men 75mm caliber gun infantry. It is equipped with 300 expended to do the training rifle. Ahead raised his hand, opening to put forward their own suggestions. If you add strong, give us some weapons. I think the first line of defense will not necessarily could not carry each other's attack. With 2 lines of troops and equipment gradually improved, Chris is building more infantry regiment. Some equipment has been promoted to become a better group 8, group 9, group. There are 10 groups, while the newly formed forces to fill the 11 groups to the vacancy of the 13 regiment. Each of a line infantry regiment, in fact, are equipped with thousands of rifles and about 200 revolver, with 20 artillery pieces, more or less anti-aircraft guns and machine guns. The combat effectiveness is actually difficult to assess, because to include Chris included, are not commanded no shortage of ammunition and equipment so full of troops. Ongoing confrontation joint exercises, the training regiment had set off at Wanj group to play opposite the collapse of Sevenj 2 terrorist group's garrison record line. Even statisticians show that if training regiment with plenty of ammunition, and then defeated Sevenj group is not difficult. Encouraged by this result, many switched to infantry rifle machine gun there. Feel that they can confront about 10 times the enemy's strength is gone. After expanded, now has a group of 2,500 people over the officers and men. So many mid-level commanders believe that as long as deployed on the border Threege 2 coils, even Yalant's troops could not break the Alanxia, the first line of border defense. This line of defense by the 2 trenches as well as a communications trench parallel to the composition, but also in parts of reinforced concrete bunkers. Some of the reason for preparing such a defense, mostly a legacy of training troops to build defenses down when the ruins, was not intentional for. Do not over-relying on this southern line of defense. Military Alanxia really feel, and can be every inch of the Yalanti Empire marked with A. Otherwise, I have had Forge Shu Equipment Group, and Yalanti north of the Imperial forces marked with A. If we withstood the attack each other, then we can make that 5J main group, led by 5J to the reserve team formed by the Thread Regiment counter-attacked. Wagram was also tempted by this defensive plan and asked Chris. Chris thought about this anti-imperial counter-attack plan, that is even more comfortable than a simple defense, then nodded his head and said, being the first to set a second set of operational plans so that the next meeting, we discussed the third we plan our first offensive plan. Yes. Everyone stood up, right fist pressed on his chest, back erect, Chin replied. 47 New spokesperson. In the Higgs Kingdom, a middle-aged businessman blew his hands with heat, wrapped the fur from the grassland, looked up at the plaque above his head, and walked into the rice shop. Inside the gang count quickly came over to greet, this time to buy rice. It must be a very, very wealthy business person's. After all, the current price of rice in the Higgs Kingdom is really not cheap anymore. Just wait until next year to close the season, the new grain harvest down, the price of rice will be reduced immediately. If unequal anxious to use, then obviously next year to consider the acquisition of food, more in line with interests of some. However, since the beginning of autumn, the price of rice, which should have fallen, has become incomprehensible because of Alan Hill's frantic acquisition. Now, these foods are really valuable, and there are countless Alan Hill businessmen who come to buy them, making people really wonder what the other party is thinking. How much food you can sell in your store? I want it all. As soon as the merchant came in, he didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated his purpose. Gang count 1, a smile on his face stiff up to this head wherever he goes. The Alanzire businessman recently is more to more, and he had to buy one to say that all the food is simply a look that doesn't leave a way for others to survive. But the visitor is a guest, and this guy is not willing to offend these big merchants. After all, this time next year, perhaps the price of food will fall, and he has to rely on these merchants who buy food to feed. So he squeezed out a smile to his face somewhat reluctantly, explains, sir, you may not know, because for the sake of food stocks sharply lower, His Majesty the King has issued a restriction order, you can only purchase a maximum of 50 barrels of grain. The calculation unit of the barrel is actually the same as the calculation unit of who, which is a method of measuring grain by volume, which is neither accurate nor scientific. But because all countries have national measure of value, such things can only be endured. Now Alan Hill has begun to popularize the new weights and measures, various length units and weight units. All of a sudden, it is more convenient for people who use it. Coupled with the widespread use of the new numbers, all the territories under Chris have made great strides in computing. You cannot make an exception. The merchant put a gold coin in the press around the coffee table. The golden light shake people blinded. 100 a barrel, which is the largest of the business we dare. Gang count looked around, only to rocket gold in the bag, spoke and said, prices go according to this morning, which is the largest deals up. Everyone knows that the food now has no worries about selling, and everyone is staring at this one. The locals are driving up prices, the outsiders are rushing to buy, the food hoarding in various rice shops is decreasing sharply, and the Higgs Kingdom has even begun to fall into a state of partial shortage. Okay. The businessman was also very easy to speak, and nodded and agreed to the deal. He stood up, spoke and said, that bother you put these food are loaded up, and I soon carried away. There was no way, although he was very distressed, but he could only take out the money bag from his pocket, put a stack of gold coins on the table, and let the other party examine it carefully. So 100 barrels of food, placed in previous years, maybe even 20 silver coins are not worth, but now has up to your 7 gold coins. A full 35 times increase. It sounds incredible. Not only that, Alan Hill was racking his brains to purchase a large amount of grain, but also frantically purchasing meat products from the grassland, not only fresh, alive cattle and sheep, but even dried meat. After all, the population of Alan Hill is growing exponentially, and there has never been such a population expansion that does not conform to the laws of nature in history. Because of the little bit of popularization of modern medical technology, the risk of childbirth is decreasing, and the birth rate remains high. The other side, Alanxia implemented a new population subsidy welfare policy. The principality provides that any time within a year of birth of the baby, can get government subsidies, half sheep, 200 kilograms of grain, and 50 liters of goat milk or milk. At the same time, as long as the children go to school to learn knowledge, and signed an agreement to guarantee employment to obey the government's allocation of your studies, you can get a free lunch and school governance subsidies 100 kilograms of grain. This is also the main reason why Alan Hill is so crazy about importing food. This is entirely to use the method of inverting money to support the continuous industrialization of a country. If it hadn't been for Desire to open up the same gold coins that searched for his family everywhere, Alan Hill might not have developed to this level so quickly. From the beginning to the present, the millions of gold coins that Desire sold, most of his own assets had been squandered almost long ago. If it hadn't been for the products produced in the factory to recover some of the gold coins, Desire would have gone bankrupt. This he can only rely on their relatives to write letters to the moment when, by way of loan financing gold Alanxia need. Initially a mouth will borrow 5 million gold coins, and now he even 1,000 gold coins are beginning to borrow. A shame that these borrowed coins, penny he not also been. In every rice shop in every corner of the Higgs kingdom, there are crazy merchants from Alan Hill making purchases. They hardly count the price, as long as the other party dares to sell. They dare to pay for the food sold. Bustling street Sayers Head, everyone's face wearing a happy smile. This kind of smile was hard to see in the past, and now almost every Alan Hiller is full of hope for the future, so smile is their most common expression. To see these people in the past only have such a great magician confident expression. Hands behind walking down the street, Vladimir Lensberg found himself seemed to return to the holy city of Bligh magic. He set off from Bellevue all the way to the east, and finally found to his surprise that there was a city as energetic as Bellevue in the easternmost magic forbidden area. This is really a magical journey, which made the great magician feel very happy. Although he couldn't meditate for a month in a row, the novel feeling of insight still made him feel worthwhile. He had even used this old-fashioned things such books to pass the knowledge base. Turned the corner from a bookstore to buy a school within 12 subtraction, William suddenly a kind of feel cheated. From Bellevue, the gold coins that William carried were really not many, because the Magic Empire did not use ordinary gold coins, but the kind of enchanted gold coin voucher. Obviously, this kind of precious things cannot be spent in the mortal world, because no one can get change. These mortals actually developed a new digital sign, strange symbols, but very interesting. William walked in Dover Lensberg's side of the drunk. The ears do not hear out of the window, one read only the books of sage's appearance. See things the same as before, just look at the surface. Fred Lensberg looked great interest placed in front of the store, all kinds of wood chairs, hand rubbed on a smooth section. Go all the way over. Did they find the wrong money? Hear this question. William surprised a moment, then shocked to see his old teacher walking along the way. No matter what he bought, there seemed to be no mistakes in finding money. This is actually very funny to say, whether it is in the Higgs Kingdom or in the Aranti Empire, it is actually quite easy to find the wrong money. Especially when buying things from a retail hawker, you must be careful. Not over, this time from the Alanxia after they entered, they found rarely have the wrong money appeared. This at least shows that the quality of civilians in Alan Hill has surpassed other areas. It seems that these strange symbols are indeed very useful innovations. This time, William finally paid attention to the textbook used by the elementary school in his hand. Vladimir Lensberg looked at those bright and clean up the construction of new buildings, the productivity of this country to re-evaluate once again raised a notch. The glass used on those buildings seems to be not a bargain in the Magic Empire. You know, in this world, glass with general transparency is actually very common, but the finest glass with very good permeability is still a luxury item that the Magic Empire is willing to buy. After all, the Archmages also hope that their rooms will be more transparent so that they can make better use of the sunlight outside the window. Chris opened a glass factory in order to make observing equipment such as telescopes. But the profit of the glass factory cannot rely solely on military demand, so the factory soon began mass production of flat glass, and the profit became even more lucrative. Alan Hill is like this. The gold coins that flow like water are earned back to the accounts every day, and then spent like flows of water. It seems that every link in making money, many investors who may get just a picture of voucher as his income certificate bail. These vouchers can be exchanged for production materials or for various consumer goods, but only a small part of them can be exchanged for money. But wise merchants are not willing to exchange these precious vouchers for gold coins, because these vouchers can buy many things that gold coins can't buy. For example, say the expansion of the factory with machinery, cement, glass. With these things, they can continue to recruit to expand their factories, and finally earn more profits. No one believes that Alan Hill will collapse, because many big business people have bet on another possible situation. In their opinion, Alan Hill will not become an opponent of the Magic Empire, but will only replace Errant and become the new spokesperson of the Mortal Empire. 48 First Meeting. Two uninvited mages walk on the crowded street, like two scholars visiting for sightseeing. They strolled down the street leisurely, full of curiosity about everything. It's real. Every first time Alanxia, or every person the first time says city, will have a sense of strange, the shock of the Grand View Garden. They may not have seen so many novel things in their lives. Here are the best shock absorbers for carriages, here are the BMWs on the grassland, there are magical liquids that can emit fragrance, and there are fine porcelains that are as white and smooth as women's skin. Rao is the knowledgeable great magician Frensburg. This time he can only lament that he is as shallow as a frog at the bottom of a well. He east what is very curious west, even saw groups of children wearing uniforms. Noisy convoy, have stepped forward to ask a few questions. He had seen the gates dressed in military uniform, armed with handsome wearing, carrying a strange Shuohua guards. They also see the head of the city as a canvas covered up, a strange look very dangerous device. It was installed in the city on the walls of the fort, fixed 30mm dual-purpose guns scoping. These weapons is to defend the city against the dragon damage. Placed in charge of the artillery, air defense troops is the city, owned by the Air Force jurisdiction. Although there was still some distance from the plane, Chris decided to form his own Air Force. Now the Air Force air defense function is to be responsible is also installed in the vicinity of the plant area. Flak City Canal Management and Control. Now, Frensburg is standing outside the original castle mansion, the core castle gate of Ceres Castle, looking at the Alan Hill guards standing on both sides of the suspension bridge, and exclaiming, "Only a fool can believe it." Can be enough to send out reminders in the country in a short time. So many things never seen before. It will stagnate in the above weapons of war. Don't say anything else. Just from the point that they didn't deploy that terrible cannon in their castle, I felt that it was in Alan Hill, and it was definitely not a high-level weapon. William also felt that he had a kind of feeling deceived. Originally, put their cards free if he gave opponents. It is a very questionable thing. It now appears that called the red cannon weapons, definitely not to Alanxia cards. Vladimir Lensberg remembered his knowledge along the way, spoke and said, "Before me is also just seen the matches. There are other small things Alanxia now. I could have here an insight into the operation of automatic the machine. I saw a steel monster that can lift 1,000 catties. Those mortals idiot Yal anti-empire even think such a country They will only weapons that simple. Ridiculous to hear his old teacher so that William can only be issued a sigh. I have been cheated. See the door of the castle yet? There is not a spear used by soldiers on guard. They are not even equipped with armor. What makes them have such confidence? Not even life-saving armor given out? Fred Lensburg narrowed his eyes, hearts filled with the people who were fooled anger. He stared at the guards standing guard on that has not yet met Alenxia Grand Duke played to kill, and he had in addition to the sword, not even a long weapon. It does not. This is definitely not lax defense. From those stations on the state of the soldiers Kong, Frundsberg can feel each other's serious and cautious. This was not a state of lax defense and absent-mindedness, and even caused some pressure on him. For a magician, this situation is rare. This is a mortal empire. According to common sense, how cautious the defense here is, it is impossible to create a sense of oppression for a great magician. Can you? In fact, this pressure does exist. Let Frundsberg some indecisive. He really didn't dare to come forward easily and test the guards who seemed impossible to threaten him at all. Or, he has a secret. Just that triangle waist leather jacket yard. There's a metal to do strange things. I have never seen soldiers wearing this kind of thing. William Fine look at both sides of the drawbridge. The guards saw the revolvers in their armed. Fred Lensberg also agree with him, because he felt those things that guards wear waist sleeve in his pocket contained dangerous, too. Gzu. The thing is that they give up armor, guns. Reason to give up if you can. We should figure out the purpose of that thing. Too dangerous, risk it. William thought a moment, that go all the way from the door to kill. It seems a lot of variables. The opponent's defensive power is really not weak. If some weird weapons appear, the two of them may be in danger of dying here. Fred Lensburg by we alien want to be more far-reaching. He nodded his head, endorsed William, then said, yes. It is too dangerous. Danger of these people again. If this continues, the dominance of Magic Empire, perhaps will be shaken. Here this country mortals actually may pose a threat to Trinity Empire. William also some sit still, he thought, opening their teacher, said, we should kill them here to destroy the leader, destroy everything here. You are right, we should do it. But I want to see the leaders here. I always have a hunch that such a person will give me an infinite future. I think I have never been so close. Truth, it is a sense of excitement of people affected by Fred Lensburg. There are a number cannot be reconciled. I do not hesitate to do it. Well, the old teacher, our hands at night safer, latent directly into the castle then. And then look at this man really is what kind of person? William opening of Frundsberg said. Fred Lensburg nodded, agreed to this plan. If he is very dangerous, risk, we will destroy him, destroy everything here. If he is willing to share with us his all, then we took him back to the holy. Go to the Devil Empire. Chris, who was flying in his study, didn't know that a magician was already hundreds of meters away, discussing about kidnapping himself. He is in the newly appropriated study room, contributing to the future of Alan Hill. UNESCO transcribed the book is not an easy thing. It can be a word written out on his own. Original junior high school textbooks of primary school textbooks still very simple, high school textbooks, college textbooks, it is entirely another matter. The mere improvement in word count has already caused Chris a headache. He still has no way to pass on his knowledge directly to another person and let the other person do it for him. He can only use his rest time tirelessly to expand the world's book reserves. Can you believe it? I do not know what to write in my own mess of things. Chris aside without looking perfect with higher mathematics in front of him, while opening ridicule. He heard the sound of the door opening, thinking it was Desailly or Wagron who came in. After all, there are many people who can break into his study without knocking on the door. Gerlo is sometimes too excited and forgets to knock on the door. Everyone is very familiar with his Grand Duke. He is approachable and doesn't care about politeness. He is a very pragmatic monarch. The other party did not speak either, and seemed to be attracted by something. It took a long time for a voice to be heard abruptly. An old and unfamiliar voice that made Chris' hairs stand up. This drawing is so beautiful. Than any work of art to be refined beauty. Simply, it is simply a miracle. Chris suddenly lifted up and saw an old man dressed in ordinary robes, standing in front of his bookshelves, is inviting a huge drawings, see figure on 3 sides, those parts of the above. Beside this old man, a young man stood respectfully, as if he was a follower, but the dangerous aura exuding from him was not weaker than the old man at all. Chris put down the delicate charcoal in his hand and stared at the 2 people in front of him with a pair of sharp eyes. He knows that the other party is definitely not a character to deal with, and it is certainly not as simple as it seems to be able to not disturb the many guards standing here outside. Magic division? It seems so. But what exactly did these 2 dangerous magicians come for? Whether the Uranti Empire came to deal with Ilan Hill, then Chris didn't know. What he is thinking about now is how to protect himself and let himself live safely. The good news is that his handgun, which was hanging in the back of the chair, that there are 6 made enough bullets to kill an ordinary person. Chris is now a little regret, when he was alone with 2 dangerous magicians, why should he regretted 9 caliber gun bullets? If I had known that today that, if he knew that the magician can easily break through, the guard came to his defense in front of laughing, he is more willing to give their own allotted a .45 caliber left wheel gun, or simply to a desert the eagle is more at ease. Anyway, those who can enough kill an elephant gun to be able to let Chris win alone in a magician's face, some of them more emboldened. The good news is, the other did not carrying a pistol pointed at his head. Let him call a dumbfounding does not promise action. Now he can at least move his body and pretend to be indifferent. You are calm, maybe you do not realize what you're facing. Fred Lensberg to slowly move the body of Chris praised and said, but you're better than the ones I more calm mortal monarchs have seen some of them. I know that you are likely to be a magician. Very powerful kind. Chris backed a hand from behind out of its holster and a pistol. His face finally smiled naturally. Some, opening replied, meet for the first time, introduce myself, my name is Ilan Hill. Chris. I haven't shouted for a few days, and Longling has to scream again, begging everyone for recommendations, rewards, collections, and book reviews. 49 trick. My name is Fred Lensberg, you guessed right. I really was a great magician. If or related. Lensberger smiled and nodded his head, then raised his hand holding a painting of Chris. Improve the drawing of the steam engine. Did you draw this part? The other part is the ancient Milo the Dean Sea painting. Chris began, who set it up. He was afraid of bearing recognize these drawings are of his own paintings. They will kill him immediately. The industrial Ming strangled in the cradle. Ignoring Christ's lies, Frensberg felt as if he was in a huge treasure house. He looked at everything in the study curiously, and found that the tools and furnishings here are so pleasing to the eye. Oh, sorry, this is my apprentice, William. Fred Lensberg pointed to standing next to, has been wary of Chris. William introduction said, I come here, it is to prepare the pleasure of seeing you, then take you back to the Magic Empire. I'm afraid my subjects don't want me to leave. Chris knew that things might be developing in an uncontrollable direction, so he unconsciously shook the pistol even more tightly. You know nothing about us, Mr. Chris. As if to hear something funny thing, Vladimir Lensberg laughed. You leave me, for mortal here, yourself. Ah, good. You are also the same to me. Is not it, Mr. Fronsburg? Chris does not know the opponent exactly what means, so they did not dare to act rashly. He didn't know whether the other party would make himself fall asleep with just one look, or just use a gesture to raise the blood in his body before crossing, but he is very happy join novel class of magic. He saw too many people brain hole open imagination. Only industry out of the world. People are curious and eager to magic, really great to hard to describe. What if the 2 guys in front of them can block bullets with magic barriers? What if the opponent is a mass destruction magic like the impact of 1,000 miles of frozen flames? Chris's mind quickly turned many terrible magics, as well as those familiar and powerful magicians. They can turn a pistol into a poisonous snake instantly, and can instantly vaporize everyone and objects around him with the high temperature. Anyway, he doesn't know how powerful the 2 magicians in front of him are. Therefore, He didn't even dare to raise the pistol in his hand, because he really didn't have any certainty that he could kill the two infiltrating magicians before the two magicians violently kill him. And I went to Trinity Empire, to Trinity Empire service. You will be able to get anything you want. If Lenstenberg pointed to stacks of drawings, many Nox Reese said, power, status, woman, money. You come back when people here would like gods to worship as you prostrate at your feet. He took a step forward, closer to Chris and said, you will become Holy Magic Empire's greatest scholars. I can even guarantee that you will be on an equal footing with the great mage. This is really a full solicit temptation. Chris, under Italian knowledge of the, step back, and Franzberg maintained a distance. Not before. You said that. I here already have. Soul Life. Does Big Magic Division Franzberg face a confident look, staring at Chris' eyes, open asked, in the Trinity Empire, you can come into contact with the atmosphere of magic. It can make you delay aging and live to be 100 years old, or even longer. I X this much. Chris heard Fred Lentzberger say, I suddenly felt the world really wants to be more than their own magic number. If a person can prolong his lifespan, then it seems that the world of hegemony is really more tempting for him. Has been the most exciting of Chris temporarily repressed under the temptation of fear. He looked at the two opposite magician. Opening retorted, it is better, ill move. I embrace you, be more appropriate to give you what you want things, and you, loyal to me. How? Oh, Fred Lentzberg seemed to hear what's funny, then, chuckled, no mortal can reach servitude. Master, you actually want to get paranoid allegiance to a great magician? Chris shook his head, and said more confidently, I think the magician is not a god. After you talked with me for so long, I am more and more sure that you are also human. Since you are human, then you have desires. Talk about what you want. Maybe I can give it to you. Desire word let Fred Lentzberg felt a little strange. Of course he also has desires, but this word was packaged by him into another better name, ideal. He was room between where these strange drawings and books interference thinking, I do not know why. He really believed, the young man before him, has the ability to help him realize his lifelong ideal. You immortal dare say that to meet our desires? If behind Lentzberger, William sneer up, open asked, and you alone? Mankey and these tattered drawing. Magic can give you what is it? Chris felt, if not to attract the eyes of the two magicians, sets out some of the magic world of messages, but also very worthwhile thing. So he spoke, asked about their own sense of things of interest. What exactly has brought magic to give people? Magic can kill, these people can fly. Magic can let us touch the true meaning of this world. It allows us to control the truth of this world. Fred Lentzberg, obviously by we are in more depth. Some of the openings replied, these drawings are also. Chris smiled and connected to the Frederick Lentzberg's words, I also use them to tell you the true meaning of this world, even than the theoretical contact you before, closer to the truth, close essence. Although, talking about science closer to the essence of things in a magical world is indeed a bit too self-confident. But now Chris, who is peddling scientific views, can take care of so much. He has to say what he believes well enough to infect the other party. Crazy Fred Lentzberg looked at Chris. He believes gives a more neutral assessment, you think you these things, so that a person can fly. He just heard Chris talk about taking off. And now he continues to follow Chris' topic. This is induced by Chris, but he doesn't know it yet. After all, it is a great thing for a magician to allow people to fly in the sky. A great big magician can to make yourself into the sky, only to waste too much mana. Doing so is not worth the gain. So most magicians are still more willing to act on the ground. This is also the reason why the Holy Demon Empire formed a Dragon Knight force to allow the Dragon Knights to complete aerial combat missions. Those magical creatures can fly in the sky better, which is much more convenient than humans. It's not difficult for people to fly in the sky. Chris looked at each other and said confidently, he has no reason to be unconfident, because as long as the planet has its own atmosphere, as long as it still conforms to the basic Earth's atmosphere, then he has a way to let people fly in the sky. Not only that, he can also make hundreds of people fly overhead with it, as long as the production of a large airliner, the 300 people together into the sky. Things are not what the fuss is about. Who said 8? Lip service. William has been a little impatient. He stared at Chris. Chris always feels something is brewing conspiracy. However, without the teacher's permission, he did not use magic immediately. Chris glanced at the irritable William, ignored the opponent's provocation, and continued to say to Frensburg, "Magic can kill, we all know, but can you kill me in one breath?" My technique, yes. He is testing the opponent's attack speed, or preparation time. If the other party cannot kill Chris immediately, then he has time to struggle. He hides the temptation in the words and throws it to the other party. "I cannot in one breath to kill you, I admit it, but you say you can kill us in a breathing. Some a little too confident." Fred Lensberg did not realize that they have exposed many stuff, still answered Chris' words very honestly. From entering the house until now, he has been looking at Chris and found that the other party is not leaning against the saber hanging on the wall, so he still firmly believes that the current Chris is a mortal who does not have the ability to fight back. Once Chris wants to rush to him, he can wrap his hands in flames to deal with the opponent's melee attacks. No one dares to touch the flame, so no one can provoke a magician in close combat. Chris breathed a sigh of relief. Since the opponent can kill him within 2 seconds, then he has a chance to fight back. The kind of magic that can evaporate others with one look does not seem to exist in this world. So he finally felt the feeling that fate had returned to his own hands, and it felt very comfortable. The next second clock, Chris from behind flashed his pistol, with a dark muzzle pointing to the house of two magician. He spoke and said, "You see now, I do not need a breath, and I just blink of an eye you can cause trouble for the two of you. 50 ways. What's this? One kind of authority, so small, what can it do?" Fred Lensberg looked at that little pistol, although felt the danger. Or some may still not care about the asked. It can be loud noise, allowing guards rushed outside. You can also make a bullet, with great speed toward the target. The target shot a hole. Chris started end gun. It seems more emboldened a little more. He stared at the two magicians, afraid that they would do anything dangerous. His eyes jumped back and forth over the opponent's hand and mouth, preventing the opponent from chanting a spell or sudden flames from his hands. They have defensive magic, can resist the sword attack. Fred Lensberg was very confident and said, "You have weapons. Is not a magician mortal injury, no matter how struggling? It is just mere mortals." Hey! Chris didn't intend to give them any chance. When the other party said that he had defensive magic, he pulled the trigger. Before Frensberg's words fell to the ground, he saw the cold light flashing in the hands of Chris opposite. Almost his intended knowledgeable, Frensberg exhausted all the magic. The other party may want to attack the defense, but he's still slow, because the rocket bullets, not visible to the naked eye speed, flying him William behind him. William is also intended to recognize the danger. It is a keen instinct. While staggering away from where he was just now, he used magic to form a shield to wrap around his body as much as possible. Unfortunately, he did everything seems only labor. He cannot escape that little bit displacement rocket sub-bomb. His magic has not had time wrapped around his face. Rocket bullet had been rubbing his face, flew over. Then, like a sharp knife, the bullet cut off the hair behind William's ears, leaving a bruise on his ears, and then ran away, hitting the wall behind William, leaving a band around it. A slightly cracked crater. Fred Lensberg did not speak. Just that moment, he seemed to see death strangling his throat. He wanted to say something, but I could not tell. Originally, he simulated the attack mode of the cannon and developed a very powerful ultra-high-speed long-range attack method, but he just saw a mortal using the same trick, and it looked simpler. William did not speak either. He felt the burning pain in his ears. For the first time he saw this terrifying super high-speed attack. He didn't even give him time to prepare, and the other party's attack had already passed through his body. Chris adjusted the muzzle of his pistol, and I have to say that William was lucky. Originally, Chris wanted to kill William with one shot, and then immediately shot Frensburg, but unfortunately he was not accurate. He was a gun deflect. Bullet grazed the ear of William, flew past. But at the same time, Chris also proved one thing, that is, the defense of the magicians is far less unbreakable than he imagined. Gooby Fred Lensburg swallow a mouthful of saliva, and finally came out from the shock. The magical defense on his body had just taken shape, but then he dissipated the insignificant magical shield. He knows that magic is unable to prevent this powerful point of attack strike, and keep the magic defense. Just wave costs nothing magic of their own. But he also had his own thoughts, and then he opened his mouth and said, I have seen your cannons. You can only fire one shell at a time. You have already fought it once now. It is very troublesome to make another attack like this, right? William is also intended aware of, such an attack does not seem possible lasting, so he also calms some, ready to cast his magic back wherever he goes. Chris tilted the muzzle again and pulled the trigger. Boo. This time he deliberately chose a crooked angle of some, playing out his second rounds. The bullet passed William a little further and hit the wall behind him again. Before hitting the wall, it flew half of the candles placed on the candlestick at the door by accident, showing off the magical effect of marksmanship. Turning his head sideways, Frensburg, who just saw the candle flying by the bullet, was shocked and speechless. Before he guessed measure is really right, Alanxia do have more and better weapons, but he had to guess each other's strong as possible. In the end, he still found himself still underestimated mortals. These mortals now can compete with the magicians. Even if both sides are prepared, it is still possible for a mortal to kill the magician. This is a topic that Frensburg never even thought about before, but he must face it now. Up. Judah, look at me, here are a few bullets. Christ's confidence has been completely returned, since the other party did not immediately kill him, seems, is doing cannot afford. And now that he is holding a pistol, he is naturally able to kill the young and old in front of him. I think I still have 4 chances. You have 2 shots per person can endure. Chris shook his hand gun, gives a very interesting choice. Or you are willing allegiance to me? Before Frensburg and William could say anything, Christ's study door was knocked open. More than a dozen guards with pistols rushed in and pointed their Colt pistols at the 2 magicians who had broken into Ceres. Just knowing how powerful the things in these people's hands are, William found himself being pointed at by several pistols at the same time, and swallowed nervously. He wanted to move his position, but found that he had no courage to move. The last time the wolf himself so tight corner, or in the face of the great magician of Lacin. At that time he had the courage to use their own magic, but this time, he did not even lift a finger. They are afraid of Chong. Incoming guards do not know what they are surrounded by people, but they know that all checkpoints across the unexpected. The Grand Duke sneaked into the study of man. What role is certainly not simple. So they kept their distance cautiously and surrounded the 2 men in the middle. The captain of the guard held a pistol and brought the 2 best guards behind him. He turned back and asked softly, Your Majesty, are you okay? I want to stay. Here allegiance to you. Fred Lensburg did not wait for Chris to speak, suddenly spoke and said, I can disperse my magic, turned into an ordinary old man. You stay here under the guidance of the world, to approach the truth of this world. Yes, I am willing. William also felt that at this time, it is better not to worry about the reservedness of the magician. The situation is better than others, and it is best to save one's life honestly first. This is really a failed assassination. Chris put away the gun and looked at the old and the young in front of him with interest. He felt that these nerds who practiced and practiced stupidly were sometimes quite cute. Now, tell me what you are here for. I think you were not sent by the Holy Demon Empire. Am I right? Chris took a chair and sat down, playing with in his hand. Stuart left wheel pistol. Asked. I have wanted to come in. If Lensberg dry smile, opening replied, if you come to Trinity Empire of Hemp, bother, you know what disaster struck even if only a dragon knight flew over your castle. You two are dead. I now do not want to Trinity Empire and all-out war, but this does not mean that I'm afraid of the Dragon Knight. Chris finger head pounding on his half-written textbook, which he thinking when habits. His side beat while looking out the window on the far wall was covered with canvas of 30mm anti-aircraft guns. Confident opening, said, moreover, a dragon come to my castle trouble, can be enough. Well, tell you right now I am. Men can no magic teacher, you pledge allegiance said no problem. I can assure you that you think loyalty is not easy. They pointed to the front of Chris. You are more like my captive, loyalty is really doubtful. Moreover, I have never seen a magician, cannot judge your dangers, and have no experience in using magicians. Can you or you are willing to prove your role? Chris thought about it after he finished speaking. Then he added, use a peaceful method. I don't want to kill anyone. You do not want to engage in any death. I who do not want to. William looked at his weak around those dark muzzle. Loud cry rode in the heart. Chris' crisis has been resolved, but the crisis of the two wizards is far from being resolved. Along the way, I saw a lot of universal knowledge of the books out. Significantly more adequate preparation of Frontsburg this time shows the effect of a critical moment experience as well as experience. His existence fully proves that Ginger is still hot. He only listened to him slowly speaking, and said his thoughts. I was thinking, why is Alan Hill still using such primitive and backward methods to transfer knowledge? Since you have no better way, it is better to use our magic from the teacher. You have a better way to transfer knowledge? Chris heard this time, it is no longer so calm and relaxed. If there is really a way to improve the efficiency of knowledge transfer, then he can spread the knowledge in his mind to many people in a short time. He will have countless helpers, countless followers of modern industry who are truly loyal to him. With these talents, he can realize industrialization faster and quickly build Alan Hill into an industrial empire! Of course, Fred Lentzberg nodded his head, measures in backpacks my apprentice.